This video is sponsored by Factor 75, delivering fresh and quick-to-make meals directly to the comfort of your own home.
You are now watching The Beach!
Mario Kart is one of the most iconic series in all of gaming. Ever since its debut in 1992 with Super Mario Kart, it's resonated with many generations. Nearly every Nintendo console since the Super Nintendo has gotten its own Mario Kart, and there's often the question of which one is the best, or if you're more critical like me, which one is the worst? I wanted to find that question out for myself. What I decided to do is not just play, but do a retrospective of every Mario Kart game. And if you know me, we don't mess around. Not only did I cover the mainline games, but also the Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix series, Mario Kart Tour, and Mario Kart Live Home Circuit. The journey covering every Mario Kart game was, simply put, incredible. Not only will you get a full analysis of every game in the series, but also developer interviews. We interviewed Justin Berti, who worked on Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix 2, which is still one of the greatest moments on the channel. Rather than just showcasing every Mario Kart retrospective, it was also necessary to add additional segments covering the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe DLC, Mario Kart Tour's final iteration that removed Gacha, and the final Mario Kart Live Home Circuit update. So without further ado, here is an in-depth retrospective of every Mario Kart game. Released in 1992 for the SNES, this is a game that started one of gaming's most iconic and beloved series. Super Mario Kart started off as a multiplayer sort of sequel to F-Zero. Originally, the game consisted of generic racing characters, but then they were replaced with Mario characters and it was decided that they fit the game better. Thus, Super Mario Kart was born. What's interesting is that the prototype for it recently leaked, and there were a few differences. For one, the characters looked a bit off-model, but that's to be expected, and there were also a few unused tracks and music. But other than that, the game largely remained the same. This game is considered a classic. It's one of the games that defined the SNES. I love the SNES and most games on it have aged like a fine wine. But the question is Super Mario Kart worth going back to today? Or has it aged as well as Donatella Versace? Time to find out. Once you boot up Super Mario Kart, you're greeted to an iconic intro with the classic Super Mario Kart theme and sidewalk chalk drawings. I can't really describe it, but it kinda sets a tone for the whole game. Once you select your mode, it's time to select your character. But how is the roster? I know some people say rosters don't matter in Mario Kart, but I'm of the opinion that they 100% do. It gives players an opportunity to play as characters they usually wouldn't be able to play as, and because that's one of the first choices you have to make in Mario Kart, that's the first thing I'm looking at. With Super Mario Kart's roster, I think it's actually pretty great. You have your mainstays being Mario, Luigi, Peach, Toad, and Yoshi, but this was actually the first game to give Bowser and Koopa a playable appearance. This was also the only Mario Kart to give Donkey Kong Jr. a playable appearance, at least for a very long time. While the roster might seem small now, you have to consider the characters in the Mario series at the time. All these characters were the most popular at the time, and even though Donkey Kong Jr. has been missing in action for nearly 2 decades until now, he was a relevant character back then. It's so cool to see him back in Mario Kart Tour. Literally, when I saw that, I was really shocked. It would have been really cool to see characters like Daisy, Birdo, Shy Guy, Donkey Kong, Wart, and Tatanga, but considering the limitations of the SNES, the roster is fine here. If I was a kid back in 1992, I'd be pretty content with the character roster. And as always, they are separated into different weight classes, but the lightweights are usually the most fun to control. But my favorite character is Donkey Kong Jr. simply because he hasn't been in that many Mario Kart games. So once you select your character, it's time to race. But the question is, how does the game actually play? Super Mario Kart is unlike other Mario Kart games, for better or for worse. The first things you'll notice when playing Super Mario Kart for the first time if you played more recent Mario Karts before, are why is the map taking up half the screen, and why are the controls so bad? Those aren't good first impressions. For some reason, Nintendo decided to make half the screen the actual game, and the other half the map. Imagine if it worked that way in more recent Mario Kart games. Actually, DS 7 and 8 with the gamepad did this, but your attention will always be primarily on the top screen. Not only because your focus will instinctively be there, but because the bottom map in the games is far less distracting. Here, it literally looks so similar to the top, not that you get confused with it or anything, but the fact is, it's really distracting. I don't know why it had to be this way. For multiplayer, I get it, but for single player, there's no reason why the map should take up this much space. What, am I watching an episode of Dora or something? And as for the controls, that's something you will be able to get past, and because this game can't render true 3D, it's using Mode 7 to get around it. That means the depth perception you get isn't as good as something you'd find in a 3D game, and timing turns and drifts isn't as easy, but eventually, you'll get the hang of it. By letting go of the gas a little bit when taking sharp turns, I found it made the game a bit smoother to play. That doesn't make the controls good, just a bit smoother to use. But once you get past these two issues, how is the actual game? The gameplay of Super Mario Kart is actually quite different than most other Mario Karts. This one is a good reason though. Even though the game has items, the gameplay puts a lot more emphasis on skill than in later Mario Karts. It's actually not that often you get hit by items, and there's no blue shell either in this game, so no more having a blue shell ruin your race. Items are still important, but here, they aren't nearly as important as they are in a game like Mario Kart 64. I kinda like the more skill-based gameplay. Drifting works differently too. It's really just to make sharp turns on sharp corners. You don't get the boost you do in later games, and not only that, you can actually spin out from drifting. So with the controls not being very good but gameplay being actually quite good, how are the tracks you're actually playing on? Super Mario Kart is different as the tracks have 5 laps and there are 5 tracks per cup instead of the usual 3 laps and 4 tracks we're used to, bringing the total amount to 20, and for the most part, the tracks are fun. They're pretty basic in design and themes, but I would say most themes are pretty good. It is home to Vanilla Lake 1, which is easily the worst Mario Kart track of all time, but I would say most tracks are good and nothing more than that. The problem is the track themes are repeated over and over again. With the exception of Rainbow Road, each track theme has at least 2 track variations, with Mario's Circuit having 4 different variations. So in reality, there's about 8 original tracks, with the rest being variations. That's not saying the tracks are bad. I will give the game credit for a few things. The tracks are mostly based on locations in Super Mario World, and I feel like most Mario Kart games don't take enough inspiration from the mainline games. We haven't seen a track based on Galaxy, 3D World, or Odyssey, and that was disappointing. And also, this was the first Mario Kart game. If a game like Mario Kart 8 had 4 variations of Mario's Circuit, I would tear it apart. But considering the SNES had limitations, that's probably why the themes were reused. It doesn't ruin the game by any means, just makes the tracks less memorable. If I mention Mushroom Gorge, you know exactly what I'm referring to. But Choco Island 2? You probably know what it looks like, but can't exactly remember it through and through. But even with the themes being reused, how's the presentation of the game? Presentation is mostly fine for an SNES game. The biggest problem with it is the map taking up half the screen, but I ranted about that enough. Honestly, most tracks look pretty good. They fit the Mario World theme very well. The only tracks that are unbearable to look at are the Vanilla Lake tracks, simply because the blues are too light and they don't contrast well with the whites. But other than that, everything looks pretty good. I do wish the characters didn't have the black outline and instead look more natural, but overall, everything for the most part looks good. Part of the presentation is also the music, and this is one of the parts where Super Mario Kart really shines even to this day. Even though the tracks might not be all too memorable, the music definitely is. With classics like Donut Plains, Rainbow Road, and the music of Vanilla Lake being the only redeeming aspect of that terrible track, you can't go wrong here. So even if Super Mario Kart has aged poorly in many aspects, the music still remains classic. As we've seen, the gameplay isn't the greatest, and the track selection, while good, isn't the most memorable. But how much content are you getting out of Super Mario Kart? Super Mario Kart has your Mario Kart fundamentals. Single-player races, multiplayer races, time trials, and battle mode. You know what's strange though? Most other Mario Kart games haven't added other modes besides these. You can play up to 2 players in multiplayer, and it's essentially the main game but with a friend. The battle mode is only balloon battle and is between just 2 players, but it's essentially the elimination style of battling. So last man standing. The battle mode is pretty fun. You can actually play it via Switch Online, so if you want some retro multiplayer action during these times where you might not be able to leave your house, it's a pretty good way to do so. Oh, and time trials. Yeah, I was never really into time trials. I like the hectic gameplay Mario Kart is known for, and time trials kinda defeats the purpose of that for me. But if you love time trials, it's the same here as it always has and will be. Except, you can't unlock Funky Kong in this game. We've gone over everything that Super Mario Kart has to offer. The roster is pretty great, the tracks are good for the most part, the gameplay does take some time to get used to, and doesn't feel all that great, but it has the advantage of being a more skill-based Mario Kart. The presentation remains good, and there's a good amount of content for a Mario Kart game. So what's the verdict? I'm sorry to say this, but Super Mario Kart, while leaving a huge impact on gamers and starting the Mario Kart series, has indeed aged as well as Donatella Versace. As I said before, SNES games usually age very well. Games like Super Mario World, Yoshi's Island, the Donkey Kong Country Trilogy, A Link to the Past, Super Metroid, and Earthbound have aged very well. Most SNES classics have, but there are a few games that haven't. You know what all those games have in common? They tried to push the limits of the SNES. A lot of games use things like Mode 7 and Super Effects chips to have a workaround for 3D. At the time, it was truly impressive, but if you've experienced the 3D Mario Kart games like I have before experiencing Super Mario Kart, you'll never be able to fully appreciate it. Think of it this way, you're given a cell phone, and that phone is a Motorola Razr, and I'm not talking about the new one either, the original Motorola Razr from 2004. If you never experienced it, you'd probably say,
"So that's what phones were like back then."
And then quickly switch back to the smartphone you were using. But if you used one when they were brand new, you'd be able to remember how sleek and premium it felt, how advanced it was. You probably think smartphones are better and are using one today, but you have the full appreciation for it because you experienced it in its heyday. I respect what Super Mario Kart did for the kart racing genre and how it kickstarted the Mario Kart series, but unless I'm looking for some retro fun, I don't find Super Mario Kart all that enjoyable. There are the Mario Kart games I will go back to even with newer entries, which you'll see later in the series, but Super Mario Kart isn't a game I go back to because I love playing it, it's because I'm interested in the history of the Mario Kart series. It's not a bad game by any means, just hasn't aged well, but for a game that came out on a 16-bit system nearly 30 years ago, I can't blame it too much. Well, that about covers it for Super Mario Kart. What have we learned today? We learned that I don't think Super Mario Kart has aged all that well, but I respect it. But the reason it hasn't aged well is mainly because of the hardware it was on. The SNES simply couldn't handle 3D. But about 5 years later, Nintendo released a system that didn't just find a way to make 3D work, they found a way to define 3D gaming. And with their first 3D system came the first 3D Mario Kart. No, there weren't 62 sequels after Super Mario Kart. Mario Kart just fell victim to Nintendo's trend in naming games after the console. Super Mario 64, Wave Race 64, Pilot Wings 64, Donkey Kong 64, you get the idea. Although I do wonder if Nintendo continues the numbering scheme for Mario Kart, what will they do once they reach the 64th mainline Mario Kart? But the main question here is, has Mario Kart 64 held up well after all these years? Time to find out. Originally called Super Mario Kart R, not much changed about Mario Kart 64 besides the name. Probably for the better too, because there's another quote-unquote racing game with the R subtitle. I'd like to forget about it. But nevertheless, there were a few differences. The biggest ones being the title, Kamek originally being playable, item boxes looking a bit depressing, and billboards parroting real-life companies. This was kept in the Japanese version of the game, but changed in the Western releases. I guess Timmy's mom wouldn't be too excited finding out Timmy started smoking, because Marlboro reminded him of Mario. But other than that, not much change in the Mario Kart 64 we know today. There is something very interesting about Mario Kart 64. Back in the 2000s to early 2010s, it was regarded as the best Mario Kart of all time. There were so many top 10 lists featuring 64 as not just the best Mario Kart game, but one of the best Mario games in general. That's a pretty bold statement to make. But the question is it? After starting up Mario Kart 64, you're greeted to the iconic title screen and theme. I honestly think it's even more iconic than Super Mario Kart. Can I just say how much I love the title screen here? It really sets a tone for the game with a dark blue sky, early 3D renders, and iconic theme. But if you're like most people, you don't buy a game to look at the title screen, you buy it to play it. Unless it's Sonic R, of course. This is Mario Kart 64's roster, or as what I like to call it, the fundamental Mario Kart roster. Not counting Arcade GP VR, these characters have appeared in every Mario Kart game since then. You have most characters from Super Mario Kart, with the exceptions of Koopa and Donkey Kong Jr., who were replaced by Wario and Donkey Kong respectively. I think the roster is pretty good for the most part. While I do think they could have upped the character roster to 10 characters and included Koopa and Kamek, it's a fairly solid roster that includes the fan favorites. It could have been better, but at the time, I'd say it was a good enough roster. Nothing great, but passable. Once you choose your character, it's time to play the game. With older Mario Kart games, the gameplay usually doesn't hold up too well. It certainly didn't in Super Mario Kart, but could Mario Kart 64 be the exception? Gameplay for the most part is pretty solid. Whenever a Mario Kart is in 3D, it's automatically going to be more smooth to control and play. You get a better sense of depth, and you can time turns easier. The game controls well enough too. Honestly, anything with a regular Nintendo 64 controller isn't going to feel all that great, but if you played the Wii Virtual Console version way back when like I did, it's better since the Wii Classic controller is not a circus freak of a controller. Also, hey, Nintendo, if you're watching this, bring back the Virtual Console! They also learned what a minimap was this time around, so that automatically gives Mario Kart 64 an edge over Super Mario Kart. The only big problem with the gameplay is the drifting. This was the first Mario Kart game to include the power boost after drifting. The problem is here, it's really janky. It's easy enough to time when to drift, but this game has one feature that drives me absolutely insane that was also in Super Mario Kart. If you drift for an extended period of time, you spin out. If you thought tripping in Super Smash Bros. Brawl was bad, this is far worse. And it happens too frequently. I don't know why it was designed this way. But other than that, the controls are pretty solid. Nothing too special, but miles better than Super Mario Kart. But the main thing Mario Kart 64 is most notable for is the way it defined Mario Kart. And that's because of the heavier focus on items than ever before. In Super Mario Kart, there were items sure, but they weren't as essential to the gameplay as the core racing. But in Mario Kart 64, items are key into winning a race. This was the first Mario Kart where you could hold 2 items at once, and because of this, items are far more rampant. This game introduced quite a few items to the series. The triple variations of shells and mushrooms, banana bunch, fake item box, boo, the golden mushroom, and yes, the notorious blue shell. This is the most controversial item in the Mario Kart series by far. You either love it, or you hate it. And you know what? Getting hit by a blue shell sucks. You know what doesn't though? Throwing one, or even better, watching whoever's in first place get hit while you're in second. Mario Kart isn't so much a series about winning, it's about fun. The gameplay is overall good, but it does have some issues beyond the drifting. The AI is rubber banding, meaning no matter how good you are at the game, the computer players will always catch up with you. Doesn't matter if you hit them with a red shell, triple red shells, anything, they'll catch up with you. Not to mention, red shells are kinda useless in this game. They don't always home in on the players, and in a track like Rainbow Road, they're kinda useless. And speaking of Rainbow Road, how are the tracks? Mario Kart 64 has 4 cups with 4 tracks, each consisting of 3 laps, bringing the total amount to 16. It's less than the amount in Super Mario Kart, but as the old saying goes, quality over quantity. This game has a ton of memorable tracks, my favorites being Koopa Beach, Calamari Desert, Toad's Turnpike, DK Jungle Parkway, and Royal Raceway. This game also has one of the best Bowser castles. While there are some stinkers like the overly long Wario Stadium and Rainbow Road, the tracks here aren't just more memorable, but are far better than anything in Super Mario Kart. This is where track design also became more detailed, with a lot of paths you could take and turns you could make. There are also quite a few shortcuts too. Who could forget the legendary shortcut in Koopa Beach? I would say for the most part, tracks are pretty great. They're memorable and they're fun to play. They're also varied in themes, and this set the standard for most future Mario Kart tracks. Every track feels different from one another, and has their own theme. And even though there are 2 snow tracks, they're varied and feel different from each other. Frappe Snowland has you driving through icy mountains and avoiding snowmen, while Sherbert Land has you avoiding penguins and driving through an ice cavern. There's a lot of variety when it comes to tracks, and they're a major step up from anything in Super Mario Kart. Presentation in Mario Kart 64 is a mixed bag. The tracks themselves look good. They're colorful, distinct, and overall look pretty good. But the characters are just 2D rendered sprites instead of 3D models. If this was a hardware thing, I could understand. But other racing games on the Nintendo 64 such as Diddy Kong Racing and Mickey Speedway USA had 3D models. I could understand having 2D sprites for items, but it looks super cheap for the actual characters. But as always, the music remains great. Music like Toad's Turnpike, Rainbow Road, and Frappe Snowland are very good to this day. Very early on, Mario Kart has managed to never disappoint in the music category. This was also the first game to introduce voice clips for the characters. You had stuff like the Yoshi sound effects and Donkey Kong Jr.'s grunts in Super Mario Kart, but every character here has their own voice clips. And you know what? They still sound great to this day. Charles Martinet has always proven that even 25 years later, he can still nail the voices for Mario and Luigi, and even Wario. But the real shining star here is Toad. He sounds so much better here than he does now in his current voice. Now with his current screechy voice, he sounds like those Mario Row advertisements got the best of him. Yoshi and Donkey Kong have their sound effects from Yoshi's Island and Donkey Kong Country respectively, but they didn't get their distinct voices until later on, so I can see why. Overall, the presentation is below average, but is brought up by the music and just how good the tracks look. As I foreshadowed in the last episode, Mario Kart in general doesn't have a lot of modes. You got Grand Prix, Battle, Time Trials, and now Versus mode. Grand Prix has you racing through each cup, trying to get first place. Time Trials is trying to get a record time on a track, and it's as unfunky as ever once again. Didn't really care for it in Super Mario Kart, Didn't really care for it here either. And then there are the battle and versus modes exclusive to multiplayer. Mario Kart 64 also set another standard when it came to Mario Kart, because this was the first Mario Kart to have 4-player multiplayer. The Nintendo 64 is defined by local multiplayer games, and here, you can play against 3 other players. Battle mode is the elimination style and only balloon battle, but it's really fun. And versus mode is where you can choose any track to race on, though I wish there was a versus mode in single player. Overall, there's a solid amount of content, though of course, you're gonna have the best time in multiplayer. But there's one thing I really wanted in this game, and that's unlockables. The only things you can really unlock are new cups, but that's kinda it. No characters, carts, or anything like that. It's not that big of a deal, just something I would've liked to see. Now that we've covered everything Mario Kart 64 has to offer, what's the verdict? I can tell you one thing right off the bat, it's not the best Mario Kart ever. But I will say this, the game set the fundamentals for every succeeding Mario Kart. Nearly every Mario Kart game after 64 expands on the gameplay. It introduced a current style of gameplay, interesting and varied tracks, and most importantly, 4-player multiplayer. Is it the best to play nowadays? Not at all, but it's still fun. It's a very basic Mario Kart nowadays, but at its core, it's Mario Kart. The controls are easy enough to grasp and feel fine for the most part. Tracks are a blast to play, and overall it's a good game. Super Mario Kart might have been the first game, but Mario Kart 64 is the one that defined the series. Is it worth playing now? I would say yes, but you have to keep in mind this. The 5th generation of gaming also had Diddy Kong Racing and Crash Team Racing, and those games are better than Mario Kart 64 in every way. They have adventure mode, better presentations, and are just overall better games. But I would say Mario Kart 64 has held up okay, at the very least. Mario Kart 64 may set the standard for Mario Kart, but if there's one thing you couldn't do with the Nintendo 64 besides play Captain Toad, is play it portably. But in 2001, Nintendo made a Mario Kart that you could play anywhere for the first time. I'm a big fan of the Game Boy Advance. Although I grew up with a DS, the DS Lite did have backwards compatibility with GBA games, and I did get a Game Boy Advance SP at a flea market back in 2011, so I got to experience both systems. Maybe not in the heyday, but I had so much fun with both. With games like Wario Land 4, Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, WarioWare Twisted, and Game & Watch Gallery 4, you can't go wrong. But is Mario Kart Super Circuit amongst the greatest GBA games? Time to find out. The idea of a portable Mario Kart seemed to have started out on the Virtual Boy. There were rumors about a Mario Kart in development for it, though the game was quickly cancelled. But even if it wasn't, Virtual Boy? Portable? Yeah, okay. But the real question is, if Super Mario Kart came out in 1992, why did it take nearly 10 years for a portable Mario Kart when the Game Boy and Game Boy Color were thriving? Well, it's simple. Remember how well Super Mario Kart aged? Imagine that on a system considerably less powerful than that. The game would have had to be a top-down racer, which wouldn't look all that great or be that fun to play, or it could have been a pole position type game. Actually, on the Game Boy Color, they might have been able to pull it off. This game Toy Story Racers looks really impressive, despite only being 8-bit. But in the end, maybe the original Game Boy and Game Boy Color weren't powerful enough for a full-on Mario Kart. They needed something more advanced, and that thing was the Game Boy Advance. With its 32-bit processor, a Mario Kart could finally be developed for a handheld. The beta for this game is interesting to say the least. Originally, the characters had this weird bobblehead look, and we actually have footage of it in motion. The animations look good, but those designs are just so weird. Other than that, not much really changed. There weren't any cut characters, no alternative titles, or cigarette ads in sight. This game is interesting for a few reasons. Rather than being directly developed by Nintendo EAD, it was instead developed by Intelligent Systems, the same team behind Paper Mario, WarioWare, and Fire Emblem. So it's actually going to feel a little bit different than what we're used to. But don't worry, it's still Mario Kart. I know this is Intelligent Systems we're talking about, but fortunately they didn't change Mario Kart into something radically different like a dating sim.
You just wouldn't like it because it's different, embrace change!
But the real question is, how does Mario's first on-the-go race hold up today? Mario Kart Super Circuit's roster is famously notable when it comes to the new characters added, and that's because there are none. This is literally just 64's roster. To be fair, this is the Game Boy Advance we're talking about, but I would've liked to see at least 1 or 2 new characters. By this time, the Mario series had a few mainstay characters like Daisy, Waluigi, Birdo, Waluigi, and quite a few other mainstays, but this time around, there are no new characters. But at the very least, the game has some mainstays. I couldn't imagine if anyone important was replaced by someone like Metal Mario. That could never happen. Overall, my thoughts on the roster are the same as they were in Mario Kart 64. It gets the job done, but I would've liked to see more. The best way I can describe Mario Kart Super Circuit's gameplay is if you threw Super Mario Kart and Mario Kart 64 into a blender. That could also describe a lot of the game. The game has the look of Mario Kart 64 and the items work similarly, but the controls are like Super Mario Kart, meaning that they're going to take some time to get used to. Just like the SNES, the GBA can't handle fully rendered 3D most of the time, and considering this was one of the first GBA games, developers didn't understand what the GBA was capable of at the time. And without 3D, making turns and drifting doesn't feel all that good. The coins are also back from Super Mario Kart, which increase your speed a bit, and also unlock bonus tracks, which we'll get into in a bit. While it does feel slightly better than Super Mario Kart, it's nowhere near as good as Mario Kart 64. Makes sense since this is a 32-bit game. So far we have the similar, hard to get used to gameplay of Super Mario Kart, but the presentation and item usage of Mario Kart 64. So I would say it's 80% Super Mario Kart and 20% Mario Kart 64. Mario Kart wouldn't be Mario Kart without tracks, and Mario Kart Super Circuit might just surprise you when it comes to the tracks. But let's go over the main tracks in the game first. This game has 20 main tracks as opposed to the usual 16, which is a little bit surprising, and I would say most of the tracks are pretty good and unlike Super Mario Kart, are actually memorable, with tracks like Ribbon Road, Sky Garden, Riverside Park, the awesome variant of Rainbow Road, Sunset Wilds, and of course my favorite track in the game being Cheeseland. This game manages to have a good amount of tracks with a variety of themes. Seriously, there is a track literally made out of cheese, because you know, who doesn't love cheese? We love cheese. While the game does have some bland tracks, specifically the circuit tracks in the 4 variations of Bowser's Castle, for the most part, the game has a selection of fun and memorable tracks. For some reason, Nintendo doesn't give a whole lot of love to this game, so a lot of the tracks were never remade into retro tracks, so if anything, you'll get to experience some tracks for the first time if you've never played this game. But what's gonna shock you about this game even more is that there are 20 more tracks. Yes, this game has 40 tracks in total, the second highest amount in the entire series. That's because you're not only getting a brand new Mario Kart, but the entirety of Super Mario Kart. Every track is remade with new music and a new look. The way you unlock these bonus tracks is by collecting a certain amount of coins and finishing in a certain amount of time. It can be really challenging unlocking all of them, but this was actually the first Mario Kart to have a focus on unlockables. While some new characters would have been nice, the fact that Super Mario Kart is unlockable, mind you Super Mario Kart without the map taking up half the screen, is remarkable. I'm gonna say without a doubt, the tracks here are exceptional. I touched on this a bit before, but Mario Kart Super Circuit's presentation looks like a combination of Super Mario Kart and Mario Kart 64. The character sprites look pretty much exactly how they did in Mario Kart 64, and the tracks for the most part look good. While I do think some of the colors are a bit oversaturated, the game looks pretty good despite being an early GBA game. The music, however, is a mixed bag. While Super Mario Kart and Mario Kart 64 had consistently great soundtracks, it's a little bit mixed here. That's not saying it's bad, because it's not. There are some great songs usually accompanying the best tracks, being Sky Garden, Sunset Wilds, and Cheeseland, and the sound design for the most part is pretty good. But what they went for here is interesting to say the least. While Super Mario Kart and Mario Kart 64 sound like they used actual instruments, they went for a more 8-bit style of music here. When done right, it sounds pretty good, but sometimes it just doesn't sound that great. The 8-bit sound effects and trumpet sound they're going for don't always mesh well together, but overall, the presentation is pretty good, just as it always is in Mario Kart. Mario Kart Super Circuit has your standard Mario Kart modes. We got Grand Prix, Time Trials, and of course, Battle Mode exclusive to multiplayer. Battle Mode is yet again last man standing and only balloon battle, so it's similar to Super Mario Kart, but unfortunately, I haven't played it. And that brings us into multiplayer where you can actually play up to 4 players with just one cartridge, though the 3 other players will have to play as different colored Yoshis. Yeah, the GBA isn't really a good platform for multiplayer. Maybe it was back then, but it's difficult finding people in the year 2020 to link GBAs with. The DS also didn't have link cable support, so that doesn't make things any easier. Maybe multiplayer nowadays is a bust, but the good news is that there are quite a few things to do in single player. You can unlock all the tracks, play a quick race, which is kinda like an early version of Versus mode, where you can select whatever track you want, but the biggest addition is the introduction of rankings. Before, all you had to do was get first place and that was it. But here, in order to 100% the game, you're gonna need to get a 3-star ranking on every cup. It's no easy task, but it introduced a concept that would become a staple of Mario Kart years down the line. You even get a reward for it, but I have to warn you, it's nothing special. But overall, there's a lot to do in Mario Kart Super Circuit with over 40 tracks and rankings. While it's the absolute least ideal Mario Kart to play with multiple people, there's enough content in single player to keep you busy. So far we've gone over the entirety of Mario Kart Super Circuit. The roster is boring because it's just Mario Kart 64's, the gameplay is okay but a little too close to Super for my liking, the track selection is phenomenal since you're essentially getting 2 games in one, presentation is good, and there's a good amount of content. So what I think of Mario's first on-the-go kart race? Well, the answer is a bit conflicting. You have a great selection of tracks and a ton of stuff to do, but the gameplay is really just an extension of Super Mario Kart. It doesn't feel as bad, but because the Game Boy Advance can't fully render 3D, it's harder to time turns and drift since you don't get the full perception of depth. In other words, the controls don't feel all that good, and it's aged poorly. I remember my first time playing Mario Kart Super Circuit. I borrowed it from a friend back in 5th grade, and because the DS was backwards compatible, I had a chance to play it. But because I played Mario Kart DS before it, my first thoughts were, what the hell is this? It has the same syndrome Super Mario Kart had. The general gameplay is so dated, you'll never be able to fully appreciate it unless you played it in its heyday. I will give Mario Kart Super Circuit credit where credit is due. It introduced cup rankings and introduced the concept of a single player versus mode and retro tracks. And overall, the game is way better than Super Mario Kart. But the fact of the matter is, it has aged poorly. It's not a bad game by any means, just a bit harder to get into compared to recent entries. And not only did it have the disadvantage of being an early Mario Kart, but an early GBA game as well. There are 2 GBA racing games I go back to that handle far better than Super Circuit and are just overall more fun to play. Crash Nitro Kart released in 2003, it handles almost as well as some of the most modern Mario Kart games, and even has a story mode, though at this point, it's kind of a given Crash racing games are on par if not better than a lot of Mario Kart games. Banjo Pilot released in 2005, and it's also another great racing game, but instead has a twist of planes instead of karts, and controls far better too. Mario Kart Super Circuit is worth going back to for the great tracks and better version of Super Mario Kart that you're getting, but it's overall just dated, but I think that's to be expected. So far every Mario Kart game we've covered haven't aged too well. Mario Kart 64 is the only one that I could say could even come close to how modern Mario Karts play, but about 4 years later, Nintendo released a console with twice the power of the N64, and a few years after, released a Mario Kart with twice the racers. Could the next entry stand the test of time? This is the only Mario Kart game that has not 1 but 2 players per kart, and because of this, we're gonna need another Mario Kart aficionado for this episode of Mario Kart Origins. They say slow and steady wins the race, so let's take our time to give a big welcome to the one and only Mankalore.
Hey everybody, Mankalore here, fellow Mario Kart content creator. If it's got Mario Kart in the title, you'll find it on my channel.
Great to have you here, Mankalore. Before getting into the game, let's go over a bit of history of the development of it.
Originally, Mario Kart Double Dash was shown off at E3 2001 under the name Mario Kart for Nintendo GameCube. We can see here that it uses Mario and Luigi's Smash Bros. Melee models, and the most obvious thing here is that they're driving solo. We'll call this early version of the game Mario Kart Single Dash. The game was formally revealed as Mario Kart Double Dash at E3 2003. As we can see, not much changed from the final game. There were also some quality of life improvements, such as the game running at a faster speed. One character cut early in development was Donkey Kong Jr. He would later be replaced by Diddy Kong. Now, Donkey Kong Jr. is still visible within the crowd of Waluigi Stadium, but it wouldn't be until 2020 where we could play as him in Mario Kart Tour, albeit in a much thinner way.
I must admit, it's been a while since I played Mario Kart Double Dash, but I do have fond memories playing it. Has it held up well? Time to find out. The roster in Double Dash is unlike any other Mario Kart roster, and that's because of the fact that it's the only Mario Kart game to have more newcomers than veterans. This game consists of the 8 veterans from Mario Kart 64, but because characters now need a racing partner, characters that are now mainstays made their Mario Kart debut in this game. Peach got Daisy, Yoshi got Birdo, Wario got Waluigi, Donkey Kong got Diddy Kong, Bowser got Bowser Jr., and most notably, Toad got Toadette. This was her first appearance ever, and she has recently become a staple of the Mario series. I firmly believe Toadsworth could have easily been Toad's partner, but I like Toadette, so I don't mind. Donkey Kong Jr. might have gotten snuffed, but Koopa did make a return. But then you got even more newcomers as well. Baby Mario and Luigi, Koopa Paratroopa, King Boo, and yes, Petey Piranha in all his gargantuan glory. This brings a total to 20 characters, and none of them are filler characters or feel out of place. While I do think Koopa Paratroopa could have been replaced with a Goomba or a Hammer Brother, I don't have resentment towards him. Not to mention you can choose 2 characters at once, bringing the combinations you can make to a whopping 190. Imagine double karts in a game with a huge roster like Mario Kart Tour. That would be amazing. I love the roster here.
Mario Kart Double Dash deviates quite a lot from the other Mario Kart games. For example, you can't drag your item behind you, but you can drag Toad behind you, yet it still feels like Mario Kart because of all the chaotic action. You've got the classic items, a bunch of brand new ones to add to the mix, and all the drivers you would expect in Mario Kart. and a bunch of wacky, colorful courses. If I had to sum up the gameplay with one word, it would be madness.
The gameplay of Mario Kart Double Dash is unlike any other Mario Kart game. The 2 characters per kart mechanic isn't just a cosmetic feature, it's a crucial part of the gameplay. The way this works is that one player will drive, and the other will throw items. The way you swap characters in this game is by hitting the Z button on the GameCube controller. At first glance, it seems like a glorified version of the way items work in most Mario Kart games. Have an item, and then have another in reserve. But the way Double Dash becomes more strategic than any other Mario Kart is with the introduction of character-specific items. Each character has their own specific item, each with their own ability, and while some of them are better than others, the random nature of Mario Kart doesn't make any of them feel overpowered. It's just a matter of what items you like to use. If you're less skilled, you'd probably want to throw in a baby with the chain chomp, but if you want to cause some havoc, why not choose Bowser or Bowser Jr. for the Bowser Shell? Characters actually matter beyond being your favorite, and it's something that should have been a staple in every following game. Though unfortunately, only the first 2 arcade games in Tour have special items for characters. So far we've seen a higher emphasis on strategy than ever before. But how about the controls? Before playing Mario Kart 8, I had no problem playing Double Dash, but going back into the game, the controls are a lot more sensitive than you would expect. The best way I can describe them is loose. If you're used to the somewhat magnetic controls of Mario Kart 8, they may take some time to get used to. Drifting, however, feels good. This is the first time it controls the way it should, and I have no complaints about it. Last episode we went over Mario Kart Super Circuit. That game had an astonishing 40 tracks, and even with half being from Super Mario Kart, most of the new tracks were fantastic. Double Dash, however, has less than half of that with only 16 tracks. I will admit, it's disappointing, but you know the old saying, quality over quantity. Although Super Circuit managed to have quality and quantity, so I guess it doesn't really apply here. Okay, how about we look at this at face value? Better? Although Double Dash might not have that many tracks, I honestly like every track in the game. There were some tracks like Vanilla Lake 1 from Super and Wario Stadium from 64, which I absolutely detested, but here, I really like all the tracks. There's always something new and most tracks are memorable. You have Dino Dino Jungle, which takes place in a prehistoric jungle, Baby Park, which takes you through a hectic 8-lap course around the theme park, Daisy Cruiser, which takes you around a cruise ship, and Wario Coliseum, where you're driving around a massive track with tons of loop, turns, and twists. Why wasn't that track in Mario Kart 8 is beyond me, but the track selection here is great. What are your thoughts on the tracks, Mankalore?
It's quite easy to forget that these earlier Mario Kart games did not have as many tracks as the newer ones. Despite this, every track in the game is memorable. Take Baby Park for example. It's a simple oval, which you think might be lazy design, but it really works, and it's by far the most chaotic and most memorable track in the series. There's even Wario Coliseum, which is the exact opposite of Baby Park. Really long, goes in all sorts of directions, and arguably more difficult than Rainbow Road. And just as crazy. Whether it be the music or track design, you'll remember these tracks many years later.
I'm gonna be blunt, the presentation of Mario Kart Double Dash is fantastic. This was the first Mario Kart to use 3D models for the characters, and nearly 20 years later, the game still looks great. All the characters look on point, and despite the relatively low poly count, the characters are expressive, animated, and all look great. The tracks themselves are also great to look at and buried in themes, and even if the theme is similar, something is always done to differentiate the tracks. Mushroom Bridge and Mushroom City are both highway tracks, but one takes place on a standard highway during the day, while the other takes place in a big city at night. The music, however, isn't as great as I would like it to be. What's here is good, but too many tracks share the same theme. For the circuit tracks, I get it, but there's no reason why Dino Dino Jungle and DK Mountain share the same theme. What do you think about the presentation here, Mankalore?
Looking back at the graphics, the models are a little bit blocky, but the art style more than makes up for it and holds up pretty well all these years later. Most objects have eyes and bob around, there's a nice lens flare from the sun, which also has eyes, and in the distance of all these tracks, you can see landmarks from other tracks. That adds a lot of world building to this game. There's a lot of charm in this art style. Now for the music, oh, this is a really good soundtrack. My personal favorites are Sherbet Land and Rainbow Road. These are the types of songs I listen to while working on stuff.
The amount of content in Mario Kart Double Dash is typical for Mario Kart. We got the Grand Prix time trials and battle modes still exclusive to multiplayer, but there are a few other modes as well, which we'll get into in a bit. This is the first Mario Kart where you can unlock characters and carts via the Grand Prix. Mostly carts, but there are 2 pairs of unlockable characters. There's even an all-cup tour taking you through every track. I must admit, I haven't played much of the multiplayer in other modes. Mankalore, however, has had a ton of experience with the game, even playing a mode that seems like a pipe dream to play today. Why don't you tell him about it, Mankalore?
My experience as multiplayer in this game is probably not much different than everybody else's. I mainly played with my friends and family, and there was quite a lot of screaming when someone got hit by a Bowser shell on the last ramp of Waluigi Stadium. We mainly played races, but on the rare occasions when we did play battle mode like Balloon Battle and Shine Thief, it was a blast. And it was even a literal blast with Bob-omb Blast. I'm very surprised the game can handle all those bombs being thrown and all these explosions, especially in 4-player split screen. Now, one mode I never got to play when I was younger, and has caught my interest when coming back to this game, is LAN mode. In LAN mode, you can connect 2 to 8 Nintendo GameCubes using the Nintendo GameCube broadband adapter. The mode supports 2 to 16 players, 2 players per cart. You can play races, Balloon Battle, and Shine Thief, but unfortunately not Bob-omb Blast. I guess the game couldn't handle 8 players throwing bombs at each other. There are quite a few customization options, but unfortunately you can't choose your driver and cart. Everyone is given a random combination at the beginning of every match. Despite that blemish in the LAN mode, it's quite a magical experience to get so many people playing the same game at once. Now if you want to play LAN mode with actual hardware, then good luck finding that because it's quite rare and expensive. If you can emulate Mario Kart Double Dash, I would highly recommend doing that because there are tutorials out there for how to do that. If you have a strong enough computer, you can run multiple Dolphin emulators, put each of those on different monitors, and there you have it, you have a LAN party.
So far, we've gone over the entirety of Mario Kart Double Dash. The roster is fantastic, the gameplay is great, the tracks are great despite there not being that many, presentation remains solid, and there's a good amount of content. So what's the verdict? Remember how I said in the first episode that there are Mario Kart games I will go back to even with more recent entries? This is one of them. Despite some of the shortcomings like the overly sensitive controls and lack of variety in music, the positives really outweigh the negatives here. Not to mention there's no other Mario Kart like it. It's the only one with 2 characters per kart, and the only mainline one with special items. It's a blast going back to, and it remains one of my favorite Mario Kart games. How do you feel about the overall game, Mankalore?
Overall, Mario Kart Double Dash is my favorite Mario Kart game. I absolutely loved playing it when it was new, and revisiting it, it still holds up well, and becomes even more fun when you throw mods on it. I love breaking the item system, like increasing the Bowser Shell limit, purely random items that gives everybody all items in all positions, and doing all of that in LAN mode. In conclusion, it's the game I have the most fun revisiting.
So there you have it. Here are our thoughts on Mario Kart Double Dash.
Thanks so much for having me on your channel, Jamich. It was quite a lot of fun to reminisce about my favorite Mario Kart game. If you want to see more Nintendo and Mario Kart discussions, be sure to subscribe to Jamich, and if you want to see even more Mario Kart content, then go ahead and subscribe to my channel. See you all next time.
My goodness, we're almost halfway there, and I'm getting kinda hungry after covering so many Mario Kart games. Just like the karts, I myself need fuel to continue this journey, and the good news is that Factor 75 has me covered. We all gotta eat, and it's easy to make the mistake of eating unhealthy food simply because it's convenient, or because it's there. But the good news is, convenient food can absolutely still be healthy and of superb quality. There are over 27 meal options a week, and there's something for everyone. They have vegan and vegetarian options, and even options for low-calorie meals. When having food delivered, you might also be thinking, where's my drink? And the good news is that Factor 75 has you covered there as well. You can add on a smoothie mix or keto-shaped mix whenever you order a Factor 75 meal. Since I'm a YouTuber, I primarily work from home, and Factor 75 is perfect for lunch breaks. I don't even need to think about where to go for lunch or what to make. All I need to do is bring out a Factor 75 meal, and it'll be ready within minutes. If you want quick, high-quality meals, Factor 75 is fantastic. There's no preparation needed, and everything is already made, also leaving no dishes behind. You're not only getting a great meal, but you're also getting no mess in the kitchen. That right there sealed the deal for me. And you can try out Factor 75 too. All you have to do is use my link or go to go.factor75.com and use the code HERE for a 50% discount off your first box. And now, since I had some food, back to the race. I'm the most passionate person you'll ever meet when it comes to the Mario Kart arcade games. I've been an advocate for porting these games over to consoles for years, going back to even the Wii U days. I think it's quite clear I have a slight obsession with these games, and as my grandma would say to me, don't make this your next obsession. I know what some of you are thinking. Mario Kart is supposed to be exclusive to Nintendo consoles, why did they even make an arcade version? The thing is, they didn't exactly make it, and that brings us to the history of the game. Back in the early to mid 2000s, Nintendo, Namco, and Sega collaborated and made an arcade system known as Triforce. Because Nintendo, Namco, Sega, literally the biggest gaming legends ever, Essentially, the Triforce system was a souped-up GameCube. Some of the games included Virtua Striker 2002, a few Japan-only Redemption Donkey Kong games based on Jungle Beat, and the legendary F-Zero AX, which I had the luck of playing many years ago. But the thing with most of these games, they have a GameCube equivalent. As much as I love F-Zero AX, it's essentially the same as GX gameplay-wise. So when it came to Mario Kart, you'd think they'd just port a game like Double Dash and call it a day. But no, Namco developed a brand new Mario Kart exclusive to arcades. Looks like even arcades can have a Mario Kart to call their own, but Nintendo's own Switch does not. I will never understand that. Nintendo had very little involvement with the game, and only played a part in making sure the game fit the Mario Kart quality standard. But the question is, did it? Time to find out. I played this game as intended at an arcade, but to capture footage of the game, I had to, well, you know.
Pirate!
Look, I wouldn't have to if Nintendo would re-release games besides the ancient NES games. There are tutorials on how to play it though. You can play it on Dolphin and Nintendo on the Wii, so if you want to check tutorials out, they're up there on YouTube. Starting up the game, we got a really cool intro with a theme that gets you pumped to race. Considering this is an arcade game, I'm quite impressed they made an intro. Getting into the roster of Mario Kart Arcade GP, it's pretty much just Mario Kart 64. There are literally no new character- Wait, just a minute! Do my eyes deceive me? That's right! We have 3 Pac-Man characters being Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, and Blinky. This was the first time guest characters appeared in Mario Kart, and if you know me, I'm not the biggest fan of guest characters, specifically in Mario Kart 8 and 8 Deluxe. But here, I think it's actually very cool. You have the main Mario Kart cast with a few Pac-Man characters. This isn't a Mario Kart you'd play constantly like a console or handheld entry, so I'd say the smaller roster is fine here. Not to mention I love Pac-Man, so there you go. The gameplay of Mario Kart Arcade GP is at its core the same as Mario Kart has and always will be. Try to get first place in a race and use items, but here, it's actually a little bit different. Rather than 3 laps we've been accustomed to since Mario Kart 64, laps range from 2 to 9 laps depending on the size of the track. Along with that, the items work differently too. Mario Kart games usually have a little over a dozen items or so, but do you want to take a guess how many are in Mario Kart Arcade GP? 3? Maybe 23? You'd be quite surprised to find out that this game has 93 different items. I know what you're thinking. How on earth can this game manage 93 items and balance them? The way it does it is each race limits you to just 3 items. But how are the items themselves? They're actually pretty cool. You have a few standard items, but you'll encounter new items much more. There are actually some very cool references to other Mario games, such as having Flood as an item, the Bomb Koopa Shell from Super Mario Land, the Carrot from Super Mario Land 2, and the virus from Dr. Mario instead of the virus we're all trying to avoid in 2020. But despite how many items there are, their functions are mostly similar. You have attack items like shells, the Porky Puffer, and hammers to make other players spin out, and defensive items like the shield, star, and even Metal Mushroom to protect yourself, while also having the ability to make other players spin out if you hit them. Metal Mushroom, huh? Let's hope Nintendo puts this in Mario Kart 9 so they can turn every character into metal instead of creating yellow Topaz Wario. The game controls quite a bit differently too. You use a steering wheel and a gas pedal to play the game as God intended, and it feels quite nice. The wheel is responsive, and the pedals are too. But where the game controls differently is with drifting. You don't get a turbo boost like in most Mario Kart games, but it does help navigate sharp corners and make those sharp turns. But overall, it controls great. This is really the first Mario Kart game in Mario Kart Origins where there's not a noticeable learning curve with the controls, and I really appreciate that. The track selection in Mario Kart Arcade GP consists of 12 original tracks and 6 different cups. This was actually the first Mario Kart to name cups after characters, not Mario Kart Tour. We have the Mario Cup, Donkey Kong Cup, Wario Cup, Pac-Man Cup, Bowser Cup, and the final Rainbow Cup. There are actually 24 tracks in total, but the other 12 are variations of the first 2. And even with the 12 tracks, the themes are sometimes so similar to the first track that they kind of feel the same. Because there's not many, I'll go over all of them. The Mario Cup consists of tracks that take place on a beach, with a Mount Rushmore style carving of Mario and Luigi in the mountains. The Donkey Kong Cup takes you through the jungle in one track, and a temple in the next. And the Bowser Cup consists of your standard Bowser's Castle tracks. But where things get real interesting is in the other cups. The Wario Cup is the only time the WarioWare series is referenced in Mario Kart, with a track literally based on Diamond City, the location of the WarioWare series. The Pac-Man Cup takes you through Pac-Land in one track, and no, not the awful Smash Bros. Stage Pac-Land, but the Pac-Land from Pac-Man World 2. I love the Pac-Man World series, and seeing it in a Mario Kart game is amazing. Also, really makes me want Pac-Man World 4. Namco, if you're watching this, please make Pac-Man World 4. But in the other track, you are transported into another dimension filled with sprites from the original Pac-Man. This was years before 8-bit was so mainstream, that you could literally buy an arcade machine at Walmart. Finally, we have the Rainbow Cup giving us some really cool variations of Rainbow Road. My favorite is the Atlantis-inspired one that takes place underwater. Despite the tracks being super cool, they do get repetitive. You're essentially playing through 2 tracks twice, with variations consisting of a few more obstacles, along with the occasional night variation. Those night variations are nice to look at, but don't change much gameplay-wise. If this were a console Mario Kart game, it would get monotonous really fast. But considering that this game is designed to be played in short bursts at arcades, I think it's fine. What's really cool is that after each cup, you get to play a mission. These missions consist of jumping over ropes held by ghosts and pushing a watermelon Super Mario Sunshine style, and while they're easy, they're a ton of fun to play. They didn't have to add this in, and in a lot of ways, Arcade GP is ahead of its time. The tracks here are all very cool and fun to play. The presentation of Mario Kart Arcade GP is phenomenal! Despite coming out in 2005, the character models look great, the tracks are vibrant and colorful, and it's a really impressive looking game. This game really showcases the 2000s era gaming style beautifully. There is so much detail in the backgrounds, especially in Diamond City, where there's actually a statue of EGAT amongst hundreds of skyscrapers. The Rainbow Cup gives us some of the best looking Rainbow Road tracks in the series, and overall, it looks great. What I've noticed is the character models are bigger, and they kinda dance in their carts when driving. It really gives the game a lot of energy. Speaking of, the music here really gets you pumped. It goes for an upbeat techno style, which sounds great. Since many of you might have never played this game, here are some of my favorite songs in the game. The presentation of Mario Kart Arcade GP is excellent and remains amongst the best in the Mario Kart series. When it comes to content, you have 3 ways to play Arcade GP: single player and multiplayer races, and Demich's absolute favorite, time trials. I'm honestly surprised this game would even have time trials, and I thought I could escape it for once. But no, it's here, and still unfunky as ever. The actual racing is where things are the most interesting. You have 50cc, 100cc, and 150cc, but what's really cool is the mirror mode actually consists of reverse tracks. Reverse tracks can actually change the way you play these tracks, unlike mirror mode, which is just a slight learning curve. With reverse tracks recently appearing in Mario Kart Tour, I have a feeling that they'll become a series staple in Mario Kart 9. But needless to say, this game is really ahead of its time. When it comes to multiplayer, you can link up to 4 cabinets to race head to head. It's so much fun going to an arcade and playing it this way. Multiplayer is always the most fun way to play Mario Kart, and it's no exception here. The content here might be on the lighter side, because it is. But like I said before, this isn't a game you'd be playing constantly to the point of where you need a lot of content. Having the option to choose specific tracks would be nice, but there's more than enough to do here and the amount of content remains solid. Mario Kart Arcade GP has a really cool roster, fun gameplay, excellent tracks, a stunning presentation, and a good amount of content. So what's the verdict? Do I even need to say it? While it's not the best Mario Kart game ever, you're in for a real treat if you can play this game. With the insane amount of items, Pac-Man characters, and really unique tracks, this is a Mario Kart game that feels like no other, but is still a blast to play. I really hope that Nintendo and Bandai Namco will port these games to the Switch, because not everyone has played them, and even if they have, they likely don't have the actual arcade machine to play it on. If you ever come across a Mario Kart Arcade GP cabinet, it's definitely worth a playthrough. Now the game is over 15 years old, so an arcade like Dave & Buster's probably won't have the original game. They're gonna have the newer one being Arcade GP DX, but many arcades should have the game still, as my local Chuck E. Cheese did. Not sure if they still do, but it seems to be fairly common there, and if you live in Vegas, arcades there will have it most of the time. Thanks 64 iOS for that awesome tip. Just go to the arcade when it's safe to do so. It may come as a surprise to you, but a Mario Kart game did come out just under a month after this game. While it might have taken longer for the game to come out than modern Pokemon development time takes, it's unheard of to have 2 Mario Kart games released in the same year. I remember the day I got this game roughly 10 years ago. It was a beautiful Christmas morning, and when I was a kid, I would always wake up super early on Christmas. We're talking 5 o'clock in the morning early. I saw my presents from Santa, but couldn't open them until every one of my siblings were awake. But it turns out good old Santa Claus forgot to wrap one of the gifts because it fell off his sleigh. The gift was in the mailbox outside and was Mario Kart DS. This is a game that is widely considered to be the best Mario Kart objectively. It's not just because of nostalgia, it's always been considered to be the best by many people. Because this was released on a D-Dual S screen, I will be collabing with my good friend T&D Productions, who has even more experience with Mario Kart DS than I do. And this is coming from a guy who has played it for almost a decade. Say hello, T&D!
Hey there everyone, Ty the guy from T&D Productions here, ready to talk about one of my favorite games in the Mario Kart series. Strap in tight, cause we're going in for a wild ride.
With that being said, we are going to answer the question, is Mario Kart DS the best Mario Kart? Time to find out.
Mario Kart DS didn't have much differences in the beta. Bowser's Shell and the Chain Chomp were originally going to be items, but the Bullet Bill replaced the Chain Chomp. Egad was also going to be playable, which would have been really cool, but sadly didn't happen. Finally, the logo used the old school Mario Kart design, and the box art was much more colorful.
Mario Kart DS is on a console that's slightly more powerful than the Nintendo 64, and because of that, the roster is going to be modest in size. But as the old saying goes, quality over quantity. You got the mainstays who have been in every Mario Kart since Mario Kart 64, and then you have Daisy and Waluigi returning from Double Dash. As annoying as Daisy is, she is a mainstay in the Mario series. I'm sure a lot of people would be disappointed if she wasn't in the game. And Waluigi? Not only is he a mainstay, but he's Waluigi. I could turn the rest of this video into a Waluigi tribute, but I already did that. Link in the description. If I had to choose only 10 characters to be in Mario Kart, I'm pretty sure this would be the selection most people would choose. But there are also some newcomers as well. Koopa from Super Mario Kart got snubbed once again, but we do have Dry Bones, and if you ask me, Dry Bones is way cooler than Koopa. So far the roster seems fairly standard, right? You'd be surprised quickly, as Mario Kart DS started the Mario Kart tradition of having at least one, what the heck, character. Out of all the characters I could think of, the absolute last one I would ever think would be in Mario Kart is Marth, and second last would be Rob the Robot. As I said in the last video, I'm usually not too hot on the idea of guest characters, specifically in Mario Kart 8, but here, I think it's really cool. Rob is such an odd addition that I can't help but like. The thing is, Mario Kart DS was going to have a smaller roster than Double Dash, and the main characters people like are here, along with some interesting new characters. The roster is fine here in my opinion, but what do you think, T&D?
The roster for Mario Kart DS is, well, kinda lacking. This is a common issue with the older Mario Kart games, most likely due to hardware limitations, but usually the classic set of Mario characters took priority over game-exclusive ones, or more obscure picks such as the aforementioned Professor Egad. However, as Demeech pointed out, Rob is an unlockable choice here, which is really odd considering the fact that up until that point, Mario Kart was only exclusive to main characters, side characters, and enemies from the franchise. Rob's inclusion probably confused more people that were familiar with vanilla Mario, and with no prior knowledge to Nintendo's larger history. Overall, you got the typical Mario characters, 2 enemies, and a robot who hadn't seen the light of day since the 80s. Not horrible, but at the very least, serviceable.
Mario Kart DS was the first 3D Mario Kart on a handheld. After Super Circuit, I would not expect a Mario Kart to age well on a handheld, but surprisingly, it still plays great. Like Arcade GP, there's no learning curve when it comes to the controls. After playing Mario Kart 8, I still have no problem going back to DS. But where the gameplay really shines in Mario Kart DS is with some of the new mechanics. The bottom screen gives you a detailed map, which tells you what items players have. This adds some more strategy to the game, making those pesky blue shells sometimes avoidable. You're gonna have to decide, do I want to slow down to get back in first place, or will I take my chances with the blue shell? And each character has 3 different carts with different stats. If you want high acceleration, choose Dry Bones and the Banisher, but if you want speed, why not go for Wario and the Brute? You can actually use all carts between every character once that option is unlocked, so in a way, characters can mostly be cosmetic, and that's great. I would never play as Daisy to use a specific cart, but I could always use Rob with the cart. But when it comes to the gameplay in Mario Kart DS, snaking is always brought up. This is a technique where you rapidly drift to increase your speed. There's no charge time to perform a boost in the game like later games, so it can be a little OP. But Mario Kart is a game that's not just skill-based, but also luck-based. While snaking could give you an advantage, it's still Mario Kart. I don't think it breaks a game, but I do prefer drifting in later entries. How do you feel about the gameplay, T&D?
I feel about the same with the points you brought up. However, I will say that the game was the first Mario Kart to introduce me to drifting. And while I got the hang of it, the shaking back and forth, looking at it from a critical eye, is a bit unintuitive compared to later titles in the series. Drifting as a core mechanic was still relatively new in Mario Kart at that time, and not as fine-tuned as it was going to be later on. I mean, just look at Mario Kart 64's drifting. But I think once you get the hang of drifting, it isn't bad at all. It's just a bit of a learning curve to get down right. And like you said, Demich, the mixing and matching of characters with specific karts adds strategy to the way you could play. Certain tracks are more amicable for more drifting, while some require more speed. So giving the player more varied options to strategize how to tackle a course using minimal customization was a welcome and fresh new experience.
The tracks in Mario Kart DS. How could I put this? This game literally has one of the best selection of tracks in Mario Kart history. Many of the best tracks in Mario Kart originate from this game. Luigi's Mansion, Delfino Square, Airship Fortress, Tick-Tock Clock, the awesome Rainbow Road, and the best track in Mario Kart history, Waluigi Pinball. Not only are the themes cool, but each track has a different layout, and even some have different mechanics. Tick-Tock Clock has you driving up gears that can either boost or slow you down, while Waluigi Pinball has a full-on pinball theme, sound effects and all. These are some of the best designed tracks with great themes, and it's the best selection of tracks in the series so far. But where Mario Kart DS really goes even further is with the retro tracks. Super Circuit had the SNES tracks, but here, you're getting 4 tracks from every prior Mario Kart besides Arcade GP. Back then, these retro tracks were super cool. It was awesome seeing these former tracks in Mario Kart, but after seeing what Mario Kart 8 and Tour have done with the retro tracks, giving them fresh new life, they seem a little bit dated here. This is the first game with retro tracks, so it's not a big deal, but if you've never played Mario Kart DS before, you're gonna want to keep that in mind. The selection of retro tracks isn't the greatest either, but I will say that they're a great addition to the 16 new tracks. It gives the game so much more replayability. What are your thoughts on the tracks, TND?
You hit the nail right on the head. The reason I think people hold this entry, like me, so near and dear to their hearts is because of the iconic tracks. Who could forget the iconic Waluigi Pinball? This game has made that track legendary, even though certain later entries decide to leave it out of their future tracks, Mario Kart 8. While the retro tracks aren't as reimagined as later entries would interpret them, they are still wonderful additions to the 16-track total that makes up this game. Not a ton of tracks compared to the other titles, but some of the best in the franchise to this day.
The presentation of Mario Kart DS is what Mario Kart 64 showed to look like. The DS seems to be slightly more powerful than the Nintendo 64, and the presentation shows that in some ways. The tracks themselves look pretty good, but the character models are very low poly, and this game really shows its age when you see them. Some look worse than others, but in the end, it doesn't matter too much when the game is this good. Music, on the other hand, is very similar to Double Dash's style, and has memorable tracks. Who could forget the legendary Waluigi Pinball theme? While it's not as energetic as Arcade GP, the music here is good. I would say the presentation is what I would expect from a fairly early DS game, and that's not a bad thing. What do you think, TND?
The graphics are about what you'd expect from a racing game on the DS. The character models aren't super detailed and quite polygonal when compared to the likes of games such as Super Mario 64 DS, but you're seeing the characters from behind anyway, so as long as the general shape and outline of the character is recognizable, that's what really matters. The low-res character models are pretty nostalgic to me anyways. As for the music, come on now! What would the tracks be without their iconic songs? The music is fast-paced, light, and fun to keep the frantic multiplayer action in motion. Definitely a great soundtrack, but one of the best? Well, not quite, but it'll send your heart pumping.
In every other episode, content in Mario Kart usually narrows down to Grand Prix, Time Trials, Versus, and Battle Mode, but Mario Kart DS took the somewhat limited offerings of past Mario Kart games and went all out. For the first time ever, you can play Battle Mode against CPUs. While it's more fun playing with real people, it's nice to even have the option. You also have a new battle mode being Shine Runners, which is coin battle with shines. The battle mode is really fun here, and you can even blow up balloons with a microphone. But as with every Mario Kart, there is multiplayer. You can play up to 8 players with just one game card via DS download, and play any of the modes. Though you will be playing as Shy Guys if you don't have the game, which is really weird since you can't play as him in the main game. Multiplayer here is more plausible than Super Circuit because everything's wireless and all you need is a DS and a game card. However, I don't think most people are going to be partying like it's 2009 and having a big multiplayer Mario Kart DS session, and Nintendo knew it wasn't ideal to center the game around multiplayer. That's where Mission Mode comes into play. I love Mission Mode. This is the closest Mario Kart has ever gotten to a Crash Team Racing style story mode, and it's great. You play a variety of missions such as hitting item boxes and going through rings, and there's even bosses. In total, there's about 57 missions, and they're ranked up to 3 stars, so if you want to 100% this game, it can be very challenging. but it adds much needed single player content to Mario Kart and even more replayability. Why no Mario Kart since DS has had a proper mission mode is beyond me. This should have been standard in every following game. But what did carry over into the following games is online multiplayer. This was the first Mario Kart game to have online multiplayer, and unfortunately it no longer works. But I could tell you how it was. It took forever to find someone to play with, but keep in mind this was 2005. It was also free. When it worked though, it worked very well. Mario Kart DS is loaded with content, and you'll never get bored with playing it. What do you think, TND?
Whenever I played Mario Kart DS, it was with friends with local multiplayer. However, when I played by myself most of the time, I played this game's mission mode, which is still one of my favorite modes from the franchise to this day. The idea of mission mode is heavily derived from the likes of Diddy Kong Racing or even Crash Team Racing's single-player campaign, although minus any form of the hub world. What mission mode is a series of challenges leading up to a seriously cool boss battle at the end of each world. It's honestly my favorite part of the game, and why future installments don't have a refined version of this mode is beyond me. Mission mode is a step in the right direction when it comes to a single-player mode in Mario Kart, but never really reaches its full potential and was most likely not as expanded upon because of the DS's limitations. As for the other modes, they are fantastic to play with friends if you have them around in the typical Mario Kart affair, but man what I would do for a new mission mode in Mario Kart 9, or even better, a story mode.
Mario Kart DS has a solid roster and Rob, great gameplay, phenomenal tracks, a solid presentation, and a plethora of content. So what's the verdict? If you told me Mario Kart 64 was your favorite Mario Kart, I'd probably look at you funny. But if you said DS, I would totally get it. While another Mario Kart game is my number one favorite, Mario Kart DS doesn't trail far behind in second place. There are the older Mario Kart games I'll consistently go back to. Mario Kart DS is definitely one of them. It's my go-to handheld Mario Kart, and even though Mario Kart 7 and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe exist, I will always go back to DS simply because of how great the tracks are and the mission mode. It's aged very well and remains one of the best games in the entire series. I think it's quite clear how TND feels, but let's ask him anyway, shall we?
What more can I say about Mario Kart DS? It's the game that got me into the franchise. Even though some aspects of the game don't hold up quite as well, that doesn't mean this game doesn't have its place in the franchise. The mission mode was a great single-player campaign, fun battle modes, an excellent set of tracks, and some kick-ass music for the DS out of all consoles. Mario Kart DS I think is one of the most influential Mario Karts in the whole series. Thanks for having me on as usual, Demeech. This is Ty the Guy from TND Productions, signing off!
Great having you on here, TND. Considering how great Mario Kart DS is, it's hard to even imagine how they would top it. This was actually the first Mario Kart I ever owned. Mario Kart DS was the first I ever played, but Mario Kart Wii was the first I owned and really got into. I spent the whole latter part of the summer of 2010 trying to unlock every character. Demeech's life goals at 10 years old. Now Mario Kart Wii has gotten quite the reputation in the Mario Kart community. Not only is it the best-selling Mario Kart of all time, but people are still playing it to this day. Not in the way that people usually replay games either. People are still actively playing Mario Kart Wii as if it were a new game. But why is that? There are many reasons why Mario Kart Wii is still being played by millions. And for this episode, we'll be joined by the man himself, the god of Mario Kart Wii. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the one and only 64 iOS.
Yo, what's up everyone? It's Ray, or 64 iOS as most people know me as. You guys might know me from my Super Smash Bros. And Mario Kart modding videos. Thank you so much to Demeech for letting me join for today's episode of Mario Kart Origins. I'm a huge Mario Kart Wii fan, so I'm very excited to be joining Demeech today to talk about one of my favorite games of all time.
Great to have you on here. Now it's time to answer the question of, what's all the hype about Mario Kart Wii? Time to find out.
Mario Kart Wii has some minor differences in the beta, mostly consisting of unused carts and bikes. Koopa Paratroopa and Petey Piranha would have come back from Double Dash, but likely got their license revoked or suspended. It's a shame too because these characters would have been nice to have. Mies would have also had a third costume to choose from, being Toad. I guess they were saving it for the next Paper Mario game. But most interesting by far is Hammer Brother. Originally he was going to be playable, but oddly got the boot. It took 12 years, but eventually he became playable in Mario Kart Tour, along with the 3 other brothers. I guess that's what they mean by patience is a virtue. There was also an unused beta mission mode discovered back in 2017 in the code of Mario Kart Wii. This mode would have functioned similarly to Mario Kart DS's mission mode. But I'll talk a little bit more about this later in the video.
Looking at the roster of Mario Kart Wii, almost every character from the prior games are here, with the exception of the Namco characters from the arcade games, Donkey Kong Jr., Petey and Paratroopa, and Rob. Dry Bones returns from Mario Kart DS, so Reese, if you're watching this, I know you're happy. And I am too, because Dry Bones is awesome. So far, Mario Kart Wii has a solid roster, but where things get even better is with the newcomers. Baby Peach returns from Yoshi's Island DS, and although I'm not her biggest fan, I'm sure people liked her addition. Dry Bowser returns from New Super Mario Bros., and I absolutely love his addition. He's Bowser, but way cooler. You can even play as your Mii with 2 unlockable outfits, one that is one of the most difficult things to unlock in Mario Kart. But the best new additions to the roster by far are Rosalina and Funky Kong. Rosalina first appeared in Super Mario Galaxy, and has since become a Mario series mainstay, and Mario Kart Wii is the game that really helped bring her into the mainstream. She even drives with Illuma. Let's keep doing the same with Pauline, Nintendo. And with Funky Kong, not only is he OP in the game, but he's my favorite Mario Kart character. He perfectly captures what Mario Kart Wii is all about, but more on that later. The only character I'm iffy about is Baby Daisy, because there wasn't much of a reason to even have a Baby Daisy in the first place, but with a roster this good, you don't hate the babies and metal characters as much. If Mario Kart 9 had a great roster with all the fan favorites, I'm sure people wouldn't get up in arms about the inclusion of Baby Purple Amethyst Waluigi. This game has the best roster in any mainline Mario Kart hands down, but what do you think, 64 iOS? On a scale of Pink Gold Peach to Funky Kong, how would you rate the roster?
Honestly, I'll give this roster a solid 9 out of 10. I really love most of the newcomers added to the roster. Characters like Rosalina, Dry Bowser, Funky Kong, and the Mii's are excellent picks. And while I'm not the biggest fan of the babies, I think Baby Peach and Baby Daisy are okay choices. They're some of the few characters in the roster that feel like filler in my opinion. But I can't really complain since we have fan favorites like Waluigi, Diddy Kong, and Bowser Jr., which were cut in some of the future Mario Kart rosters. Yeah, I can't believe they cut Waluigi in Mario Kart 7. And why did Mario Kart 8 get all the Koopalings, but no Bowser Jr.? That makes zero sense to me. But whatever, they brought him back in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I guess. Speaking of Double Dash, I would have loved to see Petey Piranha return as a playable character. But overall, I'm very happy with the roster in Mario Kart Wii. I mean, we got freaking Funky Kong. How cool is that?
Mario Kart Wii has 2 controller options, the one Nintendo wants you to use, and the one you're probably going to use. Back when I was a kid, I used the Wii Remote sideways with the motion controls. Nintendo packaged the Wii wheel with the game to make it feel more immersive, yet I always use the Wii Remote sideways. Needless to say, it's pretty much the same. The Wii was all about motion control, and they fully took advantage of that here by making it feel like you're actually driving. The motion controls here aren't bad either. Everything controls as it should. Needless to say, years later, I found it more ideal just using a GameCube or Classic controller. You can even use a nunchuck if that's your thing. The only problem I have with the controls is that it's annoying to drag items behind you if you're using the wheel, and the tricks are performed using the D-pad on the Classic controller. Having it mapped to ZR like in Mario Kart 8 would be much more comfortable. Like with Mario Kart DS in the arcade games, there's not really a learning curve when it comes to Mario Kart Wii's controls if you have played more recent games, but when it comes to the actual gameplay of Mario Kart Wii, there's a lot to talk about. Mario Kart usually consists of 8 racers, 6 in the arcade games, but for the first time ever, the amount of racers is bumped up to 12. This was likely for online multiplayer, but I'm pretty sure the higher amount of racers could be responsible for one of the gameplay aspects we'll touch on in a bit. Not only did Mario Kart Wii introduce 12-player racing, but most importantly it introduced bikes to the series. Rather than just karts, you can use bikes, and they function differently too. You can do wheelies with the bikes, and some of them allow you to inside drift, making them great for those sharp turns. Now I know what some of you are thinking, are bikes OP? The answer is yes, and it's also no. Yes, because once you learn how to use them, bikes are much more useful than karts. They control better, are faster, and have the wheelie and inside drift advantage. But as with all Mario Kart games, the element of luck comes into play with the items. Oh my gosh, the items. This game introduced a few new items to the series. The Mega Mushroom from New Super Mario Bros. Makes its Mario Kart debut, and functions similar to the Superstar. But you can squish racers, so if that's your thing, the Mega Mushroom is for you. Sorry, Dry Bones. The POW block is also here, being a weaker version of Lightning. You can even dodge it too, but you will lose all your items. Finally, we have the Thunder Cloud. This is one of the extremely rare occasions where Nintendo actually remembered the arcade games existed, because this was an item in Mario Kart Arcade GP before, though its function was different. So many people hate this item, but me personally, I really like it. If you hold on to it, you get a speed boost, but if you keep it too long, you shrink. It's risk versus reward, which is something we don't see from Mario Kart items. I love the Thunder Cloud. I hope it returns in a future game. But what I don't love is the item balance. Jiminy Christmas! The item balance! In previous games, you'd get hit by items every now and then, but here it is constant. You can literally get hit by a blue shell 5 freaking times in a race. Not to mention all the other items you'll get hit by. This game is super unbalanced when it comes to items. Could some of that be attributed to 12 racers? Possibly. But wow, it gets to be too much way too often. The blue shell siren will haunt your nightmares for years to come. That's why I said bikes aren't exactly OP, because it won't matter much if you're getting bombarded with blue shells. The good news is, it doesn't ruin the game. But if you're getting into Mario Kart Wii, prepare for frustration and a lot of lost friendships. But with that being said, the gameplay of Mario Kart Wii is still really good. It has an extreme sports feel to it with the bikes, and the physics feel much more in line from what you'd expect from kart racers. Compare that to Mario Kart 8's somewhat magnetic feel, it's a lot more loose here, and I really like that. You can pull off some crazy shortcuts, and Lakitu doesn't babysit you here either. You're gonna have to get good. Mario Kart Wii's chaotic gameplay might not be for everyone, but what do you think, 64 iOS?
I absolutely love the gameplay of Mario Kart Wii, though this game definitely does have a huge issue with the item balance. But honestly, that's what I love about it. Besides how common blue shells are, because getting hit by 5+ blue shells in a single race is extremely annoying. Other than that, I really enjoy all the items in this game. This was the final time we ever saw the fake item box, and the new items like the Mega Mushroom, Pow Block, and the Thundercloud bring a whole new level of strategy as Dimitri mentioned earlier. Mario Kart Wii introduced tricks, or jump boost as known in the newer games, and this is honestly one of my favorite new mechanics ever introduced to the Mario Kart series. It's honestly very difficult for me to go back to the older games, just because of the lack of the tricks introduced in Mario Kart Wii. They give the characters so much more personality and excitement, and it adds so much to the gameplay experience in my opinion. Performing half-pipe tricks on tracks like Waluigi Stadium is an absolute blast. It's so crazy to me that we haven't seen half-pipe tricks return since the return of Wii Maple Treeway in Mario Kart Tour's Halloween Tour, though they don't really feel as satisfying to perform in Mario Kart Tour just because of the lack of bikes. And they feel really stiff in Mario Kart Tour. They just feel so satisfying in Mario Kart Wii though. And speaking of bikes, it really made Mario Kart Wii feel so unique and different compared to all the previous games that came before it. Too bad the bikes in Mario Kart 8 and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe don't feel the same to me, with all the tweaks made to them and the stunts. Mario Kart Wii really does have that extreme sports feel to it that Dimitri mentioned earlier. I just don't feel that in Mario Kart 8. So overall, the gameplay of Mario Kart Wii is the reason why I love it so dang much.
The tracks in Mario Kart Wii. I'm very excited to talk about this. When you hear Mario Kart, you likely think of most of the tracks from Mario Kart Wii. This game has some of the best and most memorable tracks in the entire series. In fact, I would say we have the best selection of tracks in this game. Mario Kart DS might have Waluigi Pinball, Luigi's Mansion, and Airship Fortress, but Wii does not disappoint. Who could forget such classics such as Mushroom Gorge, Toad's Factory, Coconut Mall, DK Summit, Wario's Gold Mine, Koopa Cape, Maple Treeway, Moonview Highway, and the excellent renditions of Bowser's Castle and Rainbow Road. The fact that most of the best and most memorable tracks are in one game go to show why Mario Kart Wii is considered to be the best by many Mario Kart fans. All these tracks can easily make up a top 10, and I wouldn't question you. Even the retro tracks here are pretty good, and while they're the same as they originally were like in DS, tracks like Waluigi Stadium are so much more fun with the addition of half-pipes and bikes. Keep in mind retro tracks wouldn't get the overhaul we know and love today until Mario Kart 8, so you're gonna have to keep that in mind. But needless to say, the track selection is an absolute win here. How do you feel, 64 iOS?
I 100% agree with the Meech on that. Mario Kart Wii has my favorite selection of Nitro tracks in the series. Maple Treeway, Coconut Mall, and Moo Moo Meadows are some of my absolute all-time favorite tracks in the Mario Kart games. There really isn't any Nitro tracks in the game that I don't enjoy playing on. And the selection of retro tracks is also pretty great in my opinion, though my favorite retro tracks are definitely in Mario Kart 7. I love how well some of the retro tracks work with Mario Kart Wii's new mechanics, with Double Dash's Waluigi Stadium being my favorite retro track in the game, thanks to the addition of half pipes and bikes as Dimitri explained earlier.
You guys might not like me very much after what I'm about to say, so let's start with the positive so you can grill me at medium heat rather than flat out roasting me. The music in Mario Kart Wii is great. It's memorable, energetic, and it's fun. It really suits Mario Kart well. I still prefer the music from the arcade games, but there's a lot of good stuff here. I bet when I say Coconut Mall, the song is playing in your head. But the actual graphical presentation? I'm sorry to say this, but it's really underwhelming. The colors look a bit muddy, and the models don't always look great. I'm sorry to diss you, Funky, but your arms legitimately look like they can cut me. Not only that, the characters aren't expressive and they just kinda drive. Now in the real world, that's a great thing. Always pay attention to the road. But this is Mario Kart we're talking about. Even DS's characters were more expressive. The tracks look good, but the presentation could have been so much more. I know what some of you are thinking.
He's judging a game that came out on a standard definition system in 2008.
Well, let me tell you this. Why is it that Double Dash looks better than Mario Kart Wii despite coming out 5 years prior? Heck, the arcade games run on what is essentially a Wii and still look stunning to this day. Mario Kart Wii just looks underwhelming. If only Nintendo got Bandai Namco to help with a mainline Mario Kart, I could guarantee the game would look beautiful. But the good news is, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. What matters the most is that the gameplay is good. I expected more from the presentation, but it doesn't ruin the game. What do you think, 64 iOS?
The visuals of this game did not age well at all. The character models to me sometimes look like straight up high poly N64 models. And every single track feels like it was ported directly from Double Dash, with a bunch of bloom added to them. Though I do appreciate how the N64 and DS tracks were updated to match Mario Kart Wii's art style, even though its art style wasn't the best. As for the music, I absolutely enjoy it. To be honest, Mario Kart Wii has my favorite music style in the entire Mario Kart series. There's something about the music in the game makes me feel so happy and excited. And the menu music is a total banger, 20 out of 10 for me. Man, when it gets to the character select screen portion of the song, ooh, I love that part so much. I also really like how the SNES and GBA tracks had their music updated, with the SNES battle theme being my absolute favorites.
After Mario Kart DS, it seems that Mario Kart is ramped up in the content department, and Mario Kart Wii certainly has a lot to do. While it sadly lacks mission mode, there's a lot here. Of course you have your Mario Kart standards, Grand Prix, Time Trials, Battle Mode, and Versus Mode. But where Mario Kart Wii really shines is what they did with all these modes. Time Trials used to be an afterthought, but now, it actually serves a purpose. You can race against staff ghosts, and by doing that, you unlock expert staff ghosts. You can unlock a ton of stuff. Kart's Baby Luigi, the Mii costume most people have never seen, and of course Funky Kong. And for that alone, it's worth playing Time Trials. I'd never expected the day Dimitri would say that. Guess it really shows what 2020 is all about. They finally did something interesting with Time Trials. How about that? Battle Mode is here, featuring coin and balloon battles with a ton of different maps. Battle Mode is really fun. There's even a funky stadium, so that's awesome. But you're forced to be on teams instead of having every man for himself. I don't mind too much, but it's something worth bringing up. I think they should at least have the option for every man for himself battle mode. But where Mario Kart Wii really shines is when it comes to unlockables. In most games, all you have to do is get first place. But here, you're gonna have to work to unlock characters. You usually need a star ranking to unlock most characters, and while it can be frustrating, it encourages players to get good. Having unlockables means something is great, and it only adds to the experience. I'm aware not everyone likes this approach, so I'm gonna ask you, would you rather see Mario Kart Wii's unlocking method in Mario Kart 9, or keep it the way it is? You won't get bored with Mario Kart Wii, and to this day, it's still very replayable. What do you think, 64 iOS?
I have so much memories from all the online battling I would do back in the day. Yeah, having battle mode always be team battles is a bit disappointing, but I really didn't mind it at all. This game has my favorite battle mode. I honestly would play online battles way more than online racing back then. The matches would be extremely chaotic, and items like the Mega Mushroom really enhanced the battle mode experience. This game has such a great collection of new and old battle tracks. I will never forget Funky Stadium. That is such an amazing battle track. I'm really surprised it didn't come back for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I made so many online friends back in the day thanks to Mario Kart Wii's online mode. It was such a step up from Mario Kart DS's. Yeah, no surprise. And its introduction to the online tournaments was incredibly fun. While Mario Kart Wii lacked the proper mission mode like DS had, it had a similar mode using the Mario Kart channel. This was a Wii channel made to register friends, race ghosts, enter tournaments, and check rankings. Tournaments were online events that were held twice a month, where players would compete in single-player mission mode-like events for high scores, and feature missions similar to Mario Kart DS's mission mode, such as racing through numbered gates in order, collecting coins in the shortest amount of time possible, racing Dry Bowser on N64 Bowser's Castle, where he had a special ability to shoot fireballs at you. And there were even some boss battles, including a boss battle with Spiky Topman from Super Mario Galaxy on Galaxy Coliseum, an exclusive arena only featured in tournament mode, which was a huge shame, because the music on that track was super intense and unlike anything else heard in Mario Kart Wii. Sadly, since the Wii's online service was discontinued back in 2014, there is no longer a way to officially play these tournaments, which is a huge shame, since they were extremely fun to play, and had so much unique content not found outside tournament mode. So unfortunately, a large portion of Mario Kart Wii's content is no longer playable.
Usually I would only cover 5 categories in an episode of Mario Kart Origins, but with Mario Kart Wii, it would be a sin not to talk about the community. What I mean by this? Mario Kart Wii has an entire community dedicated to keeping the game thriving with custom tracks, servers, and even new characters. Considering this is 64 iOS's specialty, he's the man to go over this.
Oh, you got it. Modding is a huge reason why this game is still super active to this day. CTGP is a mod for Mario Kart Wii that adds over 200 custom tracks, adds new game modes, and also adds all sorts of new features to Mario Kart Wii. One of the coolest features in CTGP is the ability to play with 24 players at once. If you thought Mario Kart Wii was crazy before, you ain't seen nothing yet. And since you can no longer officially play Mario Kart Wii online, there is a mod known as WeeMfi that brings back online play for Mario Kart Wii and various other Wii games, such as Super Smash Bros. Brawl. It is also possible to play with 24 players online, which is sadly something I haven't tried yet, but it looks really amazing from the videos I've seen of it. Heck, people are even making custom mission mode levels, as recently a mission mode was discovered in the files of Mario Kart Wii, as I mentioned earlier in the video. Thanks to modding, it was restored and people are making their own custom mission mode levels to distribute for us to enjoy. So thanks to WeeMfi and CTGP, this community is still going strong. This game is super fun to mod, with this huge selection of custom tracks, custom characters, and even custom game modes. This is easily my favorite game to mod. I honestly enjoy modding this game more than modding Smash.
So far, we've come to the conclusion that Mario Kart Wii has a fantastic roster, good but rage-inducing gameplay, exceptional tracks, a mixed bag of a presentation, a ton of content, and a thriving community. So what's the verdict? There's a reason why Mario Kart Wii will never die. From its extreme sports-style gameplay, killer shortcuts, amazing tracks, and community keeping it going strong, this is why I like to refer to it as the Super Smash Bros. Melee of Mario Kart. Because no matter if Nintendo releases Mario Kart 9 or even Super Mario Kart 9 Turbo Hyper Fighting Edition and Knuckles with a new funky mode, there are always going to be people playing Mario Kart Wii. With a game like Mario Kart DS, people will go back to it, but with Mario Kart Wii, it's almost like a new game, and I thank the community solely for this. People love it so much that you could even continue playing it online using WeeMfi. Is it my favorite Mario Kart? Personally not my number one favorite, but it's definitely up there and I would say it's my third favorite Mario Kart. Yes, I like it more than Double Dash. I understand completely why the game has a reputation it does, and let's be real, even if the custom track Grand Prix in the community didn't exist, there's Funky Kong. What do you think, 64 iOS?
I will never get tired of playing this game, especially with its large selection of custom tracks and character skins. Even when Mario Kart 9 comes out, I for sure will continue playing and modding this game. Mario Kart Wii has a special place in my heart, and it's the reason I am the gamer and the YouTuber I am today. But yeah, thank you so much for having me on, Demeech. If you want to watch more Mario Kart and Nintendo content and discussions, please make sure to subscribe to my boy Demeech. And if you want to watch some Mario Kart and Smash Bros. Modding videos, go check out my channel at 64iOS. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. See you guys next time. Bye.
Thanks, 64 iOS. Great to have you on here as always. This is one of the games that really made me want to get a 3DS. I love Mario Kart DS and Wii to death, so when I saw Mario Kart 7, I was really excited. I didn't get a 3DS until the summer of 2012, and I did get Mario Kart 7 around that fall, so the question is Mario Kart 7 the definitive handheld Mario Kart? Time to find out. Mario Kart 7 was shown off for the first time at E3 2010, along with the introduction of the 3DS. 1, oh my gosh, that was 10 years ago, and 2, the demo only showed off Mario and Luigi racing around Rock Mountain and Mario Circuit. We went a long time not knowing what the game was going to be called. It was then decided the game would be called Mario Kart 7. Considering none of the other mainline Mario Kart games were numbered, this was a bit odd. The logo was also a bit different before it changed to the final one, and it turns out the Mega Mushroom and fake item box were going to be in the game, but got removed. Losing the Mega Mushroom was kind of a bummer, but the fake item box? Please, leave that in the past with 2020. Other than that, there weren't much differences from the final game and the beta. Hold on. I need to mentally prepare myself for this. Okay, we're good now. The roster... I don't know if I can handle this. Fine. The roster in Mario Kart 7 has your Mario Kart mainstays from Mario Kart 64. Koopa, Daisy, Rosalina, and Mii's return from Mario Kart Wii. But guess what? Waluigi is nowhere to be found. The best Mario character in existence is nowhere to be found. Give me one moment, please.
Mario Kart 7! Betrayed us!
Even Mario Kart DS, with its roster of just 12 characters, at least had Waluigi. Come on! But despite the roster being Waluigi-less, let's see who Nintendo thought was worthy to be in the roster, shall we? Shy Guy returns from Mario Kart DS, though this time he's playable outside of multiplayer. We also have Lakitu joining the race for the first time, though it's the Red Shell variant. Could he be an imposter? We then have the Wiggler, who is such a goofy and fun addition that I can't help but love. But the fourth unexpected Mario Kart character only rival to Rob and Funky Kong is the Honey Queen. Having her as a driver is so bizarre, but you know what? I don't mind her inclusion. I love having the bizarre characters in Mario Kart, and that's what makes the Mario spin-offs fun. All these new characters I like, and don't have any problem with. However, this game did introduce one character that, I have a little bit of a problem with. Metal Mario. So we can have a metallic Mario instead of Waluigi. I see how it is. If only we knew the domino effect Metal Mario would have in the next mainline game. The roster in this game is Waluigi-less and flat out bizarre, but I will give credit where credit is due. If Waluigi was in the game, I wouldn't mind this roster as much. It's totally out there, sure, but at least the newcomers here were cool. Mostly. Still hate you, Metal Mario. I think this game could have had a lot more characters, but as far as the roster goes, it's borderline bad, but really more bizarre than anything. The gameplay of Mario Kart 7 steers away from the extreme sports style gameplay Mario Kart Wii was known for, and goes back to the more traditional Mario Kart gameplay. We're back to 8 racers and only karts. However, Mario Kart 7 did introduce kart customization. This is where you can design your kart by changing up the body, wheels, and glider, and in concept, this seems really cool, but I always felt overwhelmed with too many options and too many different stats. If characters had set stats and karts were just cosmetic, I think it'd be really cool, but usually, I just go for standard everything or the B-Dasher. After you select your kart combination, you're ready to race. Mario Kart 7 has 2 control options, the standard button controls and gyroscope. If you played Mario Kart DS, 7 controls very similarly to that game, with a few tweaks. You can pull off tricks in this game like in Wii, by pressing the R button. These tricks aren't as flashy as they were in Mario Kart Wii, but it's way more comfortable having them assigned to the R button instead of the D-pad. Gyro uses tilt controls, but there's a catch. You're placed in this first-person mode, which takes a little bit of time to get used to, but actually feels pretty immersive. You can even use the standard button controls with the first-person mode. I always preferred your standard third-person mode, but my sister did manage to get a gold wheel due to only playing with the gyro controls, so it might work for you. I think since we're pretty far past the old games like Super Mario Kart and Super Circuit, it's expected that there's no learning curve when it comes to the controls with future games, and 7 is no exception. The game controls great. Along with kart customization, Mario Kart 7 also introduced gliding and underwater sections. These sections add some pretty nice flow of the tracks, but do they really change up the gameplay? Not quite. The physics change a bit underwater and gliding is fun, but they really help the tracks have some transition rather than being a new style of gameplay. But don't get me wrong, I like the gliding and underwater sections. They really just enhance the tracks more than anything else. They've reappeared in Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe, 8, and Tour, and are here to stay. Mario Kart 7 also introduced some new items. The Fire Flower lets you throw essentially 10 weak green shells, and it's a great item to have. I'm just surprised it wasn't an item before. Then we have the Lucky 7. This gives you 7 items to use, but I just spam them all at once. Finally, we have the Tanuki Tail. Nintendo in the early 2010s was all about slapping a Tanuki Tail on pretty much anything, and while it looks silly, it's actually a pretty useful item. I can understand why people hated the Thundercloud in Mario Kart Wii, but not so much with this item. The only problem is if you have the Tanuki Tail, that's the only item you can use. Overall, Mario Kart 7 has some really solid gameplay and some cool new additions, but how about the actual tracks? Mario Kart 7 has 32 tracks, with the usual 16 Nitro and 16 Retro. When it comes to the Nitro tracks, Mario Kart 7 has a ton of great tracks. From tracks like Shy Guy Bazaar, Music Park, Rock Mountain, Piranha Plant Slide, Wario Shipyard, DK Jungle, and the best version of Rainbow Road, you got a really good selection of tracks here. Even simple tracks like Daisy Hills and Mario Circuit feel fresh and different from past Mario Kart tracks. While some tracks like Cheep Cheep Lagoon and Neo Bowser City are a little underwhelming, there are no tracks in this game I can say I hate, like I'd have with the Vanilla Lake tracks in Super Mario Kart or Rainbow Road in Mario Kart 64. Along with that, we have 2 tracks based on Wii Sports Resort and Wii Fit, being Maka Woohoo and Woohoo Loop. It's interesting seeing Mario Kart tracks not based on Mario locations outside the arcade games, but needless to say, these are some really great tracks. Even just playing them make me really want a new Wii Sports on the Switch that much more. This game also introduced single lap tracks, which means that instead of 3 laps, you're playing through one big track. I really like this addition and makes the tracks even more immersive and grand, especially Rainbow Road. That Rainbow Road is definitely one of the best tracks in Mario Kart history, but where things get even better is with the retro tracks. The retro tracks in this game are like if Nintendo time traveled to the future and watched every episode of Mario Kart Origins when they started developing 7. This game has some of my absolute favorite tracks. Luigi's Mansion, Airship Fortress, Mushroom Gorge, Coconut Mall, Koopa Cape, Maple Treeway, and of course, Waluigi Pinball. I still find it so odd that Waluigi Pinball's in the game but he's not even a driver. Come on. Screw you, Metal Mario. This is my favorite selection of retro tracks in the entire series. You might think that I'm not praising the track selection enough, and there's a reason for that. Despite how great the track selection is, it's all gonna fall apart from here, and you'll see why in a bit. Presentation-wise, Mario Kart 7 is really good. I wasn't too thrilled with Mario Kart Wii's presentation, but oddly enough, I think 7 looks better. While it's on a less powerful system with a lower resolution, the tracks and characters are much more colorful, have better textures, and the 3D effect is really cool. And yes, did you guys know the 3DS used to be all about 3D? You probably do, but Nintendo sure forgot about that late into the 3DS's life. The music is also great as always, but don't expect a drastic shift in the style of music from the past games. It's pure Mario Kart. I really don't have any complaints when it comes to the presentation. It's one of the best looking 3DS games, and is a true turning point in the mainline Mario Kart games, where presentation became more of a focus. Mario Kart 7 has Grand Prix, local multiplayer, time trials, battle mode, and online multiplayer, which is still up as of January 2nd, 2021, though I'm not sure how much longer it'll be up. All of these modes are exactly the same as they always have been. The online play is the real highlight here, and it's a lot of fun and works well. Looks like a handheld from 2011 still has better online than Nintendo's current gen system. Local multiplayer also works exactly like it did in Mario Kart DS, with multicolored Shy Guys if you only have one game card. The fact that you only need one game card is still awesome to this day, though I don't think many people will be playing Mario Kart 7 multiplayer nowadays. So you're probably assuming that this game would have some single player content like DS, right? Not only does 7 not have anything remotely made for single player like a mission mode, but it's also lacking content that's been staple since DS. The battle mode here is pretty fun, but it doesn't have as many courses as past games. At least you don't have to be on a team like in Mario Kart Wii here. It's still fun, but not as good as other battle modes. But the biggest offender here is the lack of a versus mode. This is what I was talking about when I said it's all gonna fall apart from here. I really like versus mode. It gives me a way to sort of create my own Grand Prix and play my favorite tracks. So after I finish the Grand Prix, I like to play the versus mode. Playing through every track using versus mode in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on my plane ride to Greece was a lot of fun. But in 7, you can't do that unless you're playing multiplayer. Let's say I want to play my favorite track in the entire series, Waluigi Pinball. I'd have to play through an entire cup just to play it. That's not saying the other tracks are bad, but simply having the option to choose which track you want to play is an essential feature to have. It was in DS and Wii, and it makes no sense not to have it here. They didn't even update the game to have a versus mode. I'm strongly against Nintendo releasing unfinished games and patching them later like they did with Mario Tennis and Kirby, but here, it's a simple mode that's already in the game. They should have updated it to at least have it in single player. So in addition to having a weaker battle mode and no mission mode, there's also no versus mode. So in the content department, Mario Kart 7 is a complete and utter downgrade for Mario Kart DS and Wii. So far we've come to the conclusion that Mario Kart 7 has a weird roster, great gameplay, a fantastic selection of tracks, great presentation, and a severe lack of content. So what's the verdict? When people talk about their favorite Mario Kart nowadays and which is their favorite, they usually bring up Mario Kart Double Dash, DS, Wii, or even 8. I've seen some people like CutieArt55 Red Art say that 7 is his favorite game, and it's always interesting when someone has a favorite Mario Kart other than the big 4, especially if your favorite's Arcade GP. And while I respect your opinion, I'm also going to be blunt and say when you take away Waluigi, Mission Mode, Waluigi, and Versus Mode, it's not going to make Dimitri very happy. Mario Kart 7 is a fine game. Good, I would even call it. But as Scott the Woz said, almost everything new this game added is in subsequent entries, making this game somewhat forgotten. Look at it this way. Mario Kart Double Dash had the double carts. Mario Kart DS had Mission Mode and a Versus Mode. Mario Kart Wii had the bikes and a killer selection of both regular and battle tracks, and Funky Kong. And the arcade games are a novelty of their own. But unless I have the strong urge to play as a giant bee in Mario Kart, I don't often go back to 7. In fact, I'll give you 5 reasons right now why Mario Kart DS is way better than 7. The roster is smaller but also has the essentials and is better. The game has a better battle mode. The game has a versus mode. The game has a mission mode. And overall, it's a much better game. 7 feels like it was rushed to meet the 2011 Christmas season and could have really benefited by having more development time, so I'd say if anything, this game is still worth a playthrough today, and it's still playable online nearly 10 years later, but if I were you, I'd just stick to Mario Kart DS. As you can see, I was underwhelmed by Mario Kart 7. That's not saying it was bad, just disappointing. I mean, how could it not when we don't even have Waluigi as a driver? Fortunately, it looks like Waluigi got his license back, because he would appear as a driver in the next game, Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe. Every time I go to Dave & Buster's, I always have my heart set on playing Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe. I like to get there early to play it, because there's always a line for it, as it's easily the most popular game there. And for good reason too. It's Mario Kart, and who doesn't love Mario Kart? But just like with the other arcade entries, there's a lot that set this game apart from the mainline games. As much as I would love to own the actual arcade machine, to play this game and get footage, I had to, well, you know...
Pirate!
Look, I wouldn't have to if Nintendo put this game on the Switch. Unlike the first two games which ran on the Triforce engine, which is essentially a Wii, this game runs on a modified Windows arcade board, meaning that I'm playing this via Technoparrot on PC. It was a pain to set up, so I'm only going to do a tutorial once I'm 100% sure of how you guys can get it running with no issues. So the question is Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe worthy of its Deluxe moniker? Time to find out. When it comes to the roster, you have the mainstays from Mario Kart 64, but in addition to that, you have some of the Namco characters the arcade games are known for. But unfortunately, Miss Pac-Man, Blinky, and Mamechi are nowhere to be found. This ties into Namco's horrible treatment of the Pac-Man series that started in the 2010s and still lingers on today, and even worse, they use a Ghostly Adventures Pac-Man design. I hate this design. How could you go from this to this ugly thing? Did you know that Sakurai was going to refuse to put Pac-Man in Smash if Namco forced him to use the ugly Ghostly Adventures design? I could see why. So you know what? I'm going to roast Ghostly Adventures Pac-Man to a crisp. You are so ugly that when you look in a mirror, it doesn't just crack, but shatters. You are so ugly that Miss Pac-Man cheated on you with Billy Mitchell. When you were born, the doctor flat out killed your mom. I hate you so much that you actually make me want to play as Pink Gold Peach. In other words, this isn't Pac-Man. You might think this is the worst roster ever, right? Well, it's not. Save that for next episode. Pac-Man might be botched, but Don-chan from Taiko no Tatsujin is here. Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe actually introduced me to the Taiko series, and if you've never played it, I highly recommend it. Just make sure you get the drum as well. Waluigi also returns after he got his license suspended in 7, and I couldn't be happier. But alongside the Mario characters from Arcade GP 1 and 2, we have quite a few more. The selection here is really good. Other than Toadette, most of the Mario mainstays are here. We got Daisy, Rosalina, Bowser Jr., and quite a few others. We couldn't escape Metal Mario, but that doesn't matter as much when my boy Waluigi is here. There are even costumes for characters for the first time ever in Mario Kart, which is great. Overall, I would say the roster is good, but I do wish it had the Namco characters from the first two games. And my gosh, Pac-Man is ugly. Ugly. The gameplay in Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe is very similar to that of the first two arcade games. You use a steering wheel and a gas pedal to play it, and it controls as you would expect it. But unlike the first two games, you can get a boost while drifting, and you will know full well when you get the power boost, because the characters go hard. The gliding and underwater sections also return from Mario Kart 7, which is really great to see. The game also has the hundreds of items Mario Kart arcade games are known for, and they are now updated to fit their modern designs, but along with that, we have some new items as well. There are so many to list, but I'll list some of my favorite items in the game. The mini mushroom acts like a red shell, but shrinks the player. Why this isn't in any other Mario Kart is beyond me. You also have the Chain Chomp returning from Double Dash, though it acts like when the Chain Chomp breaks away from Baby Mario and Luigi instead of a Bullet Bill. And you also have Bowser's Shell and the Giant Banana returning as well. Part of the fun of the arcade games is experimenting with all the different items, and Grand Prix Deluxe is no exception. When it comes to gameplay, I have no complaints, but how are the actual tracks? Since the version I'm playing is a bit older, releasing in 2015, I can't provide footage of all the tracks, and I have yet to play the Donkey Kong Cup. This game received frequent updates from Bandai Namco, which I'll touch on in a bit. We have the Toad Cup, Mario Cup, Don-chan Cup, Bowser Jr. Cup, Bowser Cup, Pac-Man Cup, and the Donkey Kong Cup. There are less tracks than there were in GP2, but how are the tracks themselves? The Toad Cup takes you through the Mushroom Kingdom in 2 tracks that pay great homage to the first Super Mario Bros. I really like when Mario Kart tracks take inspiration from the games, and I really like these tracks. The Mario Cup takes you through an oceanside highway on one track and a sunken ship in another. The Bowser Jr. Cup takes you through essentially an airship level with a section inside the airship, which is really cool. But the best tracks by far are in the Don-chan Cup, Bowser Cup, and Pac-Man Cup. You're taken through a festival in the Don-chan Cup with bright colors, a full-on factory in the Bowser Cup, and Namco Circuit pays tribute to Namco's arcade classics. These tracks are very unique from anything we've seen in Mario Kart, and are accompanied by stunning visuals. While the general layout of the tracks is carried over from GP2 for some of the tracks, I barely noticed it because the theming is so good, and the gliding and underwater sections help break it up too. I would say that the track selection here is great, though I do wish we saw a variation of Rainbow Road, like in the first two arcade games. I would love if these tracks would appear in Mario Kart 9, so let's make it happen, Nintendo. Fun fact! Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe was the first HD Mario Kart and the second HD Mario game. The first HD Mario game was New Super Mario Bros. U, so I'll just pretend that Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe is the first HD Mario game. And despite being the first, my gosh, this game is mesmerizing. The character models are great and very well animated. Everything from their subtle dance on the carts to the power boost animations are excellent. The tracks are crisp, vibrant, and colorful, and while playing Bowser's Factory specifically for this video, I felt sucked into the game. It's that good. I thought Mario Kart 8 was the best looking Mario Kart game, but I'm starting to have second thoughts. Both are beautiful looking games, but Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe has the advantage of having characters being more animated, along with being a lot more colorful. And that music, it's so good. It goes for the more techno style the arcade games are known for, and because some of you may have never heard it, I'll play some of my favorites. The live commentary is back from GP2, though it's unfortunately lacking the talent from Justin Berti.
What am I, chopped liver?
But overall, I have nothing but praise for the presentation, and it's a huge part of what makes Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe so great. Content in Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe is a bit more complicated than usual, and that's the fact that there's an international and Japanese versions, which are radically different. If you go to an arcade in the West, you'll be able to race in single or multiplayer. Because this is an arcade game, it's acceptable. You can race like normal, but in addition to the standard racing, there's a co-op tank mode. This allows one player to control a tank, and the other to shoot shells when someone gets a fusion card item. This is an absolute blast to play, and is the reason why I think this game would be perfect on the multiplayer-focused Switch. Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe and Double Dash are the only Mario Kart games to have a co-op mode, and it's something that needs to return in Mario Kart 9. But going over to Japan, arcades are much more prevalent there. Bandai Namco has this thing called Bana Passport, which lets you save your progress. Originally I thought it was called Banana Passport, though I really wish it was called that. You can unlock characters, carts, items, and even variations of carts and characters, and if you play it on Techno Parrot, you'll be able to play the Japanese versions with all the bells and whistles. You'll even get to play it online too. But alongside that, Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe has received frequent updates even as recent as 2020, with new characters, tracks, and more. Hard to believe that a game released in 2013 for arcades is still getting updates, while the quote-unquote star Mario Kart on the Switch hasn't gotten squat. The international version does get these updates, though sometimes infrequently depending on the region. So in the content department, Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe has more than enough content in the Japanese version, but is a bit barren in the international release. Though because the arcade culture is different, I understand it. If they ever release this game on the Switch, they need to go with the Japanese version as a basis. So far, Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe has a good roster with the ugliest Pac-Man ever, great gameplay, a great selection of tracks, a stellar presentation, and a good amount of content. So what's the verdict? Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe is the most underrated Mario Kart ever, hands down. While it does have the flaws of ugly Pac-Man and no Rainbow Road, in the grand scheme of things, these are minor issues compared to how brilliant the rest of the game is. It takes the gameplay of the first two arcade games, refines it, and tops it off with more items, characters, and a gorgeous presentation. That's why I like to call it the best Mario Kart you may have never played, because unfortunately, some of you have never played this gem of a game. Let Nintendo and Bandai Namco know that you want to see this game on the Switch, be it Twitter or emailing or anything, because this is a Mario Kart like no other that is absolutely deserving of its deluxe moniker. Shortly after Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe, another HD Mario Kart would be released on Nintendo's hot new system, the Wii U. Mario Kart 8 was the first Mario Kart I was fully on the barrel hype train for. Ever since the day it was announced, I was excited for it. Every trailer, every new bit of information, and even the Bill Nye the Science Guy styled Mario Kart 8 Direct kept me more and more hyped for the game. I even got to play the game 2 weeks early at a GameStop, and on that train, I met T&D. He was also very excited for Mario Kart 8, and it's what started our friendship. Say hello, T&D.
Hey everyone, Ty the guy from T&D Productions once again. Mario Kart 8 was such a monumental moment for the franchise, as it was the first mainline Mario Kart to be on an HD console. Not only that, but on the way to the build-up was when Dimitri and I became great friends. I remember we had a whole conversation about the year of Luigi, which spiraled into rampant Mario Kart 8 speculation, like who was going to be announced to be in the roster next, and what new tracks there could be for DLC. I even expressed my hatred for Super Circuit because it is genuinely awful. But this game not only was a premier Mario Kart title for the ill-fated Wii U, but for the premiere of an awesome friendship. So strap in, hold on to your tires, and get ready to go upside down as we dive back into this 7-year-old game. My god, I'm old.
For this episode, we'll be collabing once again just like we did for Mario Kart DS. And keep in mind, I will be going over the game with all the DLC included. Though to be fair, my opinion would be the same without it. It's time to dust off that Wii U and answer the question of, is Mario Kart 8 as good as it was hyped up to be? Time to find out.
There were a few differences between the Mario Kart 8 beta and the final game. The biggest one being that you could originally hold 2 items in the E3 demo, but not in the final. Another one being that Shy Guy Bazaar was going to be included in the DLC, but was scrapped in favor of other tracks. Found that to be bizarre. There was also a mechanic that would allow you to drill and go underground with the cart, but that was scrapped because it wasn't interesting enough. Really not that interesting. Finally, it turns out Kamek was going to have a second chance to race after being cut from Mario Kart 64. But unfortunately, he got cut once again. I don't understand it. Kamek is one of the most recognizable Mario characters, and he's never appeared as a playable character in Mario Kart. Guess he's drunk. Other than that, the beta differences range from tweaked visuals, different UI elements, and stuff like that.
Do we really need to talk about the roster? Let's talk about something less horrible like the toenail scene from SpongeBob or Paper Mario Sticker Star. Actually, wait a minute, no, this roster is better than Paper Mario Sticker Star. But that's like saying Mario Tennis Ultra Smash is better than Mario Party 10. In other words, this roster is really, really bad. The good news is most of the mainstays are here, while Luigi is back, so that gives 8's roster a bit of an edge. But oh my gosh, the problem starts with the new characters added. Mario Kart Double Dash added a ton of new characters. Wii's newcomers were pretty great as well. But here, you got the 7 Koopalings, which I actually really like. Never had a problem with them. But then you have the only other Mario characters. Tanuki Mario and Cat Peach were DLC, and although I don't love them, they were at least established and from actual games. Guys, I'm about to have an aneurysm talking about these next 2 characters. Baby Rosalina is essentially bad Wii era fan art brought to life. She has no reason to be in Mario Kart, and she contradicts Rosalina's story from Super Mario Galaxy. And the next character... Okay guys, I don't know if I'm mentally prepared for this. This is a character that is... Alright. I need to calm down. Talk about this like a man. This is a character that is by far the worst Mario Kart character, worst Mario character, and the dumbest idea for a character in existence. Pink, Gold, Peach. With Metal Mario, I don't like him, but at least he was in Super Mario 64. Peach has never been able to use the metal cap, and even on the occasions where she was able to turn into metal, she never turned into pink gold. This is lazy character design at its absolute worst, which effectively created the worst Mario character in existence. Now I understand why Paper Mario has those character mandates. I wouldn't hate these characters as much if the roster was good, but we are missing so many characters. Where the heck are Diddy Kong, Birdo, Dry Bones, King Boo, Funky Kong, and most importantly, where on earth is Bowser Jr. when all 7 Koopalings are in the game? But don't worry, at least we got Link, Isabelle, and the Villager. This game formally introduced guest characters into mainline Mario Kart. Some people love them, and some people hate them, but in my honest opinion, if the roster was good, I wouldn't mind these guest characters. My philosophy is if we can't have Diddy Kong but can have Link, something just isn't right. The guest characters in the arcade games are cool, because the roster is good for the kind of games that they are, and the novelty factor. I also have an unprecedented love for Pac-Man, so you can count that too. But here, it just doesn't feel right. Mario Kart 7 might have had an overall worse roster due to the lack of the Great Purple One, but I would argue 7's roster at least introduced cool Mario characters, with the exception of Metal Mario. But this roster is so abysmal, and brought us Pink Gold Peach, so I would say it's a very close second. What do you think, TND?
Oh, I'll give you my thoughts on the roster, alright. Have you ever wondered what it'd be like to play as pennies, nickels, dimes, while Mario Kart 8's got you covered with Metal Mario and Pink Gold Peach? Oh, not enough? Well, how about more babies? Look at them! It's like they're only there because they have no other choice. And of course, Nope. This is where I draw the line with my sarcasm. Baby Rosalina! Alright, so as you can see, Mario Kart 8's roster is one that isn't very fun to me personally. I mean, sure, we got some neat DLC like Link and some Animal Crossing dudes, and of course the F-Zero track. I mean, come on, no Captain Falcon. But when the base roster of the game is filled to the brim with filler choices that could easily have been costumes for other characters, it makes you wonder why the game is called Mario Kart if it isn't a celebration of things Mario. Even Bowser Jr. was left out. Come on! But for me, this roster is pretty weak. And to be honest, a weak roster is kind of a Mario Kart staple, so am I surprised? No. But I am disappointed, and my day is ruined.
The gameplay of Mario Kart 8 is what I like to call the magnetic style of gameplay. Unlike Mario Kart Wii, where the physics felt a bit more realistic to karts and bikes, Mario Kart 8 has physics that are more similar to bumper carts. It's a bit hard to explain if you never played the game, but the controls and movement feel a lot tighter than in prior Mario Kart games. Some people don't like this, but I really like it. The controls are always super responsive and work exactly how you want them to. Now I'm referring to the standard button controls, as I found tilt controls to not be responsive as they were in Wii, and a bit wonky. Gliding and underwater sections are back too, and work just as they did in 7 and GP DX. And along with that, 12-player races and bikes are back from Mario Kart Wii. 12-player races function the same, but the bikes are really just cosmetically different unless you use a sports bike that has a sort of inside drift. So that means no wheelies. We also have ATVs here, or as they're called in Greece, Rurunia, which don't really have any unique attribute, but they certainly do look cool, and if you want to have more options to see Rosalina and Daisy in their biker outfits, it's good for that too. Let's hope Pauline gets one in Mario Kart 9. But where Mario Kart 8 really mixes things up is with the addition of anti-gravity. This mechanic allows for you to drive up walls and get an extra speed boost when bumping into players. After playing the game for years, it really didn't do much to change up the gameplay. The boosts you can get are nice, but you don't really feel like you're actually driving upside down, but you do drive on walls some of the time. You can see all the anti-gravity action via replays, but other than that, it doesn't feel like much. Double carts, bikes, and to an extent gliding in underwater sections were a game changer, but anti-gravity, not so much. It does bring some nice flow to tracks though, but where Mario Kart 8 also differs is with the way items work. Fortunately here, the item balance is much better than it was in Mario Kart Wii, and the new items are excellent here too. The Boomerang Flower lets you throw a boomerang up to 3 times, and hit players. The Crazy 8 is an evolution of the Lucky 7 from Mario Kart 7, giving you 8 items at once, and the Potted Piranha Plants eats things in your way, and the biggest new addition is the Super Horn, finally giving you a way to dodge that pesky blue shell. You can even get it in first place too, albeit a bit rarely, but there's a catch. You can only carry 1 item at a time. This wouldn't be so much of an issue if it wasn't for the coin. This item returned from Super Mario Kart and is utterly useless. You can only collect 10 coins per track, and you'll never have a problem obtaining more coins. So when one appears in an item box, it's essentially like not getting an item at all, making you vulnerable for a longer period of time. I never thought I'd be excited to see a green shell or banana, but Mario Kart 8 changed that for me. But there is a positive. The 1 item mechanic can add strategy to the game. Should I use a horn to smash the red shell, or wait for a potential blue shell? Should I use a shell to defend myself, or throw it at an oncoming player? It's cool that there is some strategy here, but looking back at it, I do think the 2 items that were present in the past Mario Kart games would have been better to have, or better yet, the removal of the coin entirely. But overall, the gameplay is as tight and responsive as Mario Kart has ever been, and it's a blast to play. Despite the few issues, everything from the controls to mechanics feel really good here, and the item balance isn't an issue like it has been before. But what do you think, TND?
Mario Kart 8 introduced a lot of new gameplay mechanics that I think really perfected and improved the overall Mario Kart experience. The biggest thing that was introduced was the brand spanking new anti-gravity mechanic. It isn't as crazy as Nintendo marketed it to be, but what it does do is introduce a subtle new mechanic involving bumping. Besides going on walls and going up and down and all around, when you bump into other players on the field, instead of actually hitting their car with force, because you're in anti-gravity mode, the carts actually boost off of each other instead, creating a new learning curve for these sections in particular, and spicing up the gameplay from the newly implemented glider and underwater sections previously introduced in Mario Kart 7. Additionally, new items made their debut in this game such as the Lucky 8, a successor to the Lucky 7 ability from Mario Kart 7, the boomerang, allowing you to throw boomerangs a la 3D Land and 3D World, and of course, the super horn, which allows you within a certain radius to shockwave opponents near you. And more importantly, get rid of that dang blue shell! Finally! The first time in Mario Kart history we're able to avoid this annoying item. With this said though, there aren't many moments when I really use it though. The item balance in Mario Kart 8 is almost a bit too fair in my opinion, to the point where the blue shell is almost non-existent. And then sometimes the super horn can get a little OP, but otherwise, these new additions to the game keep the tried and true Mario Kart gameplay fresh and of course, energized.
The amount of tracks in Mario Kart 8 is the highest in the entire series, being 48, but as the old saying goes, quality over quantity. But in this case, there's both quality and quantity. The new tracks in the game are really good. Tracks like Toad Harbor, Sunshine Airport, Mount Wario, Electrodrome, which is actually not Electrodome, thanks Jordan for that fun fact, and Shy Guy Falls being amongst my favorites. While I don't think the Nitro tracks were as good as they were in Mario Kart Wii, I do think that there's a really great selection here, and it's amongst the best in the series. There are even courses based on The Legend of Zelda, Animal Crossing, Excitebike, and F-Zero respectively, which are really cool, well-designed tracks that are a ton of fun to play, and have unique sound design too. But where Mario Kart 8 shines even more is what they did to retro tracks. In prior games, retro tracks were essentially ripped from the game that they were originally from, with very minimal change. Mario Kart 8 makes a lot of these retro tracks feel like brand new tracks with new addition, more mechanics, and sometimes better theming. Toad's Turnpike feels like a completely new track thanks to the anti-gravity and gliding sections. Rainbow Road 64 was notorious for being an overly long and boring track, but here, they actually made it so much fun that it's better than Mario Kart 8's own Rainbow Road. I just wish it was longer. Mario Kart 8 has an outstanding collection of tracks, and made even better with the fresh take on retro tracks. But what do you think, T&D?
I think quite honestly these tracks are some of the best in Mario Kart history. Not just because their themes and locations are fantastic, but the design for them is simple yet intricate. Going back to what I was saying before with the anti-gravity mechanic, not only is this new feature in brand new tracks, but also in retro tracks as well. No old track was left unscathed. Every single track in Mario Kart 8 works to the strengths of its new mechanics, creating some experiences that might even rival past entries and previous iterations of tracks. The combination of anti-gravity, glider, and underwater sections breathe new life into these classic tracks we all know and love, and give a fresh spin on them, to the point where they might as well be new tracks inspired by their originals. Some of the best track design in the series and some of the best evolution in Mario Kart track design by far.
I praise the Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix series like no tomorrow, and part of that praise comes from the presentation. All the arcade games are stunning to look at, and in the Mario Kart Wii episode of Mario Kart Origins, I said, if only Bandai Namco could help work on a mainline Mario Kart. You know what that's called? Foreshadowing. The difference between Mario Kart Wii and 8 is night and day. Mario Kart Wii didn't look great, but Mario Kart 8, the visuals here are stunning. These tracks have so much attention to detail, making them really stand out. The textures and models are of extremely high quality, and even the characters like Mario have their mustache move through the wind. Despite the game approaching 7 years old, this is still one of the greatest looking Nintendo games ever made. The only thing I would say looks better is Luigi's Mansion 3, and that's saying a lot considering how good games like Breath of the Wild, Super Mario Odyssey, and most other Nintendo games look. It actually does remind me a bit of Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix, because the characters hold items in their hands, and the tracks are highly detailed, which is a great thing. The music is also great, being fully orchestrated for the first time, even going for a big band style. While techno is my preferred style of music for Mario Kart, this jazz style of music is really great, and I can appreciate it for what it is. Though for the next Mario Kart, I would prefer something along the lines of the techno found in Vancouver Velocity and Berlin Byways 2. Needless to say, the presentation here is absolutely breathtaking after all these years. What do you think, T&D?
While this game is over 7 years old, Nintendo, this game, while showing some of its age now, still looks nothing short of fantastic. I can tell you that when I first saw the trailer for Mario Kart 8, all the way back in summer of 2013, man am I old, that I was absolutely blown away by the level of detail in not only the tracks, but the character models. I was so used to how ugly Mario Kart Wii looked that I couldn't believe the jump in graphics at the time to HD. It was absolutely mesmerizing to look at, and it still is a gorgeous game to look at today. There's so many details in the tracks too. Whether it's Shy Guys mining for diamonds, or Pokies in the sand wiggling around, there's always something to admire in Mario Kart 8.
I'm gonna warn you guys, shiitake mushrooms are about to hit the fan. We've established that Mario Kart 8 has a great selection of tracks and great gameplay, but that's all there really is. You have Grand Prix, multiplayer, versus, which I'm glad is here after 7, and time trials. There's also a super fast racing class being 200cc. This is the first time 200cc was in Mario Kart, and it's super fast and takes some practice, but once you get used to it, it's so much fun. Multiplayer is great as always, and the online works really well. It even had voice chat in the lobby, which is something Nintendo Switch Online can't do. Then there was Mario Kart TV, which allows you to edit replays and upload them to YouTube. You could also unlock stamps that were used for the defunct Miiverse and time trials, so at least it wasn't utterly useless. Still would have preferred to unlock Funky Kong. But what is useless is the battle mode. The battle mode is only balloon battle, and instead of dedicated arenas, you battle on tracks. This battle mode isn't a battle mode, and it's not fun at all to play. It's almost like the developers were a college student, forgetting they had an assignment due, and threw something together a day before just so they could turn something in. And that's the biggest complaint people had with Mario Kart 8. How do you feel, T&D?
I'm gonna give my thoughts on this the same way Nintendo put thought into this. In summation, it's practically non-existent. That is all.
The big three problems people had with Mario Kart 8 were the poor roster, one-item system, and lack of a battle mode. But about 3 years later, Nintendo released an upgraded port of Mario Kart 8 on their new system, the Switch, called Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Now I know what some of you are thinking, why isn't Dimitri making an entire episode about Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? The answer to that question is, if Nintendo can't put in the effort to make a new Mario Kart on Switch, then why should I put in the effort to make a video on it? Goes both ways. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe added quite a bit to improve Mario Kart 8, and it improved on a lot. You can carry 2 items once again, making the coin less of an issue and the overall item balance better. You can also triple turbo boost with the new patented Waluigi Sparks. New characters were added such as Dry Bones, King Boo, and most notably Bowser Jr. returning from Mario Kart Wii, along with the Inklings, and Gold Mario being an unlockable for completing all 200cc cups with gold trophies. The roster still isn't great, but if Mario Kart 8's roster was bleeding, then Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's roster put a bandage over it. But most importantly, the game has a good, proper battle mode, and a really good battle mode at that. You have 8 arenas to choose from, with 5 new and 3 retro. While I would have liked to see more, the arenas are really fleshed out and a lot of fun to play. Now this is how you make a battle mode. But where it gets even better is with all the modes. Not only do you have Balloon and Coin Battle, but you also have Bob-omb Blast, Shine Thief, and a new mode called Renegade Roundup. Bob-omb Blast is like Balloon Battle, but with only bombs. It is literally and metaphorically a blast. Shine Thief has you trying to keep a shine and stop others from stealing it for 20 seconds, and it can get really tense, but it's also really fun. Finally, Renegade Roundup is essentially cops and robbers, with the Piranha Plants being the police, and no Piranha Plants being the robbers. All these modes are super fleshed out and are a ton of fun to play, and if I were to be honest with you, I actually had more fun playing the battle mode in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe than the actual tracks. While I do have some criticisms being the lack of on-time battles, the battle mode is by far the best in the series, and in my opinion, really gave Mario Kart 8 Deluxe an edge over the original Mario Kart 8. It's time for an update. No, not the kind of update that lets you enjoy golf slated for the fall and delayed towards a winter update. An actual substantial update that changed the course of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe forever. In February of 2022, it was announced the long-awaited successor to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe would not be a sequel at all. It was just DLC for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. At the time, I was livid. We waited 8 years, and all we got was DLC? I was sick of Mario Kart 8. I didn't want to play more of it. And the first wave of DLC, oh man, it was bad. It truly was the salt poured over the wound. It was determined very quickly that these tracks were ported directly from Mario Kart Tour, the mobile Mario Kart game, and visually, they looked pretty awful and out of place. The DLC was initially lazy, and left an awful first impression. Visually, the tracks looked quite bad, and the selection itself really wasn't any better. The tour tracks were cool, but Toad Circuit? Shroom Ridge? I'm on a bad sleep schedule, but that's not how I want to end up falling asleep. After an underwhelming Wave 1, I wasn't excited for Wave 2 in the slightest, but shockingly enough, Wave 2 did see some substantial improvements. The tracks visually looked better, and the selection was far more interesting. It appeared the DLC could be redeemed, and starting with Wave 3, the DLC has remained consistent. The Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass went a full-on anti-gravity, making a complete 180. Starting with Wave 3, the tracks visually became on par with the base tracks, and there was a lot done to optimize them for Mario Kart 8, not to mention Wave 3's incredible selection of tracks. With Wave 4, some tracks were iffy, but only because the original tracks were iffy. The new Yoshi's Island track became my second favorite track in the entire Mario Kart series, only behind Waluigi Pinball, and this is when the DLC started to include new characters. Berta was the first one added, to coincide with Yoshi's Island or Bangkok Rush, I'm not sure, but she's a fan favorite and an excellent addition. And in Wave 5, we got 3 new characters, being Petey Piranha, Wiggler making an unexpected return from Mario Kart 7, and Kamek finally being playable in a mainline Mario Kart game. The quality of Wave 3 and beyond exceeded my expectations, and the new characters were really the cherry on the sundae. I also love how the DLC effectively preserves Mario Kart Tour's tracks. The city tracks are really cool, and it's great being able to play them in a console Mario Kart game. And even when Mario Kart Tour servers go down, these tracks will be here. I'm hoping we do get more characters, because it's not difficult to bring over characters from Tour, and it would be awesome to see an even better roster. But as it stands, did Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with the DLC finally satisfy the need for Mario Kart 9? If the DLC remained the quality of Wave 1, absolutely not. But considering how much it's improved and how good the new tracks are, and just how much content they add, I would say absolutely. I never in a million years thought I would say that, but with the DLC, it's excellent new content that can at least hold me over for Mario Kart 9 for about a year or two more. And the good news is that Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is already a great game. There's always a fear Nintendo will launch Mario Kart 9 unfinished with free updates, but that couldn't happen with 8 Deluxe. Though judging by the Mario Strikers disaster, I think it's safe to say Nintendo has learned. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is hands down the best Mario Kart game ever made, but a lot of it wouldn't have been possible without Mario Kart Tour existing alongside it, so let's see how that game turned out. Mario Kart Tour has a bit of a soft spot for me. In 2019, I made a video called Just What is Mario Kart Tour, Nintendo's biggest mobile game yet. While the video isn't anything too special, what is special is that it's the most popular video on my channel at over 260,000 views. Not only did it get a lot of views, but it got me to 1,000 subscribers, brought a lot of you to the channel, and helped turn this channel into what it is today. I'm known to be the Mario Kart channel in a way, and without Mario Kart Tour, we may not be where we are today. And for most of 2019, I was the Mario Kart Tour channel. I reported on news about the game, speculated about it, and made a lot of videos on it. This episode of Mario Kart Origins right here is the grand finale of the Mario Kart Tour saga, being the grand retrospective and review of the game. However, what happened in 2019 will not affect my opinion of the game. I am looking at it with a critical eye and will be honest with all of you, and for a game like this, that is especially important. There are games that are pretty much universally acclaimed, such as The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Super Mario Odyssey, until Twitter brats got a hold of them. Then you have games that some people like, and some people detest, like Paper Mario the Origami King, and yes, as much as it pains me to say not enough people hate this game, Pokemon Sword and Shield. But then you have the games that are essentially unanimously considered bad. Games like Paper Mario Sticker Star, Mario Party 10, Mario Tennis Ultra Smash, Chibi Robo Ziplash, and games like that are ones that have such a bad reputation that they've become notorious for their legendary poor quality. That's not to say everybody hates them, because there are the masochists who enjoy Sticker Star, but the majority of the people hate these games. Mario Kart Tour is one of these cases. Don't believe me? The proof is in the 4 AM chocolate pudding.
Rarely do I feel like a Nintendo game kind of borders on bad, but just being bad, and this is kind of one of those situations here.
Can you believe Mario Kart Tour is the worst one in the series?
Years, we've been longing to play something like Mario Kart on our phones. Alas, this turned out to be a lesson in be careful what you wish for, because Mario Kart Tour turned out to be Nintendo's Candy Crush saga.
I disliked Mario Kart Tour. It looks like a quality Mario Kart game, but it isn't particularly fun to play.
I'm sure we're all aware of why Mario Kart Tour has become notorious for being a so-called bad game. We'll go into more detail about the problems with Mario Kart Tour in this video, but despite all the negativity surrounding it, what kind of a nutcase could find any positives in this game? I'm that nutcase. But just like how peanuts often have 2 nuts per shell, I'm not the only nut here. I will be joined by 64 iOS, who also collabed with me for the Mario Kart Wii episode of Origins to cover the most infamous Mario Kart ever. Say hello, 64 iOS.
Yo, what's going on everyone? Ray here, aka 64 iOS, the guy that does the Smash mods. Thank you so much for having me on again, Demeech. The Mario Kart Wii episode of Mario Kart Origins was a blast to work on, so I'm excited to join you today to talk about Mario Kart Tour, which is actually one of my favorite Mario Kart games in the series. Yeah, I bet not a lot of people say that.
Great to have you on here. So the question is Mario Kart Tour truly the worst Mario Kart ever made? Time to find out. Here's a first. I don't need to research the beta of Mario Kart Tour, because I was actually able to participate in it. From May 22nd to June 4th, 2019, Nintendo held a closed beta for Mario Kart Tour that I was lucky enough to participate in. I was actually on a vacation in Greece during the entire beta, and I don't just bring this up because I miss Greece dearly and wish I could go back this year, but as long as you have a North American or Japanese Nintendo ID, you could enter and have a chance to be in a closed Nintendo beta if they ever do it for another game. I was debating whether or not to show footage of the beta, as Nintendo said not to share footage, but this is when the game wasn't even out, and even so, you had major news outlets like IGN and Nintendo Life sharing screenshots and videos of it. You'll also get a good understanding of what the game was initially like by looking at the beta footage, rather than having me just talk about it. The beta isn't drastically different, but it has enough differences to make it noteworthy. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the beta of Mario Kart Tour. Despite the beta releasing only 4 months before the game officially launched, the game looked pretty rough. As you can see, the animations are a bit stiff, and there's minimal lighting and textures. The UI is also a little bit different, with different fonts being used, along with it being a lot more basic in design. Rubies were also originally emeralds, which I honestly think look better. But the biggest difference between the beta and the final game was this. You see what I just unlocked right here? Those hearts weren't Nintendo saying I love you. Nope. This game used a stamina system. Each race would cost 1 heart, and if you ran out, you'd have to wait until they'd be refilled, or assumingly be able to purchase more. I honestly hate when mobile games do this, because when I get into a game, I want to keep on playing. If a heart system is in place, I just avoid the game. It's a huge turnoff, and enough people complained about it that Nintendo got rid of it in the final game. Good riddance. It ruined Dr. Mario World for me, and I'm so glad Nintendo got rid of it. But don't worry, there's plenty of other problems in Mario Kart Tour to make up for it. That about covers it for the beta of the game, and Nintendo worked on the game for a little under 4 months before officially releasing it. Mario Kart Tour's roster is constantly growing, so I'm judging it as of February 2021. But regardless of who else is added, this is already the best, hands down, no questions asked, best roster in the entire Mario Kart series. Almost every Mario Kart character is here. You have all the mainstays, but you also have the return of fan favorites such as Berto, Diddy Kong, and most importantly the ape, the myth, the legend himself, Funky Kong. The only characters missing are the Namco characters, Koopa Paratroopa, Petey Piranha, Rob, Wiggler, Honey Queen, and Tanuki Mario. And let me tell you, I guarantee a majority of them will be in the game in due time. And yes, even Donkey Kong Jr. returned after 30 years, but had to sign a contract that he would be only shown in pixel form. It's really cool regardless, and the new characters? No baby pink gold Peach or yellow topaz Wario this time around. Instead we have fan favorites such as Pauline, Hammer Brother, Dixie Kong, Nabbit, and even some fun unexpected choices like King Babam and Monty Mole. On its own, this roster would be stellar. But wait, there's more! This game has a ton of costumes for characters, and some people have asked me, don't you hate all the costumes taking up slots? The thing is, Pink Gold Peach is awful in Mario Kart 8 because she's lazily designed and she was put in the game in place of fan favorites like Diddy Kong, Birdo, and strangely enough Bowser Jr. But all the mainstays are pretty much here, and the costumes here are excellently designed and look cool. You can't tell me you don't love Lederhosen Luigi, Party Time Lakitu and Pauline, and freaking Bus Driver Waluigi. Needless to say, the roster is great, but there's a major catch. Good luck trying to unlock all the characters you want. The way you unlock characters is mostly by using the pipe. This is where you spend rubies and essentially gamble for characters. You'll often get a bunch of junk you already have. I don't need a 100th Baby Peach. I want to get Lederhosen Luigi for crying out loud. But this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Mario Kart Tour's major problems. What do you think, 64 iOS?
Oh my gosh. The roster in Mario Kart Tour is absolutely incredible. This is easily the greatest Mario Kart roster so far. Heck, even one of the best rosters in the entire Super Mario series. I would have never thought we'd get characters like Dixie Kong in Mario Kart, and seeing Funky Kong finally return to Mario Kart after so long seriously put tears in my eyes. The last time any character reveal made me that emotional was when Banjo and Kazooie were added to Smash, so this was pretty huge for me. After the huge disappointment of Mario Kart 7 and 8's roster, this game proved to me that with the right characters, the roster of Mario Kart games could still be hype as hell. This is one of the main reasons why I really love this game so much. Plus the character costumes that Tor gets are also really great, with the Mario Maker outfits and Halloween Rosalina being some of my favorites. Too bad this amazing roster is locked behind a gacha paywall though.
When it comes to Nintendo's mobile games, most of them are simplified experiences. Super Mario Run is an auto runner, Animal Crossing Pocket Camp is a light version of Animal Crossing, and Dr. Mario World changed up the gameplay making it more touchscreen friendly, which makes sense for mobile games, but I do find it that it makes these mobile games feel like inferior versions of their console counterparts, which, let's be real, they are. But in Mario Kart Tour's case, it's straight up Mario Kart. The only way it's simplified is that you auto-accelerate, but to be fair, how often do you take your thumb off the gas in Mario Kart anyway? You swipe to steer, and to drift, you press the drift button and then steer. And to use items, you just tap the screen. When the game launched, a lot of people complained about the controls. There wasn't a dedicated drift button, and the game used to only be in portrait mode. I never had an issue with them, but the game in its current state controls very well despite only using a touchscreen. However, Mario Kart Tour's gameplay does differ quite a bit from previous Mario Kart games. At its core, it's Mario Kart, but rather than just going for first place, there's more to it than just that. There's a score system in place, and depending on your score, you can get Grand Stars. Grand Stars are used to unlock things such as characters, carts, gliders, coins, and those precious rubies. You can actually get 8th place, and it won't matter if you have a high score enough to get all 5 Grand Stars. The way you can really rack up points is by getting combos. By collecting coins, landing hits with items, doing tricks, and even drifting, you can actually get a combo if you keep doing these things in a row. You would think you'd be able to get a high score by just being good at the game, right? Well, that's where more of the mobile aspect comes into play. Every character has a preferred course. These characters allow you to get up to 3 items, then the others get 2 items, and the rest get 1 item. What really sets the preferred characters apart is that they can use item frenzies. This replaces a superstar, includes invincibility, and allows you to use any item for a brief period of time and just spam it like no tomorrow. And by any item, I mean any item. As horrifying as it sounds, yes, that even includes blue shells. There are even upgraded variants of special items once you reach a certain level, which makes the items even more powerful. But funnily enough, the item balance is actually good. It's not like Mario Kart Wii where you get hit with 5 blue shells in a race, and despite how crazy the item frenzies are, the items aren't too out of control. Characters also have special items for the first time since Double Dash, not counting the arcade games, and I absolutely love special items because they give more meaning to characters other than just being your favorite, and there's quite a few new items as well. There are quite a few to list, so I'll mention my favorites. The Ice Flower allows you to freeze your opponents, and I'm surprised it wasn't in a Mario Kart game sooner. The Giga Bomb gives you a giant bomb to use that's essentially the Bowser shell of bombs, and the Coin Box showers attract with coins, which yes, they're actually useful in this game. While some items like the Mushroom Cannon and Dash Ring suck because they give your opponents an edge, these items are pretty great, and even the Mega Mushroom return, though it's not the same without the music. You can also increase your chance of getting a certain item by picking a glider that features the item, and speaking of that, this game has a leveling up system for characters, carts, and gliders that allow for more points, increasing frenzy odds, and stuff like that. You can also level up your own rank to get more coins, rubies, and more things in the shop. I will definitely get into the whole leveling up aspect, but before I do that, let's talk about the 3 types of currency. Coins are used to buy items in the shop, though if you play the game for a bit, you'll have everything from the shop, making coins a bit useless once you've unlocked everything, since there's a set selection of things sold in the shop. Event tokens are the green tokens that you can use in the event shop, though they only last for the certain tour, which means 2 weeks. And the rubies are used in the pipe, where you can unlock all the good stuff, but good luck trying to do that. I find the event shop to usually have the best items, and you can get as many event tokens as you want, so if you want to grind for them, you can. Coins, however, have a cap at 300 per day, unless there's a bonus coin event. Now, I know what some of you may be thinking. Is the game pay to win? And unfortunately, it does have a lot of aspects that are. Sometimes it's impossible to get 5 Grand Stars unless you have the right character, and this means you won't even have a chance of getting the grand prize in the Rank Cup. You could also try to unlock characters via the pipe, but to guarantee characters would cost a lot of rubies. I honestly never recommend buying rubies because it's a gamble. If a character you like is a reward, get the Grand Stars to unlock them, or if you need the Gold Pass, subscribe and then unsubscribe. That way at least you know what you're getting. I don't have a problem with Nintendo trying to make money, but what I do have a problem with is the way they handled it. If the characters' carts and gliders only had the special item and had a different weight class and could be flat out purchased for a reasonable price, I'd be fine with that. But the fact that you sometimes need certain characters to win, which you need to spend a lot of money and gamble for, that's a pretty awful thing. This right here is mobile gaming bullcrap at its absolute worst, and it's a level I never thought Nintendo would stoop so low to do, especially in a Mario game. I get that the mobile market works different, but this is going too far. So far the general gameplay is pretty good, but the point system and pay-to-win elements can be a major problem. What do you think, 64 iOS?
In my opinion, Mario Kart Tour kind of feels like a beefed up mission mode from Mario Kart DS, since as Dimitri mentioned earlier, the goal isn't exactly to aim for first place, but to gather enough points in each race to receive 5 Grand Stars. Heck, speaking of mission mode, every 4th level of a cup is a Mario Kart DS mission mode like level, which is pretty cool because we haven't had anything like that in a Mario Kart game in a while. But Dimitri will talk about this mode a little bit more later on in the video. But anyways, overall, I really enjoy the gameplay of Tour. All of the new items are a blast to use, and I love how chaotic the game gets with frenzies. And as for the controls of the game, I think they're decent for touch controls. Sure, nothing beats using a real controller, but Tour's touch controls are great after getting used to them. But I'll admit, I've had a few times where the controls don't register my inputs correctly, which really sucks when you're trying to get a high score in rank mode, since it could easily ruin your combo.
Rather than having a set selection of cups that's the same, Mario Kart Tour's tracks rotate every 2 weeks. I would prefer if you could play every track at any time in Mario Kart Tour, but that's just how it is. Mario Kart Tour is a bit unusual when it comes to tracks, and that's the fact that it mostly consists of retro tracks. A majority of them are straight from Mario Kart 7, which is good because that game had a pretty great selection of tracks, but there are also retro tracks not found in Mario Kart 7. A few SNES tracks are remade, and they were actually able to make Vanilla Lake a fun track. Sunset Wilds, which is my favorite track in Super Circuit, also returns in this game, and is accompanied by a great remix, and a few of the tracks found in Mario Kart 8 return here as well, such as Royal Raceway and Yoshi Circuit. Unfortunately, there are no Nitro tracks from Mario Kart 8 in this game, but guess Nintendo needs to sell 8 Deluxe somehow. You would think these tracks would get stale, but no! Nintendo did something brilliant here. This game introduced reverse, trick, and remix tracks. Reverse tracks have you playing through the course backwards, trick tracks add ramps and such, reverse trick tracks are a combination of both, and remix tracks add new obstacles and paths. These are way cooler than the mirrored tracks found in the other Mario Kart games, as it makes these tracks have a whole new spin and feel different. I would love to see them return in Mario Kart 9, and along with that, these tracks do have improvements like they did in 8 to make them feel new again. Choco Mountain has a gem mine, Airship Fortress has a pirate thing going on, and there's even a sequel to Calamari Desert that takes you through the railway. Needless to say, these retro tracks are pretty great, and just as good as they were in 8. But where Mario Kart Tour shines even more is with the new tracks. Every once in a while, we get city tracks. These are tracks based on real-world locations, such as New York, Tokyo, Paris, London, Vancouver, Los Angeles, and most recently Berlin. These tracks are by far the best in the game, and they don't appear very often, but when they do, it's always a treat to play them. The layout of these tracks is good, and it's well suited for the gameplay style of Mario Kart Tour, but where it gets even better is with the theming. Every track represents their cities are based off beautifully and accurately. There's also a Christmas themed track called Merry Mountain, which does a very good job bringing you in the Christmas spirit, along with being one of the few Christmas themed levels in Mario. These new tracks are the highlight of Mario Kart Tour, hands down. I just wish they were more frequent and there were more of them. Some ideas I had for locations are Cairo, Egypt, where you're racing through the pyramids, a Madagascar-inspired track, where you tour through the island's vast array of animals, Sydney, Australia, where you drive through the streets and see the Opera House, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, taking through the beautiful beaches of Rio, the constantly moving city of Bangkok, Thailand, and of course a track based on Greece for home time's sake. Overall, Mario Kart Tour has a great selection of tracks. It's just a matter of when these tracks are available to play. The only complaints I have with them is that there aren't enough new tracks. The city tracks are great, but they're a bit far and few between for my liking, and there's not even an original variant of Rainbow Road or Bowser's Castle, something even the arcade games had. But what do you think, 64 iOS?
I really enjoy the track selection in Mario Kart Tour. All of the returning retro courses look really good. It was really neat seeing tracks like Maple Treeway return with improved visuals. I do feel like we get a lot of SNES tracks really often. I mean, I get it, they're easy to make. But I wish we got more GBA tracks instead. I mean, they're pretty simple tracks as well, but they look and feel more unique than the SNES tracks. And as for the city tracks, they're really fun. As someone who's lived in California their whole life, it was awesome having a track based off of the Santa Monica Pier. I would love to see a Las Vegas tour next. Heck, They actually added a Las Vegas Easter egg in Tour's version of Waluigi's Pinball. Right next to the giant Waluigi with the slot machine, you can see the blue hot air balloon from the Paris Hotel in Vegas. I really wonder if this is a hint to a Las Vegas tour in the future. I really wish we had more new city tracks in Tour, because like the Meech mentioned earlier, we really don't get them that often. Which is a huge shame because they all been so great so far.
Considering that Mario Kart Tour is designed for phones, Nintendo had to accommodate for a variety of different devices. Android phones range in power considering that there's thousands of them. And even with that being said, Mario Kart Tour looks really good. The tracks go for a more minimalistic look, and coming from someone who hates minimalism, this is minimalism done right. The tracks look super clean, and the models are all very good. The animations of the characters are expressive and fun to watch. This is one of the best looking mobile games I've played, and Bandai Namco once again made Mario Kart sexy. The music is also great. Since a good chunk of the tracks are from Mario Kart 7, the music is from that game as well, which is good because I like the soundtrack in that game. But where the music really shines is with some of the remixes and with the new tracks. Sunset Wilds has a stellar remix, but the new tracks, my gosh. Each new track has a style of music that suits their location. New York Minute has jazz, London Loop has rock and roll, Los Angeles Laps has music inspired by the Beach Boys, and Berlin Byways 2 and Vancouver Velocity have EDM, which is extremely popular in Europe, and not popular enough in the United States. In fact, Berlin Byways 2 and Vancouver Velocity are my favorite music tracks in the whole series. Have a listen. And before you guys say anything in the comments, yes, I know Vancouver's in Canada, which is in North America. I was mainly talking about Berlin Byways 2 music. For Mario Kart 9, if they go for a theme like they did with the jazz in Mario Kart 8, I really hope they go for this EDM style, because it really suits Mario Kart and sounds great. While I would have liked to see more texture in the tracks, I think with the limitations of phones, Nintendo and Bandai Namco did everything they could to make a beautiful looking game. So I really have no complaints with the presentation. What do you think, 64 iOS?
Mario Kart Tour is such a pretty looking mobile game. I love the simplistic cartoony looking art style it has. Tracks like Vancouver Velocity and DS Airship Fortress look really stunning in Tour. And while not the best looking game on mobile, I think Bandai Namco did a great job on making Tour look really good while also running great on lower end devices. And don't even get me started on the music in Tour. Vancouver Velocity's theme is one of the greatest music tracks in Mario Kart history, period. Mario Kart needs more of this, and less of the jazz from Mario Kart 8.
Mario Kart Tour is different when it comes to content because it doesn't have a lot of modes per se, but there's a lot to do. As I mentioned before, getting Grand Stars is the main objective. You can get them by scoring high in races, and you can also get them by completing challenges. These challenges give you objectives such as landing a hit with a Super Horn and giving you a Grand Star. You're essentially filling out a bingo card, and if you complete all challenges, you can win prizes such as a coin rush ticket, fast passes, and occasionally rubies. Then there are the missions at the end of every cup, which are really fun, but I wish were more challenging. And then you could try to unlock everything, which I really don't recommend doing, considering that that's a huge gamble and could potentially cost you thousands of dollars in real life. Everything rotates every 2 weeks, so you're put on a clean slate. Needless to say, I don't think you'll get bored of Mario Kart Tour, because there's always something to do. Then there's multiplayer. You can play it online or with friends, and it works as it should. There are occasional connection issues, but that's Nintendo for you. I was able to text a friend, asked if they wanted to play, and we're racing within minutes. But guess what? Multiplayer wasn't added until March of 2020. That's right, this game launched without multiplayer and was without it for roughly 6 months. Yikes. Big mistake, Nintendo. In fact, I think this was one of your biggest mistakes ever. But more on that later. Unfortunately, there isn't a battle mode in this game, but I don't think it would work with the controls of Mario Kart Tour. Battle mode requires a lot of braking and sharp maneuvers that can only be done with a controller, so I'll give it a pass this time. Versus mode is also not here, but you can play any track in any order per cup, so it's not even necessary. And time trials? They're missions. I never cared about time trials except in Mario Kart Wii, so it's a non-issue for me. Mario Kart Tour has a good amount of content despite not being traditional, and there's always something to do. So what do you think, 64 iOS?
Yeah, I really don't know what Nintendo was thinking by releasing a Mario Kart game without any multiplayer until half a year later, but I am glad that it did receive it eventually. I'm just disappointed that the online racing is restricted to only 2 laps. It works perfectly for the main offline mode, but it feels off in multiplayer. And why can't we play 200cc online with friends, but can only do it with random people, assuming you have the Gold Pass. I really wish Nintendo would update these things. So another big game mode in Mario Kart Tour is the ranking mode. While it could sometimes be fun to compete to get the highest score in rank mode, it can also be extremely frustrating, since paying and good luck are pretty much the main factors of getting high scores in this mode. You're really not going to get a good score unless you have top shelf characters, carts, and gliders, which require you to spend money for pipe pulls, which being a gacha game, you're never guaranteed to receive what you're hoping to get. And even with top shelf characters who are maxed out, you're not guaranteed to get the highest scores unless you get lucky with frenzies, especially coin frenzies, which are super rare. It's like this game mode doesn't reward actual skill, but rewards people who pay, which really sucks for free-to-play players, especially considering that in later rank tiers, you could win up to 40 free rubies each week, just by placing first in rank mode for the week, which can be impossible for free-to-play players since this game mode is pay to win.
So far we've established that Mario Kart Tour has a phenomenal roster that you'll never fully experience unless you're Jeff Bezos, great core gameplay infested with the absolute worst greed I've ever seen in my life, a great selection of tracks, stellar presentation, and a good amount of content. So what's the verdict? The answer isn't as straightforward as you'd think. When Mario Kart Tour launched, it wasn't pretty. The game wasn't even in widescreen. Because of Nintendo's unhealthy obsession with one-handed gameplay, the grid was even worse than it is today, and it didn't even have multiplayer. I said that was one of Nintendo's biggest mistakes, and I mean it. I would actually go so far to say that it's their second biggest mistake, only behind inadvertently creating the PlayStation. Yes, it's an even bigger mistake than the Virtual Boy. And here's why. There is no series with as much mass appeal as Mario Kart besides maybe Pokemon. Everyone likes Mario Kart. Even the people who made fun of me in middle school for liking the Wii U were always down to play Mario Kart. But even though the Switch has sold astronomically well, it'll never have the install base mobile phones do. Roughly 4 billion people own a smartphone. Nintendo doesn't operate in every country. If you live outside North America, Europe, Australia, and a few Asian countries, you're gonna pay top dollar for Nintendo systems and games because they aren't sold officially. But everyone likes Mario. If you didn't own an official system, you could still emulate, play an older system, or get one of those Famiclones. Nintendo literally could have been on the top of the world if they launched Mario Kart Tour with multiplayer. People play Mario Kart for multiplayer. My friend who hasn't had a Nintendo console since a Game Boy Advance was thrilled to finally play Mario Kart with me until he realized the game didn't have multiplayer. He never touched the game again. So essentially, Mario Kart Tour was extremely popular for a week or two, and then people lost interest because they couldn't play with their friends, and that bad first impression stuck with them. That right there is why launching Mario Kart Tour incomplete was one of Nintendo's biggest mistakes. It would be easier to get past all the negative aspects if the game launched with multiplayer, and I guarantee Nintendo would have been able to make billions of dollars and reach Pokemon Go levels of success. This is why you don't launch games incomplete. This goes for Switch games too, because if you launch Mario Tennis Aces incomplete without something as basic as a stage select screen, I'm gonna get bored of it and sell it. I'm honestly kinda glad Mario Kart Tour didn't massively succeed because of the predatory nature of the game. It would send the message that these microtransactions are okay, and that would negatively impact future games. But I feel that it sends an important message to game developers to complete your games, because if you don't, people will lose interest quickly and never touch the game again. First impressions are everything. This game still has a decent following, but underperformed enough to make Nintendo never make mobile games again. Let's address the elephant in the room. How could a Nintendo handle the microtransactions? After all, Super Mario Run flopped, and that had a fair one-time payment. The problem with Super Mario Run wasn't the payment model, it was the fact that it was overpriced and didn't have enough content to reel players in the free version. If the game was free to play and had a flat fee of $5 to unlock every mode and character, I think it would have succeeded. I think in Mario Kart Tour's case, there could have been a flat fee of $5 and you'd be able to unlock all characters with coins, while in the free version, you don't know what you'll end up getting. You could also use real-life currency to get coins. As long as you know what you're paying for, I think that's fair. But the loot boxes and pay-to-win aspects are absolutely disgusting, and it really brings down what could have been a phenomenal game. People are turned off by loot boxes and won't pay for something that's not guaranteed. I never pay for rubies because of this. They should have also removed the pay-to-win elements, such as favored courses. But let's take a look at Mario Kart Tour in its current state. It now has multiplayer, widescreen, and has gotten a bit more generous. Despite all of its major flaws, I can't deny I actually enjoy Mario Kart Tour quite a bit. I wish I could use every character, but the tracks are great, I like the core gameplay, and it's a lot of fun to play. And when you do get that character you always wanted, it's nice. But the best way to sum up Mario Kart Tour is almost everything I wanted in a Mario Kart game in the worst way possible. It is the ultimate monkey's paw, like having a genie grant your wishes. You can have the best roster in the series by far, but won't unlock 90% of it unless you spend thousands of dollars. You can have a great selection of new tracks, but they're only available for a limited time. This could have easily been one of, if not the best Mario Kart, if it wasn't for the insane greed in loot boxes. But is it truly the worst Mario Kart game? In my opinion, no. Super Mario Kart is almost unplayable by today's standards, Mario Kart Super Circuit isn't that much better, and Mario Kart 64 is as basic as it gets. At least you're getting a fun game here regardless of if you don't unlock everyone. But if someone said it was the worst, I wouldn't be that quick to argue. At least in the prior games, they were old and on weak hardware, and they were the first Mario Kart games. But here, there's no excuse. I get the mobile landscape is different, but that doesn't excuse the loot boxes, extreme greed, and overall predatory nature of the game. But overall, Mario Kart Tour has a lot of amazing ideas, with too much bringing it down. If Mario Kart Tour was on the Switch, had a battle mode, every track available at every time, had a visual presentation on par with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and no microtransactions, it could very well be the best Mario Kart ever made. But in its current state, Mario Kart Tour is a look at what Mario Kart 9 could end up being, and that makes me want it so much more. I'm curious to know what you think, 64 iOS.
Yeah, this game has definitely improved so much in the past year and a half, with all its quality of life changes, new features, and overall being much more generous. It honestly makes me sad seeing people talk bad about Tour, calling it the worst Mario Kart game ever. Oh, it's nothing but pure garbage. You know, stuff like that. Because underneath all the pay-to-win and gacha junk is an amazing Mario Kart game. Heck, even one of the best Mario Kart games, honestly. In my opinion, it's literally the closest thing we have to a Mario Kart Ultimate right now. With its amazing roster, all the tracks, karts, gliders, new features, and so on. It's a real shame that such a great game was ruined by making it into a gacha mobile game.
If you thought Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was the only Mario Kart game that has changed significantly, think again, because in late 2022, Mario Kart Tour made a major change that essentially was a game changer. As you know, Mario Kart Tour had some of the worst microtransactions I've ever seen. You were almost never guaranteed to get the character you wanted, unless you spent hundreds of dollars attempting to clear out the pipe. It's anti-consumer, it burns players out, and it's why I never fully got engaged with Mario Kart Tour. But since then, the gacha system has officially been mostly removed. Mario Kart Tour is a weird game, being that it essentially became a different game 3 times. When it launched, it felt like a borderline beta. No multiplayer, no widescreen, and a horrible loot box system. But as it got updated, it eventually got multiplayer, widescreen, and became a lot more generous. But with its final incarnation, Mario Kart Tour removed gacha. Now the question is, could it finally be the best Mario Kart game ever made? After all, it had everything else going for it. The way Mario Kart Tour operates is the same. Characters will still have favored courses and special items, but rubies act like the other 2 currencies. There's a shop that rotates where you can spend rubies to get characters or Mii costumes. The key difference between the pipe and the shop system is that now, you can buy exactly which character you want and know exactly what you're getting. That right there is a major improvement. But the thing is, rubies are still astronomically expensive. Each character will usually cost around 150 rubies, and considering how 122 rubies cost 50 USD, that's almost the cost of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe to get a character you've always wanted. Now to be fair, you can easily obtain rubies by playing the game, and you'll probably save up for only the characters you want. As long as I'm able to get Donkey Kong Jr., I could care less about White Tanuki Mario or Detective Baby Rosalina, and because of the new system, I finally was able to get Donkey Kong Jr. after nearly 3 years. But that doesn't change the fact you'll never have the satisfaction of unlocking every character, unless you put in hundreds of dollars, which realistically, none of us will do. And this is more apparent with the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe DLC. Mario Kart Tour City tracks are one of the coolest aspects of the game, and I was over the moon excited when Athens Dash was finally added, but I'd much rather play a Mario Kart game with a controller on a nice TV in my recliner, and the DLC has made it possible to play Athens Dash in a much better game. You might wonder what Tour has going for it, considering a lot of its content isn't 8 Deluxe. Here's what Tour has that 8 Deluxe does not. The roster is still much larger, even with the DLC characters, and they have special items not present in 8 Deluxe, and almost all the costumes are pretty much exclusive to Tour. There is still unique content. What Mario Kart Tour is a very competent mobile adaptation of Mario Kart with a lot of fan service, but with that being said, it's still a mobile game. it's still too expensive to get fully invested in, and the gameplay will never be on par with a console experience. I do think it's improved greatly since launch, but Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with the DLC essentially replaced it for me to get my new Mario Kart fix. I'm honestly surprised it's lasted as long as it has. I didn't expect Nintendo to support it for as long as they have been. As of May 2022, it's brought in $270 million, which sounds pretty good, right? That is until you realize Fire Emblem Heroes brought in almost $1 billion. That's still relatively successful, but it could have done far better. And this is why you don't launch games unfinished with off-putting loot boxes, because players will leave quickly and move on to better games. Though if I'm being honest, I'm glad Nintendo's mobile venture didn't take off. They're best at making console games, and I'm glad they're not focused on the mobile market. It's an interesting era of Nintendo for sure, but I'm glad the Switch is their priority, and have since moved on from the mobile market. Mario Kart Tour is still a good game, and it's worth playing if you're on the go and only have your smartphone. I do wish all Tour's content, including the costumes and characters, will be put in 8 Deluxe, but as it stands, 8 Deluxe is far superior, especially considering the city tracks are now in that game. Now the real question is, what if the Switch actually did get a new Mario Kart? The good news is that it did. The bad news is, it's probably not what you would have expected. 2020 was the year I thought we'd finally get a new Mario Kart game on Switch, but with 2020 being 2020, we did end up getting that new Mario Kart, but it was something completely out of the ordinary. I'm of course talking about Mario Kart Live Home Circuit. This game is unique for many reasons. It makes the Switch the first Nintendo system to have more than one Mario Kart game. Looks like 8 Deluxe sold so well that we got another Mario Kart on Switch. It's also one of the only Mario games and the only Mario Kart to be developed by a North American developer, the developer being Violent Studios. But the biggest difference that sets Mario Kart Live Home Circuit apart from the other games is the fact that it's an augmented reality game. In case you don't know, augmented reality games use the camera of your device to create an interactive experience. They put things like characters, objects, and enemies into your real-life environment. Some examples of AR games include the 3DS's appropriately titled AR games, and of course, Pokemon Go. The concept of Mario Kart Live Home Circuit is really cool. Playing Mario Kart literally from the comfort of your own home sounds like such a cool idea, but was the execution good? I will be joined by my friend K&K to go over the game, as he has played it quite a bit. Say hello, K&K.
Hey guys, my name is K&K, and this is the very first time I'm joining Dimitri on his channel. I do graphic design and did all the thumbnails for the Mario Kart Origin series on Dimitri's channel. I'm very happy to be here today, and let's start.
Great to have you on here. So the question is Mario Kart Live Home Circuit a worthy entry in the Mario Kart series? Time to find out. There are two Mario Kart Live Home Circuit sets that you can get. There's the Mario set and the Luigi set. I chose the Luigi set because Luigi is obviously the better brother in every way. What you'll get with each set is the kart itself, the numbered gates, arrow signs, and a USB-C charging cable. There's actually no physical game cartridge, which is a concern for the future, considering that the Switch eShop will eventually close, but that's probably over a decade from now. You download the game via the eShop, and it's free of charge, but you will need the kart and gates to play it, so it's not really free. The kart itself is excellently designed, it looks great, it's durable, and that's especially important considering that you will crash it into furniture and walls from time to time. The wheels, however, can get hairs stuck in them, such as pet fur, stuff like that. So if you have a dog or person in your house that sheds a lot, you have to keep that in mind. I haven't had any issues with it despite having 2 cats, and my dog is a Maltese so he doesn't shed. The kart is rechargeable, and depending on what racing speed you choose, the battery life will depend on that. It can be around 2 hours and above if you race at 100cc or under, but 150cc and above will only get you about an hour and a half of battery life. It takes a while to fully charge too, being around 3 to 4 hours. Fast charging would have been much appreciated. The battery life isn't great, so if you're planning on playing for hours on end, that really isn't plausible here. But overall, the kart looks excellent, it's durable, and it works well. Other than the issues listed with the battery and the potential hairs clogging the wheels, I have no complaints. What I do have complaints with, however, are the gates themselves. These are used to build your track, and let me tell you, I hate these things. Nintendo cheaped out and used cardboard for the gates. At first, it may not seem like a problem, but the problem is, you will constantly run into them, and they'll slide around. You literally need to weigh them down with something like a textbook or something like that. I used soda cans and bottles to weigh them down, but it didn't work out too well. Not to mention they will wear out quickly since they are cardboard. This game is made for kids in mind, and I guarantee those gates won't last very long. There is no reason why the gates couldn't have been made out of a more durable plastic, especially considering that this is $100 USD. I've seen some comments saying, "What's the problem? Nintendo used cardboard for Labo." With that logic, Nintendo might as well make the console and games out of cardboard too, you shill. You can print out replacement gates, but they won't be as accurate to the experience as using the gates it came with. You have to get the dimensions perfect if you make replacement gates, otherwise obstacles and item boxes will not work. I've been looking for a solution to the cardboard gates, so if you guys are aware of one, please let me know. Once you have your cart charged and are done raging about Nintendo and cardboard for the second time after Labo, we have to set it up. With a game like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, you pop in the cartridge, turn on the switch, and are ready within a minute. Here, you have to get your switch, get the cart, set up the gates, and you're probably going to want to find things to weigh them down with. It takes about 3 to 5 minutes to set everything up, but it's super easy to do. If Mario Kart 8 is like getting fast food, then Home Circuit is like dining at a restaurant. Nothing complex, it's straight to the point and easy to understand, but it will take longer. Pairing your cart with the Switch is super easy to do as well. Once you have everything set up, it's time to race. The roster in Mario Kart Live Home Circuit is the smallest in the entire series. Yes, even smaller than Mario Kart Arcade GP VR, which only had Mario, Yoshi, Peach, and Luigi. In this game, the only playable characters are Mario and Luigi, which makes sense considering that there are only Mario and Luigi karts. Now if this were a game like Mario Kart 8, I would be livid, but considering the demographic and what kind of game this is, I don't find it to be too big of an issue, though I will admit, it is a little bit disappointing not seeing Funky Kong use the Flame Runner around my house. Home Circuit does, however, make up for the small roster with a ton of different costumes. You unlock them throughout the game, and they really bring more customization to the game. Most costumes are from Super Mario Odyssey, and I have to say, it is very cool getting Luigi variants of these costumes. Could this mean Luigi is in Super Mario Odyssey too? I sure hope so. And of course, it wouldn't be a modern Mario Kart without metal characters. Not only do we have metal and gold Mario, but now we have metal and gold Luigi, Nathaniel Bandy's worst nightmare. The silver suit is unlocked by getting first place in every 100cc cup, and the gold suit is unlocked by getting first place in every 150cc cup. Honestly though, I don't have a problem with the silver and gold suit. They're essentially trophy characters, kinda like how Gold Mario was unlockable after getting first place in every 200cc cup in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. All the costumes are excellent and are a great solution to having a smaller roster. I'm curious to know what you think, K&K.
Well, I guess the first thought of everyone who first saw the trailer for Mario Kart Live Home Circuit was, "That's all? Only Mario and Luigi?" Well, I thought the same. I'd love to see more characters coming in the future, like Wario and Waluigi. They would fit perfect to the already existing costumes we have. You can play up to 4 characters locally, so we should definitely get 2 more characters one day.
The gameplay in Mario Kart Live Home Circuit is at face value Mario Kart. Only this time, you're racing against Bowser Jr. and the holographic Koopalings. I wonder if they eat holographic meatloaf. You start off by building the track. Place your gates where you want them, and then Lakitu will coat your kart's wheels in icky paint like goop, drive through the gates, and you've made your course. It's as easy as that. The gameplay is at its core, Mario Kart. It's not like the Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix games where it's still Mario Kart, but different in a lot of ways, such as with the hundreds of items, simplified tracks, and flashy presentation. Because other than the game being an AR, this is exactly what you'd expect from Mario Kart. You aim to get first place while using items, try and avoid getting hit by items, and avoiding obstacles as well. There are quite a few obstacles here as well. We have the Freezies returning from Double Dash. Right here you can see the floor is literally lava, and the weird thing is, sometimes the gates are guarded by a Sphinx, so it looks like we won't be able to race for a while. And why are there realistic humans in this game? Go back to Sonic, will ya? But how does the game actually play? The game uses a camera to capture the view of your house. The camera quality is decent. I'm not expecting 4K, but I feel like it could have been slightly better. It's a bit grainy, but if you have normal lighting, it does the job just fine. But if your environment is dimly lit, you will face problems. Some tracks will play okay, but tracks like the underwater ones are nearly impossible to play with bad lighting. It would have been nice if there were some LED headlights on the kart, but you won't have issues under normal lighting circumstances. Now with RC cars, a lot of them don't control great. Usually stuff on the cheaper end of the spectrum, but I'm happy to say, Mario Kart Live Home Circuit plays extremely well. Everything controls as it should. Movement is very smooth. If you played Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the game pretty much controls identical to that game. But there are a few differences between the two games. There's no anti-gravity, of course, so unless you're the Koopalings, you can't drive up walls. Though if that could happen, that would be quite a technical feat. You also can't drag an item behind you and have to throw it back to defend yourself a la Double Dash. And speaking of Double Dash, let's talk about the items. The items mostly work as you would expect them to. Red shells home into the cart in front of you, bananas cause your opponent to slip and can defend you from shells. If you've played any Mario Kart game before, you'll get the idea. Unfortunately though, some of the items simply don't translate well into AR. The bullet bill steers you automatically at high speed and knocks over opponents and obstacles. In a traditional Mario Kart, it works great, one of the best items in the game. But here, not so much. I found it to be more unhelpful than helpful, as I kept bumping into walls and furniture using it. The chain chomp also returns from Double Dash, but functions a bit differently. It steers the cart in different directions and makes driving a bit more unpredictable. I really like the inclusion of it here. Considering the kind of game that Home Circuit is, I would have preferred some new items over trying to translate items like the bullet bill into AR. Maybe there could have been an oil barrel item like in the arcade games that creates a puddle of oil that causes drivers to slip or slow down. Heck, maybe even a glitter item that functions as a light version of the blooper. Beyond getting first place comes the unlockables. Coins are used to unlock carts, costumes, and horns. There are quite a few unlockables in the game, giving you a lot to do. Usually I would prefer unlocking content in different ways like Mario Kart Wii did, but for this kind of game, it's perfectly fine. So far the general gameplay is good, but there are some issues I've experienced playing it. The game will often face connection issues causing lag. This happens if you create more detailed courses that span across different rooms, and it can get especially bad when you're playing in TV mode. So if you're gonna play this game, please, play it in handheld mode. There's a reason why Nintendo never advertises anyone playing this game on the TV, and this is why. You can prevent a lot of the lag by moving to a central location in your track and playing in handheld mode. If you have thick walls, you will face connection issues a lot more, limiting what you can do with the track. This brings up the question of, how much space will you need to play it? I've played the game at 3 different houses, and I've noticed the gameplay is best in a single room with a lot of space. It is recommended that you have at least 10 by 11.5 feet of open space, or 3 by 3.5 meters if you live anywhere outside the US, Liberia, or Myanmar. I've played the game in smaller rooms, and unfortunately, it's too cramped when you get into higher speeds. You can technically play it in a smaller room, but you're not going to have much fun. But under the right circumstances of having enough space and minimal to no connection issues, the game is so much fun to play. It's almost like a mini amusement park attraction. I'm curious to know how your experience was, K&K.
Seeing the trailer for Mario Kart Live Home Circuit directly reminded me of my childhood playing with my Mario Kart Carrera tracks, which I had great time with and spent hours on. Dimitri told me not a lot of people know Carrera in the US actually, so you guys should definitely check it out if you have the chance to. This set the mark very high for me and couldn't quite compete with my memories of the Mario Carrera tracks I owned. I had some good time playing Mario Kart Live Home Circuit and I actually really like the concept. I think it fits perfectly in the Mario Kart series, especially for kids. They can be creative, just like the Lego Mario series and Super Mario Maker. Like Dimitri already mentioned, you will need some space and also experience playing with a friend. I think you would not get the full experience if you play single player, but that goes probably for any Mario Kart game. I personally had a lot of fun, even though I wasn't hooked for a long time. I'm not very patient and charging after a short period of time was taking the fun away.
The tracks in Mario Kart Live Home Circuit aren't tracks in the traditional sense. Your home is the basis for a track, and unless you're Santa Claus, you haven't been to everyone's house. You can change up the design of your course at any point between tracks, but you have to do this every time. It would get annoying. What Home Circuit did to work around this was quite brilliant. Each track focuses on a gameplay mechanic or theme. A track like Live Circuit introduces you to the basics of the game. Cheap Cheap Reef takes your house underwater, Tornado Tundra brings a blizzard to your house, and unfortunately though, not the kind from Dairy Queen. And Piranha Paradise turns your house into a jungle. There's even a variant of Bowser's Castle and Rainbow Road. While this game unfortunately doesn't have pinballs or malls, they did some cool stuff with the tracks. While I will admit, the theming is very basic, the core mechanics are what makes a lot of these tracks fun, along with seeing your house in different environments. It's pretty cool seeing your house literally transformed into a jungle, or having it go underwater. Unless you live in Florida, that is, where you can experience that without even needing to get the game. But the problem is, some of the mechanics are cool in concept, but not in execution. Some tracks have wind, which you'll have to go against, but you'll always find yourself bumping into stuff, especially at high speed. And because this is AR, obstacles don't always load quickly. You need to have lightning fast reaction time. Those freezy courses especially are absolutely awful. Overall, the tracks might not be the most unique, but it's certainly cool seeing the environments they put in your house. What do you think, K&K?
There are some great new ideas for tracks we haven't seen before, which I really want to see in the next Mario Kart game. especially World 1-1. They managed to make you not notice your surroundings at home and made the track very unique, even though the layout of the track is always the same if you don't change it. But sometimes there's going on too much on the screen and you don't really see the tracks.
Mario Kart Live Home Circuit's presentation can really depend on your house looks. When my house is clean, it looks quite nice. Okay, jokes aside, the game actually looks pretty good. The animations for Mario and Luigi are excellent, as they are very expressive and fun to watch. There is a lot of attention to detail, such as when they hold onto their hat when using a mushroom, shaking when they get near the thwomps, and when they use items. The costumes are also excellently designed, and even look a bit realistic. Though if I had one nitpick with the presentation, the character models look ever so slightly off-model, but I could just be imagining things. The music, however, is a disappointment. There are about 3 new songs, and they're actually quite good. They return to the jazz style from Mario Kart 8, and despite me preferring the techno style found in the arcade games and Tour, these songs are pretty good. But the rest of the songs used for the tracks are ripped straight from Mario Kart 8. Mario Kart 8 had a great soundtrack for sure, but after almost 7 years, I'm so sick of hearing it. Reusing songs for retro tracks is fine, but reusing them for every track is lazy and makes the game seem cheap. Not cheap as in money-wise since it costs $100, I mean cheap as in quality. So in essence, the graphical presentation is great, but in the music department, it is a disappointment. K&K, you're a graphic designer, I'd like to hear your input on the presentation.
The graphics are probably one of the realistic ones we have ever seen in a Mario Kart game, except for Mario Kart Arcade VR, which not a lot of people had the chance to play unfortunately. They look pretty good if you play them in the handheld mode, which we highly recommend. I completely agree with Dimich, the music is very disappointing in this game.
When it comes to content, Home Circuit has most modes that we've been accustomed to. We have Grand Prix, Time Trials, and Multiplayer, along with the new Custom Race mode. Grand Prix has you racing through cups in different speed classes, aiming to get first place. If you want to 100% the game, you're going to have to get gold in every cup in every class. But if you're playing it casually, I found 100cc for smaller spaces to be the ideal speed, while 150cc is ideal for larger spaces. 50cc is a bit slow, while 200cc is a bit too fast. If Goldilocks was looking for a racing class, she'd probably choose 100cc or 150cc, because they're just right. The Grand Prix is a main mode, and it's really fun. There are 3 tracks with 5 laps per cup, which makes sense considering that it lowers the risk of the battery dying when you're in the middle of a cup. Then you have Time Trials. By the final episode, I'm sure you know I don't care about Time Trials unless it's Mario Kart Wii, but here, it's actually pretty useful. The coins you get here actually count towards your total coin count, making it super easy to farm for coins, since you can turn obstacles off. Though I'm not sure that was the intention here. You can also explore around your house freely, kinda like a hub world. You can watch your chinchilla eat. As you can see, she loves goji berries. There's the Sphinx again. Mess around with the ugly, and even make your own mini-games. I like to call this one Stack Up. Stack up some amazing games on top of an unstable surface, and ram into it. But one of the things Nintendo advertised heavily was the ability to make your own custom tracks. This goes beyond just building the layout, because in custom race mode, you can toggle the theme, music, and racing class. But to toggle the gates, you have to do that in Explore mode. It would be much more organized if they were all in one place, and the track creator has been one of the most highly requested features in Mario Kart. But don't expect the level of customization you get from something like Super Mario Maker. It's really basic, but for this kind of game, it kinda makes sense. If you want to create your own Rainbow Road with amps and piranha plants, you could totally do that. But overall, I found the Grand Prix to be my favorite mode. Unfortunately, there's no versus mode here, but I didn't find it to be as big of a deal as the lack of it in Mario Kart 7, mainly because the tracks here are a lot more basic in design, you know, just focusing on the theme. Home Circuit has a good amount of single-player content, but what about multiplayer? Unfortunately, I haven't played it, which brings us into one of the biggest problems of Home Circuit. You can't play multiplayer and split screen on a single system. Each player needs to have their own Nintendo Switch and cart. Each cart costs $100, and a Switch costs $200 for the Switch Lite and $300 for the regular. You're paying a minimum of $400 to play multiplayer. Yes, the game has connection issues in TV mode, but that's because of the layout of your house. I would much rather have occasional connection issues over not having the option to play on a single system at all. Not every household has more than one Switch, since it's mainly a home console, and this could be a major problem. But let's say you can play multiplayer. From what I've seen, it looks fun. It's essentially like racing RC cars, but brought into Mario Kart. But you know what would have been even cooler? A battle mode. The carts can detect when they hit something, and having a battle mode would be a blast to play in real life. People have had this idea even before Home Circuit. If the concern was carts crashing into each other, I don't think that would be an issue. They crash into stuff all the time, and they're just fine. But overall, Mario Kart Live Home Circuit has a decent amount of content, but I would have liked to see a bit more, but there's enough to do here where the game doesn't get boring. What do you think, K&K?
There are quite a lot of unlockables like cards, horns and costumes, and of course cups. I like all the different variations, they're all pretty unique. I still think there could be some more costumes for Mario and Luigi. Like, what about Fire and Ice Mario? They're not so hard to add, I guess. And what about Gooigi? We all know Nintendo loves clown characters, so why not add him? He would fit perfectly in the ghost-themed tracks. No idea how Nintendo still hasn't added him in Mario Kart Tour. I mean, we got Halloween Rosalina. And for Mario, they could use Shadow Mario from Super Mario Sunshine. I really love the idea in general that you are able to customize your own Mario Kart track. I'm actually really shocked that this feature wasn't included in any Mario Kart game before. The only game I personally remember is where you could customize your own tracks was to an extent Diddy Kong Racing on the DS. They included the so-called Witch Race, where you could build your own tracks. I had so much fun doing that back in the day.
So far, we've come to the conclusion that Mario Kart Live Home Circuit has a microscopic roster that's compensated by having a lot of great costumes, fun gameplay that has occasional connection issues and problems with the items, interesting and good track ideas despite some of them not working out too well, a great graphical presentation, a poor musical presentation, and a decent amount of content while facing the issue of astronomically expensive multiplayer. So what's the verdict? Mario Kart Live Home Circuit is fun. Most of the time it works well, and the only reason the footage here lags is because I played it in TV mode to record it. The concept of real-life Mario Kart is cool, and the execution was pretty good here. But, is this the Mario Kart 9 we've all been waiting for? Do I even need to say it? Don't get me wrong, Home Circuit is a fun game, but honestly, it's more of a novelty than anything else. While it does have a decent amount of content, it simply isn't as engaging as a mainline Mario Kart game. Now I know what you might be asking yourself, is the game worth buying? If you're a diehard Mario Kart fan like I am and want a cool little novelty, I would say yes, but I would highly recommend getting on its sale if that ever happens at around 60 to 80 US dollars, because I do find the $100 to be a bit steep, especially with the cardboard gates. However, there are many factors you have to consider before buying Mario Kart Live Home Circuit. Do I have enough space to play the game? Am I okay with the price? And is the layout of my house good for tracks? My friend T&D got Home Circuit for his little brother, and unfortunately, he couldn't play it due to the lack of space. But the most important question you want to ask yourself is, will I personally enjoy the game? Nintendo games are usually for everyone, but this is one of the few exceptions where the main demographic is children. If you're 6 to 12, I would say you'd have an absolute blast playing it. But if you're older, I don't think you'd really enjoy it as much unless you're really into Mario Kart. I'll admit, I had fun playing it. It's exactly what I expected, and I was not disappointed. But I also admit it's a bit overpriced for what it offers, and maybe if the gates were plastic, I would make an exception. What did you think of your experience with the game, K&K?
Mario Kart Live Home Circuit is a great game, in my opinion, with some great new features. Some things could have been done better, like including a game case, and Nintendo, please stop making Nintendo label. Thanks so much for having me today, Dimich. It was an honor for me taking part in this video. I had some great time. If you guys want to check out my Instagram and YouTube, they are linked in the description below.
Mario Kart Live Home Circuit, surprisingly enough, got an update in the fall of 2021, which added some new tracks, new karts, and even new modes. One of my main criticisms of Mario Kart Live Home Circuit was the fact you needed 2 systems and 2 karts to play multiplayer, which means things could get quite expensive quite fast. But with the 2.0 update, multiplayer on one system was added, meaning that you didn't need a second Switch, just another kart. Fortunately, I got the Mario Home Circuit kart prior to the update, and was able to play multiplayer with a friend. We had a pretty good time with it, and Mario Kart is always best with multiplayer. Home Circuit is no exception. The standard multiplayer is what you'd expect. You race against each other and aim to win first place, but this time controlling the real-life karts. Connectivity was fine, and the karts are durable, meaning that if you bump into each other, the karts will be just fine. But what's even cooler is that there's another multiplayer mode for those who only have one kart and one system, that being Relay Race. What this is a co-op mode where you and a friend take turns controlling the kart, and it also gives Peach and Yoshi their signature spots of being playable in every Mario Kart once again. Toad is even here, so that's nice. It's a clever solution to have multiplayer with only one kart and one system. I played this mode with a friend the same night we raced against each other, and I can say with confidence, the standard multiplayer is more fun, since there's competition, but Relay Race is still a good mode to have, and it's a welcome addition. The new kart is the Poltergust G00 from Luigi's Mansion 3, which resembles the Poltergust 4000 from Mario Kart DS, and the additional tracks are based on Moo Moo Meadows, Music Park, and Luigi's Mansion. They serve the same purpose as the other tracks. They add new obstacles, but the track design itself is however you set up your home track. Once again, some welcome additions. Looking at Mario Kart Live Home Circuit nearly 3 years later, how does it hold up? Because the game in particular isn't often talked about. My opinion still stands. It's a cool novelty and can be pretty fun, but it's definitely more suited for kids or die-hard Mario Kart fans. This was never a game that could have replaced a proper Mario Kart 9, but it does serve its goal of being a real-life Mario Kart game, even if most of the music is reused from Mario Kart 8, and the gameplay variety is a bit shallow. I seldomly go back to the game, simply because it takes a while to set everything up, and considering the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe DLC, that's how I've been getting my Mario Kart fix. Mario Kart Live Home Circuit is not a bad game, but it's a novelty more than anything. That covers it for the standard retrospectives. When it came to Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix 2 and Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix VR, I decided to do something a bit different. Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix 2 is virtually the same as the first one, with some additional content like Waluigi and Mamechi, so I decided to take a more interesting approach and interview the announcer from the game, the one and only Justin Berti. Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix VR is the only Mario Kart game I personally haven't played, but it didn't stop a retrospective from happening. We interviewed Lord Steady94, a fan who experienced the game, and did a great job sharing his experience with it. Considering Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix 2 released first, we'll be taking a look at that game first, and then Grand Prix VR. And now, we resume the race. Developed by Bandai Namco and released in 2007, this is a sequel to 2005's Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix. It is also the first direct sequel to a Mario Kart game. I remember first playing the game at my local Chuck E. Cheese. They didn't have it until many years later after I went regularly with my siblings, but if they had it when I used to go all the time, I would have never been able to leave. I already had a hard time leaving to begin with. The thing with Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix 2 is that it's extremely similar to the first game. If Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix was Mario Kart 8, Arcade Grand Prix 2 would be 8 Deluxe. If you played Grand Prix 2, you've also played the first one. What this means is that it's essentially a deluxe version of Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix with some new additions. So what were the new additions? We have 2 brand new cups. The Yoshi Cup takes you through an amusement park with bright colors and Yoshi's Island references. There's even a Luigi's Mansion segment of the track, which is super cool. Super Nintendo World before Super Nintendo World. Then we have the Waluigi Cup. The tracks in this stage take you through a stadium with robotic dinosaurs, because when I think of Waluigi, the first thing that comes to mind is robotic dinosaurs, of course. To be fair though, I think it's definitely something Waluigi would be interested in. The tracks here are very well designed, and the presentations for both are excellent. The tracks are vibrant and colorful, and the music is great as always. 2 new characters were added. Waluigi makes his Mario Kart Arcade debut, and is definitely the most worthy of being in a Mario Kart game. But the other new character is so downright bizarre, I have to talk about him. Timothy Darden, if you're watching this, I read your comment and you bet I'm gonna answer. Mamechi the Tamagotchi is in Mario Kart. Yes, Tamagotchi, the virtual pet from the 1990s, is in Mario Kart. He is easily the most out there character in Mario Kart, or really any Nintendo game for that matter. Rob was weird, but Mamechi takes the cake. But you know what? I like his addition. This isn't a Mario Kart you're gonna play constantly, so I'm fine with the guest characters, even with ones as out there as Mamechi. The other new additions are just carts and a few new items. There's not a whole lot to say, but if you ever wanted Luigi to become a train conductor, Blinky to be a pilot, and Miss Pac-Man to have her cake and drive it too, well now's your chance. But Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix 2 has a big new addition that wasn't seen in the first game, and that was the addition of live color commentary throughout the race. This game has narration when you race, and it really gets you pumped. Here are some examples of it.
Here we are live from Mario Highway. This wonderful seaside oval is bleached by the dazzling sun. And now, we begin the race. Mamechi, shot an item from Wario. Needlebot has blown the tires. Mamechi shoots the bases. Bingo! Ms. Pac-Man, shot an item. Hit! Bowser is now left behind. Donkey Kong, Waluigi, both drivers refuse to give up. Toad is hit by the big and small tire. Toad is falling behind. Blinky shoots Boo. Wario, Boo is hanging on the handle, making the wheel heavy. Waluigi, flawless.
It did get me thinking though. The announcer speaks English, and he had involvement with the game. This could be the first time ever we hear about Mario Kart development on YouTube. We'll get to find out what it was like working on the game, as well as getting to know the announcer, along with some questions such as why Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix 2 never saw a console release. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness the very first Mario Kart developer interview on YouTube. Here's the announcer himself, Justin Berti.
You are now watching Demeach.
Hey everyone, Demeach here, and I am joined by a very special guest today. This is the one and only, the announcer from Mario Kart Arcade GP, Justin Berti.
Thank you.
Great to have you
so
here.
Much. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, please sit down. Sit down. It's okay.
Well, before we get everyone back into their seats, I'd like you to introduce yourself. What are you known for? What do you do? Because we know you did Mario Kart, but there's a lot more to you than just Mario Kart.
Yes, there is. So my name is Justin Berti. Thank you for having me on. I'm honored to be interviewed. I really haven't been interviewed for any of the things I've done in the entertainment industry, and there are many TV shows that I've been in and films that I thought I'd be interviewed for, but never have. So it's amazing I'm getting interviewed for something I did 13 years ago that most people don't even know that I did the voice for the Mario Kart arcade version. I lived in Japan for 12 years, and it was an amazing experience. I mean, to make a long story short, it was like living the life of a rock star. Acting, modeling, dancing. I did everything under the sun that you can imagine in the entertainment industry in Japan. So, I would do a lot of voiceovers for companies like Epson, Sony, Panasonic, and in Japan, as maybe some of your followers know, everything is over-exaggerated.
Yeah.
And you have to learn quickly that when you're going to auditions in Japan for any of the commercials, for any of the voiceover, that you want to go over the top at first, and they will reel you in and say, oh, that was too much. But usually it was never too much. They're like, oh, that's what we want. Oh my God, this tastes great. Because
so
they
like that?
Yeah, they love that about foreigners, is that freedom of expression. So the point I'm trying to make is that I'm very animated. Some people would say I'm dorky here in America because of my energy, but in Japan that just worked so well. So I did Major League Baseball announcing, the World Baseball Classic announcing in the Tokyo Dome and in different stadiums. So I have that announcer voice, and when I told them I did that already, that was the way of getting the Mario Kart job.
Yeah, because baseball is really big in Japan. I believe it's the most popular sport there.
And like it switches off with baseball and soccer.
Yeah, you'll definitely get a lot of credibility if you're a baseball announcer there.
Yeah.
So it sounds really cool. Now, another question I had for you is, if there was an audition, which, let's face it, there was, you announced it, what was it like? What was it like auditioning for Bandai Namco? And just how was the overall experience?
Now, okay, because it was 13 years ago, I honestly cannot remember if there was an audition. I did not have a voice reel at the time. I think it was just the fact that there might have been a meeting. I don't know, but it would be something. If there was a meeting, they'd be like, okay, Justin, so you've done this, this, and this in voiceover, and you were the World Baseball Classic announcer and Major League announcer and K1 ring announcer. So I'm an announcer. Now you want somebody to be a video game announcer for Mario Kart. The next question is, do you know Mario Kart? Yes, I do. Do you like Mario Kart? Yes, I do. Why do you like it? So in Mario Kart, I've always noticed, even though I'm extremely good at it, I'll probably be first the whole time. And when I'm playing my nieces and nephews or friends, they can be in last place, but on the 4th lap, usually the last person can get that star more often than not. And it gives them a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I like that about it. It's just kind of fun that it's always up to that 4th lap to decide the winner. And when I play with my nieces and nephews, they're younger, and if they don't have a chance to win, they'll lose interest. So just the fact that they have that chance, I think, makes Mario Kart an amazing arcade game. I also love the fact that in Japan, when I went to game centers, that's what they call arcades, game centers. When I go to game centers, you have the 4 seats. You can play it with your friends at the same time. It's better than just someone watching and waiting for the game to end and then, oh, let me see if I can beat your score.
Yeah, I mean, Mario Kart's always kind of been like that, but I feel with the arcades, there's really the experience that you don't get on the consoles or even the handhelds, where you have the physical wheel and you have the gas pedal, and it's just so cool.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think Mario Kart, even though it's a game of luck, there is a little bit of skill involved, but it's something that anyone can really learn. It's why you don't really see Mario Kart competitions, because it's not so much as competitive as it is just a fun game to play. So I really think that's a cool experience you had, where you just went in, they knew how good you were of an announcer, they knew you got that voice and loved Mario Kart, so obviously you were great for the job. So question 3 is, what was your experience with the Mario Kart series before? What games did you play in the series? Because everyone had game that they played when they were younger or grew up on. The ones I grew up on specifically were Mario Kart DS, Mario Kart Wii. Those were my go-to games. But I'm curious to know what yours were.
All right, so you have to help me out again. I feel so bad because you're not asking a video game. You're not asking a gamer. That's the thing. I think here's gonna date me. I think the last console I ever owned was the original Nintendo.
The original Nintendo.
The original. So, what was the first Mario Kart? What game system did it come out on?
It was called Super Mario Kart on the Super Nintendo.
Okay.
It was a purple and gray box, considering you lived in North America during that time, I believe. So that was probably the one that you played.
So I would have to go to a friend's house to play on the Super Nintendo. Now I remember Super Nintendo. I didn't own one, so the original Mario Kart is what I first played. I always loved the racing games, so the Mario Kart one, the first one, I just like that you could. It wasn't. You could handle the driving very easily. There are some driving games that it's too driving a real car, so it's too advanced.
Yeah.
You step out, you hit the walls, and it's not fun. Mario Kart was very easy to handle, and I remember playing just that one. And then whatever is on. Oh man, I can't remember. I don't even know what's the latest version I've been playing.
So the latest one, I'm guessing, is Mario Kart 8 on the Switch, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and even though that was a Wii U game before, that's probably the one you're playing.
Thank you. So
you're welcome.
I just went from Super Nintendo Mario Kart, moved to Japan, saw it in the arcades, played whatever was at the arcade for Mario Kart, came back to America and played on my nieces and nephews' console. We didn't play my last trip out there, but we have played like last Christmas. We did play Mario Kart. So whatever that Mario Kart is, where you choose the lands, the rainbow slides, all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's 8. That's the one everyone's been playing. I mean, some people have been playing it much longer than others, especially ones like me who had it on the Wii U. But considering that you're not so much of a gamer and you're just playing with your nieces and nephews, just casually, I mean, it's the best Mario Kart in the series, and going from Super to then voicing in the arcade one to then going to 8, you're probably just blown away like, what the hell happened? This is insane.
2 things that blow me away with the newest Mario Kart was when someone could fog up your screen with the mud.
Yeah, the blooper ink.
Okay, the blue. Yeah, so That, and then with your drive, the wheel would get stuck. What's that called?
The wheel would get stuck?
You couldn't drive. You couldn't drive. Well.
Now you get hit with items, you get hit with shells, and you get hit with stuff. But I was thinking maybe it was in the arcade one you played, because there is an item that makes the wheel spin out. So.
Okay.
I remember you narrating that too.
Yeah, that's the thing is you have to remind me what I said. I just remember that during the actual recording, it was a list of terms. I had to go Luigi in first place, Luigi in second place, Luigi in third, Luigi in fourth, Luigi in sixth.
You still got it.
Yeah.
You still got it after all these years. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Now, when we initially talked, you were kind of worried that you couldn't do the voice after 13 years, but I gotta say, you still got it in you. And I'll definitely take advantage of that in the later part of the interview.
Okay.
Alright, but let's see. In question 4, I'm guessing this question was already answered because you kind of described it already. What is your favorite Mario Kart?
Oh. You mean the character I choose?
No, favorite Mario Kart game.
Oh, the latest.
The latest?
Yeah.
So your favorite is the latest game and not the one you were in?
Well, the thing is, I've never really gotten to experience the one I was in. It's not. You can't buy the one I'm in, right? It's only at arcades. And if is it still? I don't know.
Because I was talking to my friend 64 iOS, who's also a big Mario Kart fan, and he's telling me that in Vegas they have arcades that often have it, and in my area they don't have the arcade machines that often. The ones they do have is the new one at Dave & Buster's, Arcade GP DX, and it looks better graphically. It has some cool design courses, but obviously you're not getting the authentic Justin Berti announcement. You're getting someone else. I mean, 2 is the best Mario Kart arcade game by far, I would say, because it has the coolest tracks, it has the best roster, you can save the game, and you can, well, depends the way you play it, because I know in Japan you can save your progress.
Oh, really? I have no clue how that works. I just remember we took our pictures, and then whoever wins, wins. But, you know, we put the point
super cool.
left.
But that's so weird, because I thought you would have a lot more experience playing the game, but considering it is an arcade game and you're not so much of a gamer, you know, I kind of understand that, but come on, Namco didn't even give you a complimentary arcade cabinet?
No, nothing. But they paid me well. It was a decent. I looked at that as a voiceover job, so it was a decent voiceover job. And when you're an actor like me, it's like you do it and then you're on to the next. You gotta
exactly.
Find a job. And when I went into an arcade maybe 7 years ago, or when I would visit America, I would go in, and if I heard, it was great to hear my voice. I love that. It was so cool. But I actually would have to go on YouTube to listen to people playing it to hear my voice.
I think it's super cool hearing the announcement. I mean, the console Mario Karts don't even have that. You just get the regular music, and it's not as exciting. You don't get as exhilarated. And I think it'd be awesome to have in Mario Kart 9. So, hey Nintendo, if you're watching this, you got a guy right here who can do some great announcement. So anyway,
don't need to get a voiceover actor in Tokyo. I'm here in America, Los Angeles. Let's go.
Let's go. Get Justin Berti for Mario Kart 9. Next question is, who is your favorite Mario Kart character? Now, we all have a favorite, but my favorite's Funky Kong or Waluigi.
Okay.
Those are my personal favorites, but who are yours?
Mine is Donkey Kong. And then my second choice is just Wario, because I'm going to go to Wii. Right? Is that what he said? I'm going to go to Wii.
Yeah, he says that.
Yeah. So those are the 2 I would choose the most. And then if I felt that my friends were winning, this is if I'm at the arcade. If I needed more speed, I would then choose Pac-Man. Is this the right one? Am I talking? Is that correct? Or is this 8?
With characters that have acceleration, yeah, Pac-Man's definitely not in the latest game. He's only in the arcade games. When characters have more acceleration, it's easier to get more speed with them. That's why people like to choose the lightweight characters, because you can have more speed, they're easier to control. a character like Wario and Donkey Kong, you really have to be good with them. But Pac-Man's my favorite in the arcade game, but what's the reason why Wario... I know why Wario is, because he says, I'm gonna win.
Yeah.
But Donkey Kong...
Donkey Kong, it's just... It looks so funny, this huge, massive thing on a small cart. And what I thought, or what I felt, is that Donkey Kong could really maneuver and hit people harder, right? They throw them off course.
Yeah, he's a lot heavier than the other characters, so that's why it's easier to use him if you're going to knock off characters and just try to get first place better. Because there always is an element of luck, but if you are really good with the heavyweights, then you'll have a good chance of winning.
Yeah. So definitely Donkey Kong.
Yeah, I like Donkey Kong too. Mario Kart Wii had Funky Kong though, but if he was in the arcade games, I know you'd choose him.
Yeah.
He's Donkey Kong but cooler.
Yeah.
So, my next question is, you didn't work for Nintendo directly because Nintendo didn't have much to do with this project at all. It was mainly Bandai Namco developing the game. So what was the experience like working for them? What was it like working behind the scenes at Namco? And just overall, what was the experience like? Was it good?
Oh, it was fantastic. It was an easy day. I don't even think it was more than 3 hours. Understand that I have an agent contact me via email. Justin, we would like to submit you to a voiceover job for Mario Kart. I reply, yes, I'm available that day. I love Mario Kart. I actually play it. Tell them I'm an announcer, this and that. And maybe I had a YouTube clip or a video of me announcing at the game. They send it in like, they love your voice. You got it because of the experience I had. So I walk in and I'm dealing with, I can't remember the day if I'm dealing with someone from Namco that's in the studio listening to what I'm doing, or if I'm just doing a sound editor who was giving me direction. But from what I remember, it was so simple and there wasn't much direction because I've got it already. I know you're talking about a Mario Kart game. It has to be high level, high tension the entire time. Shell shock, whatever it was. They love that in Japan. So they would say, do it 4 times. Shell shock, whatever it might be. And then they chose the one they liked the best.
Yeah, because definitely with your performance, it's very animated and suits the game well. And I felt tense playing it throughout the entire time. Like, just going through the game, hearing the announcement, bullseye, misses, Donkey Kong makes a perfect pass. The race is at the half mark. You really do got that animated personality and voice. You definitely got that down. So you'd be great for more Mario games, like I said before. Not just Mario Kart, but if they're going to make a Mario baseball game again.
Oh,
no, Namco also developed the Mario baseball games. Oh, and if they need... Yeah. Let's see. You never played them?
No.
So I'll tell you what they're like. They're baseball at its core, but with a Mario twist. The one I played is Super Sluggers on the Wii, and it has a huge roster of characters. The gameplay is a little bit easy, but really fun. And considering that you announced MLB in Japan, and you work with Namco, that's definitely a cool idea if they're going to make a third Mario Baseball on the Switch. That's something a lot of people have wanted, and I think the announcement would really help.
That would be incredible. I would love to play it because I love baseball games, but I can just imagine, right? Donkey Kong, he's a slugger. Probably strikes out a lot, but if you put it in the sweet spot, it's always going to be a home run kind of game, right?
Yeah. Okay. I feel like he uses I think he uses a banana instead of a bat.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's pretty funny. If you thought it was funny seeing him in a cart, I mean, just imagine him using a banana to hit a baseball. That would be hilarious. So.
Nice.
It's definitely a game you should check out. It's on the Wii. I think most people had a Wii, but...
Okay.
Also,
I might buy it for my nieces and nephews for Christmas.
Yeah, definitely. A Wii is always something worth considering to get because, I mean, I'm 20 now, and I still have the Wii from when I was 10 years old, and it's still so much fun to play. Especially Wii Sports. Those were the good old days, so... This was a question that I'm very curious to know, and we kind of touched on it earlier. I mean, you said you can't buy the game anywhere. But considering that this game was developed on similar hardware to that of the Wii and the GameCube, did you hear anything about a potential release on it for the GameCube or the Wii? Because being a voice actor, I'm sure you would like to know, hey, where could I buy this game or how could I buy it? But did you hear anything if it was going to come to the GameCube or Wii?
Oh no, not at all. Not at that time. It was just I don't think it will, because of what the contract I signed was. Your voice is only used in the arcade version. Because if they were going to sell it as a individual game, then I would have to get more money.
So maybe that's why they haven't fully released it yet.
Yeah.
So that's why it's had just a limited release to the arcade. That's why they can't really re-release it, because if they were to, you'd have to get paid royalties, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
Yeah. So I think that answers a pretty big question, because I've been advocating for these Mario Kart arcade games to be ported over to Nintendo consoles. This was before the Switch. This was during the Wii U, where that thing had a camera. It was perfect. If you could take your picture, you could race. I mean, it'd pretty much be the arcade experience at home, minus the wheel and everything, but now knowing that there could be some issues with royalties and just, you know, there are more issues beyond them just not wanting to port these games because, I don't know, they just didn't want to, or Nintendo's worried that it'll compete with their other Mario Karts. Nintendo's a weird company. I know you're an actor firsthand and just happen to have a Mario Kart role, but let me tell you, Nintendo's a really weird company. Although Namco, they're more predictable, but I think there needs to be more people out there saying they want to see these arcade games ported to actual consoles.
That would be great. I would buy it, but of course, I would also want to contact my Japanese agent and go, hey, where's the money? They're using my voice.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure they'd make enough money, though, where they could pay you royalties and it wouldn't be a problem. And you'd also get a little bit more spending money, so, hey, I think it'd be a great thing.
I wouldn't mind, but I think the world we live in now, royalties is a thing of the past, which is unfortunate, and now it's just the world of buyouts. This is our idea. We want to use your voice any way we want. Here's the buyout price. Are you okay with that? That's what I experienced in LA for the last 5 years.
Now, is the culture different in Japan versus LA, or it's the same all around the world?
Well, there is no residual payments in Japan. It was always a buyout, but like for a term. Will you do this commercial for 1 year at this price? And you have the option of saying yes or no. But as many, it doesn't matter how many times that showed on Japanese television. Now, here in America, it's about the same, because there's union and non-union commercials, and there's not as many union commercials as there were 5 years ago, and that's when you get residuals. But as a talent is always at the bottom of the pay list. Always.
Yeah, unfortunately that's the case, because, I mean, you're an actor in commercials and short films. Well, I make YouTube videos. It's completely different, but I know exactly how you feel, because sometimes I'll just post a video that took like a few minutes to make, or like an hour that I didn't put much effort into, and the views are sky high and it does super well. Yeah. But when I put a lot of effort into something and put my heart into it, sometimes it doesn't do as well as I want. So yeah, I totally agree with you that talent is sometimes at the bottom.
Yeah.
This also got kind of answered, but I think it's still cool. I want you to do the announcer voice again, like say some of the lines from the game.
Can you give me, for example, what would be the final thing if it was like Mario wins? What would they say?
Finished!
Finished?
Yeah, like that.
First place, Luigi second, Princess third. Was that also?
I think you had to get first place to win. But you would hear, like, Luigi is in third place, I believe, when you're racing.
Okay. You have to give me one. I forgot what they were.
I could give you some new ones.
Okay.
Because if Nintendo makes Mario Kart 9, we're going to have to train you to say these things.
Okay.
Alright. Funky Kong uses the flame runner and makes a game.
Funky Kong uses the flame runner? Funky Kong uses the flame runner and breaks the game.
Yes.
Okay. Flame. What was it?
Runner.
Runner. Flame runner. And breaks the game. Flame runner. Funky Kong uses the flame runner and breaks the game.
Perfect. Do it again.
Okay. Funky Kong uses the flame runner and breaks the game. Donkey Kong uses the flame runner and breaks the game.
Awesome. Funky Kong is OP.
Funky Kong is OP.
Pink Gold Peach steals a spot in the roster.
Pinkle Peach steals a spot in the roster.
Waluigi will never be in Smash.
Waluigi will never be in Smash.
Luigi gives us the death stare.
Luigi gives us the death stare.
Nintendo, make Mario Kart 9 instead of just selling 8 Deluxe.
Nintendo, make Mario Kart 9 instead of selling 8 Deluxe.
You got it. But this is so cool. Some other things you said in the game were Mamechi. Now, Mamechi is a Kamidachi character, which, it's not even a Mario character, it's this little, you know what they were, right? That was big in the 90s. Yeah, the Japanese little pets, they were on like a little calculator type thing, and you'd take care of them. Now, did they have to tell you how to pronounce Mamechi? Because if I saw that, I would have probably been confused.
Hold on one second. Hold on. Now you're bringing up memories. Hold on.
Oh, this is going to be cool.
I need you to spell it out for me.
M-A-M-E...
Hold on one second. M-A-M...
E-T-C-H-I.
T-C-H-I?
Yes.
Mamechi.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, Mamechi. Do they look like ghost faces?
I mean, here's what Mamechi looks like right here. You remember?
Oh, Mamechi. Oh, gosh. Yeah, Mamechi.
So, did they have to tell you how to pronounce Mamechi's name? Because if I saw that, I would have been thrown off guard.
Well, I've been living there and I spoke the language, so I could guess.
Do you speak Japanese fluently?
Not fluently, but enough to get by for 12 years and have my own TV show where I was speaking in Japanese.
How hard was it to learn?
It's difficult, but also I'm an actor, so I'm used to, like, I did Shakespeare plays, and Shakespeare is like a different language, but it's just memorization. So I would remember a formula. You say this, this, and this, you put your adjective here, and you put, your noun there. Learn more adjectives and learn more nouns, and you can say more things. I would have to control the conversation. I couldn't talk about politics. I did not understand it when spoken to me, but I could speak enough to rent an apartment, get on the train, go to the movies, do any normal activity. I was fine. And then I just had to ask people to repeat themselves, or whenever I heard a word, I would say, what does that word mean? And then they would change it, because there's different levels of respectfulness in their language.
Yeah, because there's a high respect towards elders, and you're probably going to use the highest respected word for them.
Yeah.
It's a very different language than English or Spanish or anything like that.
Yeah.
And
not based in Latin.
Yeah, it's not based in Latin for sure. I know a little bit of a language that's not based in Latin. Greek is a little bit different, but it's not so different enough where it's very hard to understand like Japanese is, so I'm proud you're able to do that, and that's super cool.
Yeah, it helped as a foreign talent there to learn Japanese. Only helped get more jobs.
Now, after living in Japan for 12 years, would you recommend someone like me live there? Because I've been thinking about, that'd be a cool place to live.
I always tell people, if Hollywood existed in Japan, right after this Skype conversation, I would get my credit card, what I have on now, and move. If it existed, because there's not enough work for an actor like myself. There's not enough work for foreigners to do true acting. Commercial acting is wonderful, it pays the bills, but if you've ever seen any of the movies I've done, like I was in a TV show called Submission, a movie called Frontera, these are dramas, and it's incredible. As an actor, I want to do dramas. I want to be on TV, and I want to be in movies, not on commercials.
And just overall, your experience in Japan, it was very nice. It was just
a 10. So 1 being
10?
terrible, 5 being so-so, 10 being the ultimate. 10, I give it a 10. So, okay, if it's a 10, why did you move back? Well, there's certain things that it could not satisfy me with, and it just had to do with dramatic roles and actually acting roles. I mean, for the rest of my life, I can go, yay, 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 yay. Oh my God, ooh, oh! That's what Japan is. So when I would go see movies in Japan, I'd be in the theater salivating, going, "Oh my God, I can do this!" But at the same time, my heart hurt because I'm like, "That's what I want to do. I don't want to do." Ding, 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 ding.
Going on from a conversation about Japan, going on to the game, do
Yeah.
you know if there was any cut content from the game, like characters or tracks, or
No.
anything?
No idea. Like,
So you're
like I said, it was a 3-hour day.
So they just told you, okay, we need you to record some lines, and then just had you for that, and then after that, they just send you on your way and to the next acting gig.
Yeah. I've actually given you more content than truly deserves for this interview. I felt so embarrassed because I'm like, I don't even remember some of the lines. I don't even remember that day. I remember doing it. I remember being excited and happy to be a part of a video game that I love. But it was that simple of, wow, he's a baseball announcer. He's a mixed martial arts announcer. He's got the voice. He's got the energy. He knows the game, so he knows what he's talking about, Turtle Shock, and he knows the character.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's use him.
So going from a Major League Baseball role to Mario Kart, they just saw you as a good fit for it. So there wasn't really much to it, and you didn't really get to see some insights in the development. But
no.
I was going to let you know, there is a way you can play the game. It's unofficial. There are 2 ways. You can get a Wii and modify that to play it on the Wii. It's a little bit of work, but I'm sure if you followed a tutorial, you would be able to do it.
Wow.
Or you could play it on your computer. I'm assuming you have a computer that's powerful enough, like something that is good, at the very least.
This is my computer, my iPad.
Oh, your iPad. So you
Yeah.
don't have a desktop or laptop or anything?
No.
I guess for an acting gig, it could be different, because an iPad, I don't think that would work for Mario Kart Arcade, so you might need to look into getting a Wii. But
Yeah.
you could hear your voice and play it for yourself. It's super cool.
That would be awesome. That would be awesome. What I really want to do is be with my nieces and nephews and go to an arcade and find that game and play with them.
No, what you can do is you can look at arcades in your area, and you can see the reviews, and you can look at the pictures of the arcade. And if they have a machine, do they know you voiced them in the game or the announcer?
Say that one more time.
Do they know you voiced the announcer in the game? Because that would be a shock. Like, oh, there's Uncle Justin in the game.
I think they know I've told them that, but I don't think they really understand that that's actually my voice, because I don't think they've ever played it.
Really?
Yeah. So I would love them to hear it.
I mean, yeah. I could definitely help you if you ever want to get a Wii and you need someone to help you modify it. I could definitely help you out, and you guys could play it at home because...
Oh, wow. I think they have Wii, so when I go back for Christmas, I'll be in touch with you. And
yeah.
See if we can do.
Let's see, if you're using... No, I don't even think you need a GameCube controller for it. All you need is an SD card, and then you can modify it. You need to get the game somehow, where I could help you out with that.
Okay.
And then you can play it on the Wii. And of course, the one you're going to want to play is GP2.
Yeah.
Not just because it's a better game, but obviously you're the announcer, so that's the one.
That would be cool. That would be cool.
Yeah, I'll definitely help you out. In fact, I might even make a tutorial about it to share with you and my viewers, because you know, if Nintendo's not going to give us a way to play this game officially, I mean, you got to look for other ways. And it'd be super cool on Christmas where you could show your nieces that game and that you were in it.
I would love it. So I'll be in contact with you because I will be going there Christmas and see what we can do.
Sounds great. So before we wrap up this interview, are there any final thoughts you had? Just overall, what do you think of the role? Everything about it? What was your favorite part of it? Anything you would do differently? And just overall, would you like to collaborate with Nintendo and Namco again?
Of course I would want to collaborate with them. I would love to do anything that has to do with my voice and their fun games. Mario Kart happens to be my favorite racing game. So now to know that I'm a part of that history is amazing. Unfortunately, I don't remember the actual day and all the lines, and I can't give you more of that background, but there is something that makes me proud, like the time I heard my voice in a arcade live, and then when I see people playing it on YouTube and hearing my voice, and the fact that you wanted to interview me, I'm honored. Again, like I said at the beginning, or maybe we didn't say this, I can't believe I'm being interviewed for something I did 13 years ago that most people don't care. You know, my IMDb Pro, people don't care that I'm the voice announcer for that game.
I mean, with games, it's a little bit different, but, you know, I pay attention to this stuff because I'm a huge Mario Kart fan, and you gotta admit, it's pretty cool being interviewed for this. Is this your first time being interviewed for Mario Kart?
Of course. Probably my first and last.
Your first and last?
I don't think anybody else is going to interview me for it. That's what I mean.
Well, they'll definitely look into some of your other work after this video, and who knows, maybe you'll get some interviews for stuff that you'd kind of expect to get interviewed for instead of just, oh my gosh, I'm getting interviewed for a game that I did 13 years ago. But I gotta say, this was a very fun interview to do. And like I said before, if you want help playing Mario Kart Arcade GP 2 on the Wii, I'm here for you. I can help you out. So keep in contact.
I will.
And it was awesome having you here.
Thank you so much, Demetrius. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. 2017 may have given us a port of the ancient relic known as Mario Kart 8, but it did indeed give us a new Mario Kart. And by new, I literally mean a Mario Kart like no other. Arcades have historically been used to pump out games with high tech that couldn't be replicated on a console, and while that still applies today with some arcade games, consoles today have sort of plateaued when it comes to power, and games on consoles can be just as high-tech and impressive, if not more impressive than arcade games. Looking at arcades nowadays, you don't see as many unique games like you did in the 80s, but rather mostly physical stuff like skee-ball, basketball, down the clown, and stuff like that. You occasionally have your arcade video games like racing games, rhythm games, and different variations of Pac-Man, but arcades nowadays aren't exactly a showcase of new tech and power, but essentially carnival games and mindless ticket games. So gambling for kids! But that's where VR arcades come into play. VR arcades are a relatively new thing that allow for extremely immersive and true VR experiences, which not only include headsets and sensors, but things like zappers, gotta stay family friendly, wheels, and gas pedals. Stuff that easily and affordably can't be done at home. What Bandai Namco decided to do was create a full-on VR Mario Kart game. With the other arcade games, you use a steering wheel and gas pedal to play them, but here, you are literally placed in a full-on kart, steering wheel, gas pedal and all, and the kart can even move in correlation to what happens in the game. But what sets this game apart is the fact that it's full-on VR. The game uses an HTC Vive headset, along with hand sensors to grab and use items, truly putting you in the world of Mario Kart. And just like Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix Deluxe, it appears to be running on Windows. If someone were able to get a hold of the ROM, you could potentially play it natively on PC, but I'm sure it would have to be a pretty powerful one. Guys, we've hit a bit of a roadblock, or to relate to you guys, we're playing Vanilla Lake 2. As you know, I've played every Mario Kart game on the hardware they were designed for. Even with the first 3 Mario Kart Arcade GP games, I've played them all as intended at an arcade, and emulated them to get footage and play at home. Well, technically I played GP2 and not GP1 at my local Chuck E. Cheese, but that's like saying I haven't played Super Mario Bros. On the NES, even though I played it on the 2020 Game & Watch. It's exactly the same game, but with extra content. But Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix VR, I have never played it in my 21 years of life. First off, the game is only available at a few select locations around the world. From what I've seen, it's limited to a few cities in Japan, Europe, and the United States. And unfortunately, nowhere near me has it. And even if it did, it would likely be close to the obvious circumstances. And secondly, there's no way to emulate it. Fudakawa forbid an official way to play it, so for this video, we're gonna need some help. We're taking a virtual trip to the United Kingdom. Get your Cadbury Chocolate Monster Munch and tea ready, as we are going to interview one of the most ace YouTubers ever, Steady94. He not only has gotten the chance to play Mario Kart Arcade Grand Prix VR, but made an entire vlog of him playing it that will show throughout the video, along with link at the end of the video. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, from the United Kingdom, the lad, the myth, the legend himself, give it up for Steady94! Hey everyone, Demetrius here, and today we have a very special guest from the man, myth, the legend himself, all the way from the UK, introducing Steady94.
Hey up lads and lasses, nice to meet you all, and thank you very much to Demetrius for having me for this interview. I really am excited for this.
I'm excited too, because you're the one who's got to play Mario Kart Arcade GP VR, you have a full vlog of it on your channel, and guys, if you want to see some great videos on YouTube, check out Steady94's channel that I'll link in the description. He's got some really good videos about buses and trying different foods, so you definitely want to check that out.
Thank you.
No problem, man. Alright, so, a little bit of background. You got to play Mario Kart Arcade GP VR, as we all know. And what kind of place did you play it at? Because in Japan, they usually restricted them to VR arcades. I think in the US, they had like certain places that were still VR arcades. So was it a VR arcade, or what was it like when you actually got to play it? Like, where was the place?
The place itself is in a bowling centre, but next to the alleys, there's like an arcade area for video games, things like air hockey and, you know, Pac-Man and 2p machines as we have. You put coins in, and there's a train, you get prizes from that. And there's a whole new area that they made for a VR section, and half of it was dedicated to like an exercise fitness regime. You're on like an exercise bike and you have the headset on, and the other half was Mario Kart, and that was so exciting when I saw that, because there are only 2 or 3 in the whole of the UK, and one of them is right here in Leeds.
Wow. Honestly, if I had that luck and opportunity, I would just go crazy over it, because from what I've seen, it's in very limited locations. They have it in a few cities in Japan, got some in Europe. I'm surprised they have as many as 3 in the UK. I think they'd only have 1 or 2. And then they got like 2 in the US. I think it's in Washington, or Washington was one of them, like the state. I think it was Seattle or something like that, although I'm not entirely sure. But needless to say, it's pretty hard to find it here, so you lucked out. And it's cool that it was at a bowling alley. I did not expect that.
Yeah, definitely. It's really, really rare treat, because the other one is London, which obviously is a big capital city. It's very, very dense with population, and Leeds is not even half of the size. It's a big city, but nowhere near as close as the population in London is. So to be able to get something so unique and awesome is just pure luck, honestly.
That's great to hear. So going into the actual game itself, you know, there isn't much to talk about in some of the categories that I would usually cover in Mario Kart Origins, like the roster. There's only 4 playable characters, being Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Yoshi. So I guess Toad was just hanging out there getting ready to be in the next Paper Mario game. And you know, I know he's a computer player, so you got like 3 players being Bowser, Wario, and Toad. And then you got...
Actually, we didn't get Toad in ours. We only have Wario and Bowser, and they are absolutely massive on the track. They take
wow. It's good to hear that Toad took a break from Mario Kart. I'm just kidding, of course. I'm a Paper Mario fan here, so we see enough of Toad. But I do have a question regarding the presentation of the game, because I saw footage. It looked really beautiful. It was made by Bandai Namco, which, you know, they're always known for creating great-looking games, especially with their Mario Kart games. So my question to you is, what was the visual presentation like? Did the game look as good as the other Mario Kart games, like Mario Kart 8 and Arcade GP DX?
Absolutely, it was stunning. The detail in all the graphics was absolutely on par with current-gen systems and games on them. It could easily pass for a Switch game if it was just a normal Mario Kart as opposed to a VR.
Did it look better than Mario Kart 8?
Yeah, yes. That's quite a tough one to do, because obviously Mario Kart 8 is a HD game, so obviously that's already quite a stunning game visually, but I'd definitely say it's, if not better, on par with Mario Kart 8 and Deluxe.
Because when I looked at the footage, the detail was just super high quality, stages look great, character models, beautiful, and just all the effects and everything was just, it looked amazing. But unfortunately on YouTube you can't get the best footage, because the few direct captures that there are, it's compressed because it goes to YouTube, so you don't see it in full detail. And then a lot of the footage is just recorded with a camera. You can even see the cursor in some cases, so in that way it's hard to get an actual idea of how good the game looks. But from what you've said, I have a better idea of how it looks now, and hopefully the audience will have a better idea too.
Absolutely.
Great! So, my next question to you is, how was the general gameplay? Were the controls good? How did everything work out?
So, let me talk you through the setup for playing the game. you have 4 carts, actual life-size carts that you sit in. You have a person to come and fit an Oculus headset onto you, they tighten it up at the back, and then you get 2 controllers for each hand that are like wristbands sort of thing, which go around your wrists, and they have like a gyroscope built into each one, so they detect the movement of your hands. So when you're in the game, instead of item boxes, you get I think there were balloons, and you have to reach out and grab the item and throw the item with your hand. So the wristbands detect the movement for that to do the actions. I think you can throw forwards and backwards, if I remember correctly. You have pedals in the cart on each side for accelerating and braking, and you have a steering wheel as well to do the driving. So it's when you have the headset on, it's a real immersive experience. You feel like you're driving the actual kart. It's absolutely mind-blowing.
And everything's responsive and works as it should, because sometimes with motion controls, they're not the greatest, but looking at this, there's some really high tech here, so I'm assuming everything worked very responsively.
Yes, very, very responsibly even.
And I also noticed that the cart moves around, so let's say you get hit by an item. Do you actually feel it in real life?
Yes, the cart is sort of suspended on, I think, like air suspension, and it rocks side to side depending on what you're doing. So it tilts slightly when you turn in, and it shakes when you get hit by an item. So when you get hit by a shell, it feels like you're getting hit by a shell.
That is super cool right there. And with the items, I think there's only 3 of them. Which was the most fun to use? Because you got the green shell, the banana, and the hammer. And yeah, you said there were balloons this time around where you just grab them in the air and then use them. Did you have a favorite?
Yes, the hammer, easily, because you get multiple uses out of it. The shell, you only get 1 throw, and you just have to hope that you're near somebody or it ricochets and hits somebody. The hammer, I think you get 10-20 seconds with it. Sort of like having the fire flower in Mario Kart 8 and similar items. So you get to use it multiple times. So if you miss somebody, you can try and get closer and actually hit them. I think in my gameplay, I was driving as Yoshi, and I managed to hit Bowser a few times. So it's definitely awesome.
I'm surprised the hammer isn't in the mainline Mario Karts, because it's been a staple of the arcade games, but you'd think it'd be perfect for Mario Kart because that's one of Mario's staple items. He's used it since day 1. So I'm surprised it's not in the regular Mario Kart games.
Yeah, it's really surprising. You have enemies with the hammer item. You have a power-up in Mario Bros. 3 where you can throw hammers. So it's really confusing that none of the mainstream console games have that item. It's took so long to get the fire flower, so who knows, maybe in the next one we might get it.
I think it'd be super cool. They have the hammer in Mario Kart Tour, but you throw it. It's not like the actual hammer where you're hitting it like this, like in the arcade games. But
yeah,
from what I can gather, the gameplay seems really good. Like I always say in Mario Kart Origins, I think after Double Dash, there's really no learning curve when it comes to playing Mario Kart. Like, you can just jump in, you don't have to get used to the controls or anything. So it seems like in this case, it's really immersive and everything controls as it should, which is great to hear. Now my next question to you is, how are the music and sound effects? Because it's really hard to find any music or sound effects of the game, considering that often it's at VR arcades, and with arcades, you hear the other games in the background, you hear the air hockey, you got people in the background talking. But from what I've heard from the one clip, it sounds really good and full of energy, but I'd like to hear your perspective. How was the music and sound effects?
It was really, really good. I think there's only 1 track for the stage that you play, but you get a pair of headphones to wear as well, which blocks out most of the surrounding sound from the rest of the arcade. So most of the music and the sound effects you get to experience properly. And yeah, it's really, really good.
What did the music remind you of exactly? Because we know with Mario Kart 8, it has like the big band jazz style going for it, which is very distinct, but with Mario Kart arcade games, on the other hand, they're more techno, upbeat, and from what I've heard, it's kind of like that. What would you say exactly? Like, what is it comparable to?
I would agree. It is probably more comparable to the other arcade GP games. I think the music is from GP Deluxe, DX, possibly.
It sounded a little bit different, but it could be. Have you played Arcade GP DX? Because I know it's not as popular in the UK.
I think so, yes. I think the very same bowling alley has Mario Kart Arcade GP DX. They really need to work on these titles.
I know, it gets confusing. You got Arcade GP2, DX, GP VR. Like, they could just call them Mario Kart Arcade, the Grand Prix thing. A little bit unnecessary, but part of the charm with the titles, but it's really cool that you got a bowling alley with GP VR and GP DX. Man, I want to move to Leeds right now, just so I can play these games whenever I want. So, let's go on to the next question being, you played it with a friend. We saw in the vlog that you were playing it with someone else. How was the multiplayer? Because this looks like it's super fun, because you're essentially playing what is Mario Kart in real life with the virtual reality.
Yeah, pretty much. It's built with the multiplayer in mind. Obviously, with it being a racing game, that is what it's supposed to do, but it's so smooth and responsive. You can talk to the other people through the headset, so it's instantaneous. You can look around and there's no delay or anything like that. It's really like you're there on the kart driving.
Wow, so you can trash talk players when you're driving?
They advise you not to, but yes, you can.
Now that sounds fun right there. And just when you're getting into the game, since it feels like you're there and you're racing, like think of it kind of like go-kart racing, you know, like at some arcades have go-kart arenas or they have dedicated places to it, so it's kind of like a virtual reality go-kart thing where you're racing against your friends.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. We have a go-karting place in Leeds which I've raced around a few times, and it's very similar to that.
Yeah, I used to love going on the go-karts when I was younger. Like, I'd go really fast. I was nervous at first driving them, but I got used to it. I had a lot of fun. And this looks exactly kind of like that, which is what Mario Kart kind of is, where you can throw items and stuff. So they really had the full experience, kind of like you're in Mario Kart. So that's really good to hear. Multiplayer was really fun.
Yes, definitely. Better with more people.
You played against another person, right? It was like, so it was just you and the friend?
The way it worked was we paid for 4 rounds. Because it works out cheaper for us. The first round I played with one of the people that worked there so I could get used to it and get the footage. And then I think the second time my friend then played so he can get the experience as well against the other person. And then the last few times we both went and versed each other. So it was a really good experience. I'd definitely do it again once it reopens.
Yeah, I definitely would too. Honestly, I'd fly out to play the game if it's not going to open near me, just because it seems like such a unique experience. But, you know, the multiplayer sounds really great, and it sounds so much fun and unlike anything else. So we kind of have an idea of how you feel about this, because we did discuss this, but I want to ask you so we could get the concrete answer for sure. Did it feel like you were in Mario Kart? It's virtual reality, so it should feel that way.
Absolutely. Hands down, without a doubt. Definitely feel like you're in the game, driving the kart.
Now with Nintendo VR usually, things like the Virtual Boy and even Labo VR, you really don't feel like you're in the game, because a lot of the time they use a third-person view, but this is made by Bandai Namco, so it does look like this is an actual VR take on Mario Kart. So every second of the game, you felt like you were in it, you felt truly immersed.
Absolutely, definitely. It helps being in an actual Mario Kart with a steering wheel and pedals as well. So it's with the headset on, you forget you're in an arcade, honestly.
Sounds really cool. So let's see what the next question is. This one's going to be very interesting because this game is so different, so unique from anything else, that it will be hard to compare it to another Mario Kart. But I will ask this anyway. If you were to compare it to any other Mario Kart, what would you compare it to?
I would probably have to say 8 and 8 Deluxe, simply because the visuals are on par with those, and you have gliding and underwater sections as well. So it's definitely more towards the newer games than compared to the likes of Double Dash and Wii, for example.
Yeah, from what I've seen, it looks a little bit similar to those games in that regard visually. But just the experience itself, it was like Mario Kart 8 in a way where you're racing and throwing items and stuff like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Interesting to hear. Because I thought if I could compare it to any Mario Kart, it'd be home circuit, because that kind of is going for, you know, the Mario Kart in real life thing where you're racing it around your house. But from the gameplay perspective, I do think it's more like Mario Kart 8 since you're racing on an actual track. And the visual presentation, of course, looking similar.
Yes, definitely.
The final question I have for you is, what were your favorite moments with the game? It seems like you had a lot of fun playing it, so I'd like to know what were the highlights for you and what were your favorite moments?
Trying to avoid the massive thwomps and being squashed by them. As well as the usual chaos of Mario Kart being hit by items, but when you're trying to drive through Bowser's castle and the thwomps are like 10 times bigger than you and you're trying to avoid them, there's a lot of fun to be had there.
What did it feel like getting squished by the thwomp? I kind of want to know now.
Strangely not that painful.
Strangely not that painful. Well, that's interesting to hear, because if I ever get squished by a thwomp, I'll know to expect that it won't be that painful. Any other favorite moments with the game? Because you were talking about how Wario and Bowser take up so much of the screen, so going against them sounds really fun.
Yeah, it's almost intimidating because they are at least twice the size of you and the other playable characters. Bowser is nearly the size of the track. It's ridiculous.
So they actually made Bowser intimidating before Bowser's Fury.
Yeah, definitely.
And Wario too?
Not as big, but definitely bigger than the 4 playable characters. I suppose it's not the big boss, so he's not supposed to be as scary.
No, I think the real boss here would be Waluigi if they threw him in there.
Now that would be epic.
It would be. So let's see what else we got for the game. So overall, this is going to be... I mean, I said the last one was the final question, but looking at all these questions, this is going to be very interesting to ask. If you were to rank this Mario Kart compared to the other Mario Kart games, how would you rank it? Because it's completely different, but where would you place it, like, in your favorites?
Wow, that's a tough question. Obviously, bearing in mind this is a refined version, there's only 1 track, 3 items, and 6 characters. Based on the gameplay and the amount of fun I had, it's definitely up there with the likes of the Double Dash, Wii, and 8 Deluxe, and maybe even 7 as well, because there's a lot of fun to be had in 7. I know it's one of your favourites as well.
I'm surprised it would be ranked that high, because it's completely different, but judging by what your experience is and all the fun you had with it, you know, I can definitely understand that, because there's no other Mario Kart like it where you actually feel like you're in the game. And honestly, it sounds like an amusement park ride more than an actual game of itself.
Yeah, it almost feels like one, to be honest. I really hope they develop it more in the future to add more tracks and characters.
Did they ever discuss doing that?
I believe I read somewhere that they were going to make more tracks, but upon more recent research I can't seem to find anything, so who knows, maybe they could be doing something, or maybe there's something new coming in the future.
So I'd just take it with a grain of salt where they're adding more tracks, but that'd be very cool. Also give more money from companies who want to have Mario Kart Arcade GP VR, so if you want to play all the tracks, could rack in more cash.
Yeah, definitely.
Pretty interesting to hear how great the game truly is, because I thought it'd just be a one and done thing, and I didn't expect it to be that much fun where I'd compare it to Mario Kart Wii, 8, and Double Dash. But after hearing your experience, it's really cool getting an insight of how this game actually is, because 1, not many people have got to play it, and 2, you really did give us a good picture of what to expect from the game and what it actually was like.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, anyways, thanks for watching. Make sure to subscribe to Steady94, he's got a great channel. And if you want to see more Mario Kart, Nintendo, and all things gaming, subscribe to Demeech as well. Although if you're watching this video, I have a pretty good suspicion that you're already subscribed, so more importantly, let's get Steady94 to 1K.
Thank you very much.
Alright, this interview was ace. thanks for watching, and keep calm and da-da on. Our journey is almost at the finish line, but before we wrap things up, it's important to take a look at the Mario Kart games that never quite reached the finish line. Since then, a major development had occurred in the Lost Mario Kart saga. One of the lost games was finally found, and you bet I made a retrospective of it. But which one? Here are the Mario Kart games that never reached the finish line. With a series as successful as Mario Kart, it's hard to believe that there are even cancelled Mario Kart games. Before the Switch, the game stuck to a formulaic release of new Mario Kart every 3 to 4 years, one per console, and throw in an arcade game that Nintendo will never acknowledge in the middle. But as a matter of fact, there are a few cancelled Mario Kart games. These games were cancelled for different reasons, and unfortunately, or fortunately if you will, they never saw the light of day. But what are these games, and why did they end up being thrown off the Rainbow Road into the depths of space, where they'd be dragged into a black hole never to be seen again? Time to find out! Ah, the good old Virtual Boy. When it comes to getting headaches and straining your eyes, you might as well have fun while doing it. Needless to say, people didn't want to take the same fun approach to getting headaches as I did, because the Virtual Boy remains Nintendo's worst selling console, selling under 1 million units. Not only that, it's also considered the worst game system of all time, and with a reputation like that, you bet it didn't last long. The Virtual Boy was discontinued in less than a year, and only saw a grand total of 22 games, even less in North America. I could count the amount of Virtual Boy games released in North America on 3 hands, the third of which I only use when I'm playing Nintendo 64. I've had the Virtual Boy for quite some time, and despite the overwhelming negative reception it has, I always have fun playing it. I made a whole video retrospective about it last year, so please check it out. But the problem out of so many problems is, there's barely anything to play on it. Do you really think I'm gonna go from Virtual Boy Wario Land and say, hey, let's play some Virtual Boy Golf? That'll be a blast! Well, of course I am. But the point of the matter is, the lack of games is a very real issue the Virtual Boy has. And when there are games, you get stuff on par with Wild Tangent computer games like Mario's Tennis, Nestor's Funky Bowling, and Galactic Pinball. Well, as it turns out, Nintendo did plan on releasing more Virtual Boy games, assuming the system would be a success. But because of its astronomical failure, many games got the boot. Donkey Kong Country 2 was going to be on the Virtual Boy, but it never happened. Whether it was going to be a port of the SNES game, or having the game exclusive to the Virtual Boy is unknown. But perhaps the biggest losses were the cancelled Virtual Boy Mario Land and Virtual Boy Mario Kart. Virtual Boy Mario Land appeared to be a successor to Super Mario Land 2. Wario would return as the main antagonist, and you could hop between the foreground and background. There are even some Zelda-inspired caves. This game looked very promising, and it's really sad it never released. The thing is, we at least have footage of Virtual Boy Mario Land, so it's easier to get an idea of what it could have been. But unfortunately, no footage exists of the actual Virtual Boy Mario Kart. The footage I'm showing you is a homebrew Mario Kart demo made by a fan for the Virtual Boy. Judging by the time it would have been released and the Virtual Boy itself, I think it's fair to assume it would have been more similar to Super Mario Kart than any other Mario Kart game. Nintendo doesn't seem to understand that a first-person viewing perspective is very important for VR games, and they still don't understand that today, making me assume it would essentially be like Super Mario Kart, but in red and black and 3D. This demo is accurate to how I think it would have looked. It could have also introduced mechanics that took advantage of the 3D as well. While it's unfortunate Virtual Boy Mario Kart never happened, I think it's fair to assume it would have aged poorly and wouldn't have been that great. Multiplayer is a big part of what makes Mario Kart fun, and even if the Virtual Boy did get a link cable, it doesn't sound like an ideal way to play Mario Kart. Just imagine playing Mario Kart multiplayer on the Virtual Boy. You're looking into the Virtual Boy, not seeing what the hell is around you, bumping into your friends, having cables tied up. Yeah, it sounds like a mess. It's disappointing that Mario Kart on the Virtual Boy never released, but I'm not distraught over it. I am, however, distraught over the cancellation of Virtual Boy Mario Land. Gosh, that game looks so cool. Mario Kart Super Circuit hasn't exactly aged like a fine wine, but it hasn't aged like Donatella Versace either. More so aged like Pepsi. A bit flat, but not the worst thing ever. This is because the game is a Mode 7 2D racing game, meaning that there isn't a good perception of depth. It's harder to time turns than in a 3D Mario Kart game, but about 3 years later, a German company by the name of Daenerys Entertainment Software created Mario Kart Extra Extra Large for the Game Boy Advance. This game demonstrated impressive 3D rendering on the Game Boy Advance, along with rotation between 2 different background layers. From what we can see here, this looked much better than Super Circuit graphically. I feel like it would have potential if it were finished. Unfortunately, we can't even play the demo. The guy who got the prototype refuses to dump the ROM, and whether he's being a jerk like a kid who doesn't want to share his toys or just has a massive ego, there has to be another copy out there. If you know anything about this game and its potential whereabouts, please let me know in the comments. The reason this game was cancelled is unknown. It could have been just a tech demo, or Nintendo didn't want another Mario Kart on Game Boy Advance to interfere with Mario Kart DS on the horizon. It's unfortunate we never got this game, and I hope one day that the game is found and dumped for all of us to enjoy. Daenerys was unable to make a Mario Kart game, but as the old saying goes, when life doesn't give you Mario Kart, make Crazy Frog Racer. Yeah, that actually happened. And considering the reputation of Crazy Frog Racer, maybe Mario Kart Extra Extra Large wasn't meant to be. Out of all the cancelled Mario Kart games, this one has to be the most insane one of them all. Mario Kart games are usually on consoles. Occasionally they're the arcade entries. But how would you like to play Mario Kart using an actual car? Cars have come a long way. Instead of just being transportation from point A to point B, they've incorporated features you'd find on a smartphone or tablet. Stuff like cameras, apps, that kind of stuff. But Tesla specifically has incorporated games into their cars. Most of these games are a port of ancient Atari games. This is because most developers wouldn't want to make games exclusive to the Tesla, because let's be real, how many people would have a Tesla as their main game system? But that didn't stop Elon Musk from trying. Elon Musk pitched the idea of a Mario Kart game on Tesla to Nintendo, but unfortunately or fortunately, his idea was rejected. The good news is I don't need to buy a Tesla for Mario Kart Origins. The bad news being the idea sounded pretty cool. Tesla does have beach buggy racing too, but a real Mario Kart on Tesla would be so much cooler. Also, if Beach Buggy Racing 2 is on Tesla, why not just have Mario Kart Tour with steering wheel and gas pedal controls if that's the case? Although Elon Musk's Mario Kart game didn't go beyond an idea, it's a bizarre part of Mario Kart history that I have to include. The next two games weren't cancelled, but are so obscure that I have to mention them. That, and Soshi is holding me at Zapper Point to mention the Mario Kart 64 slot machine. No, seriously, he is. The first game is Super Mario Kart Doki Doki Race. Released only in Japan in 1994, it was developed by band Presto and Atlas. But don't expect a Mario Kart JRPG, or even expect anything remotely close to a Mario Kart video game. This game uses actual toy carts, and they appear to operate with magnets under the track. The game is played by pressing a sequence of buttons in the fastest amount of time, assumingly to win tickets or yen. While it's unclear if it's a redemption game or not, this game does have some notable features. The music recreates Super Mario Kart songs, giving it a 90s to mid-2000s arcade game feel. There's also a male announcer at the beginning, though he's nowhere near as talented as Justin Berti. While there's not a lot to say, Super Mario Kart Doki Doki Race is an interesting part of Mario Kart history. It's unclear if the game was an actual sort of game, or a gambling game, but the next game is quite clearly a gambling game. Nintendo and gambling. My gambling problem started in 2010 when Luigi and I gambled in New Super Mario Bros. But as it turns out, Nintendo and gambling go even further than that. Nintendo started off as a playing card company making Hanafuda cards, which could be used for gambling. But along with that, they license out their characters and games to third parties to create slot machines, one being the Mario Kart 64 slot machine. Released in 1996, it was developed by Meige exclusive to Europe. It's a typical slot machine from the 90s, but with Mario Kart 64 themes, including artwork and sound effects from the game. I'm honestly more surprised this exists than anything else. The Mario series is targeted towards mainly kids, and I wouldn't think Nintendo would want it associated with gambling. Yet again, they had stuff like Mario Roulette, so maybe the stigma towards gambling is more lax in Europe and Japan than it is in the United States. Either way, the Mario Kart 64 slot machine looked cool, but I'd rather play the dog slot machine I won in a Kmart claw machine that I opened up, saw pink goo, then said cheerfully I think that's medicine in there, and then ran off with anthropomorphic firefighter dogs. Yes, that was an actual dream I had. So there you have it. Here are the Mario Kart games that never came to fruition, and the Mario Kart game's literally about matching fruit. While it's a bit unfortunate some of these games never happened, it's understandable as to why they never happened. I'm curious to know which cancelled Mario Kart game you'd like to see the most, and if you have any information on Mario Kart Extra Extra Large, please let me know. Information about Mario Kart Extra Extra Large first surfaced as early as 2015. A video was uploaded showcasing a never-before-seen Mario Kart game running on the Game Boy Advance. Now usually when this happens, the game ends up preserved. Usually when someone finds a prototype or other kinds of lost media, it's common etiquette to preserve it. What is lost becomes found. Unfortunately, Mario Kart Extra Extra Large was in the hands of Stingy Steven for the longest time. This is a guy who apparently didn't have a lost and found bin at school, assuming he actually went to one. This dude has acquired dozens of never-before-seen prototypes, and they remain lost because he refuses to dump them. But with Mario Kart Extra Extra Large, why did I have hope? For one, it was made by Daenerys Software Entertainment, a development studio founded by Manfred Trenz, a highly respected developer for the Commodore 64. With this knowledge, I tried contacting Daenerys. No luck. So then I asked a friend of mine, K&K, who does the excellent artwork for the channel, to try contacting them. He is German, and I thought maybe he'd have a better chance, since Daenerys is German. Nothing. It seemed all hope was lost. That is, until now. Forest of Illusion has preserved the long-awaited Mario Kart Extra Extra Large. While I did think the game would eventually be preserved, I had no idea how soon or late it would be. But thankfully, it was sooner than later. What this means is now anyone has a chance to play it. I've been wanting to play Mario Kart XXL for the longest, so the question is, what exactly is Mario Kart XXL, and how is the game itself? Starting up Mario Kart Extra Extra Large, you're greeted to a menu with artwork from Mario Kart Double Dash, or should I say Single Dash, considering there's only one character per kart. The rest of the characters are photoshopped out, albeit sloppily enough to where you can get a glimpse of Luigi's leg. Dang, this game was nearly 2 decades before National Leg Strap Day was even a thing. Ahead of the times, Luigi. You have 2 options, demo and play. Since demo was the first option, we'll be taking a look at that first. The demo for Mario Kart XXL showcases a game similar to how a Mario Kart replay would showcase a race. It's essentially no different than a video, considering there is no interactivity, but if anything, it showcases what Mario Kart XXL is truly capable of. You'll see many different angles of a race, and considering how smooth it is, it's hard to believe it's on a Game Boy Advance, because if Game Boy Advance video is anything to go by, this isn't exactly the best way to watch videos. It is, however, a great way to play games, so let's play the game itself and see what it's about. Mario Kart Extra Extra Large is a racing game. The only Mario Kart related thing I can think of that isn't is something like Kart Fighter or a Mario Kart Monopoly, but unlike that game, Mario Kart Extra Extra Large was an actual project pitched to Nintendo and not a bootleg. The controls are exactly what you'd expect. You move Mario with the D-pad, accelerate with A, and reverse with B. But what's kinda cool is that you can move and accelerate at once by pressing up on the D-pad. Vice versa if you want to reverse and move. But considering Mario Kart isn't a series that's ever had complicated controls, you'll probably go for the standard D-pad to move and A to accelerate scheme. The overall control is excellent. The main issue I have with Mario Kart Super Circuit are the controls. Because it's a Mode 7 racing game, there's a lack of 3D. You're getting the illusion of it, and to an extent it can work, but the problem is you don't get a good perception of depth. It can be very hard to tell when to turn, which is why the directional arrows will appear frequently. Though funnily enough, other Game Boy Advance racing games such as Crash Nitro Kart and Banjo Pilot control fine despite being Mode 7. Those games are exponentially better than Super Circuit simply due to the controls. Mario Kart XXL, on the other hand, is the best controlling racing game on the Game Boy Advance I've ever played, and there's likely a reason for it. Mario Kart XXL showcases true 3D rendering on the Game Boy Advance. Taking a look at Mario, he might look a bit strange, but you have to keep in mind, the Game Boy Advance was rather limited. What Super Circuit did was have sprites for the karts, and they look pretty good. But we have actual pre-rendered graphics here. Remember how I said the depth perception in Super Circuit would often throw me off? That is not the case in Mario Kart XXL. By pressing L, you can move the camera behind Mario. You can have the camera at the standard Mario Kart angle, or go all the way and get a bird's eye view. All I have to say, seeing the classic Peach circuit take place over a beach is really cool. And if you go off-road, Mario will plunge into the water, and you get a really great sense of depth while it's happening. Overall, Mario Kart XXL is a technical marvel for the Game Boy Advance. I'm honestly shocked it's able to handle something like this. But a technical marvel is all Mario Kart XXL is. If you were expecting a long-lost Mario Kart game with Koopa Kid and Mushbird as playable characters and tracks based on outer space, that's not what this is. It is merely just a tech demo showcasing the true potential of the Game Boy Advance. In fact, it wasn't even originally Mario Kart. Manfred Trends developed R3D Demo V1 beforehand in 2001, if the title screen's anything to go by. This features the same rotational layers an impressive 3D Mario Kart XXL has, but the theming is just standard racing with a monster truck and a race car. It's impressive nonetheless, and is close to console quality. I haven't stressed enough how impressive Mario Kart XXL truly is. By no means is it a full-on Mario Kart. It's a tech demo, which is what I expected it to be. But considering how insane the technology used is here, why on earth did Nintendo turn Daenerys down? Nintendo has historically been known to make bad decisions, but not turning down development partners. Nintendo has fully embraced secondary developers, and turning down something like this is like Nickelodeon turning down Adventure Time for Fanboy and Chum Chum. So the question is, why would they? Looking at the circumstances surrounding Mario Kart XXL, I don't even need to explain why Nintendo didn't pick it up, because one sound says everything. It's kinda hard to believe, but the Nintendo DS released in 2004 as well. There's often the misinformed statement saying Nintendo was never about power, but the DS was an absolute powerhouse for handhelds at the time. It's capable of true 3D, providing console-like experiences on the go. Mario Kart DS is a great example of that, hence why there wasn't really a need for Mario Kart XXL. I'm sure if the demo was made earlier, like 2002, Nintendo might have picked it up. Now, to be fair, the demo only consists of Mario driving along the racetrack with no opponents or items, and whether or not the Game Boy Advance could handle a full-on Mario Kart game like this, I'm not sure of, but the most insane part of the story is the actual outcome. Daenerys Entertainment Software couldn't get a license for Mario Kart. What they did get the license for, and I kid you not, was Crazy Frog. In case you're unaware of who Crazy Frog is, he was a popular character in the mid-2000s designed to sell ringtones. He was also known for being very annoying, and by the way, he has visible junk. Getting a license to make a game based on Crazy Frog is quite literally the bottom of the barrel. I could forgive the Crazy Frog theming if the game was actually good. They could have used the engine of R3D Demo V1 for this game, but they opted for one of the clunkiest Mode 7 racing games I've ever played. I don't get it! They already have the engine for a fully 3D racing game right there! Yet they decided to go back to Mode 7. I just don't understand it. And by the way, this is not only the worst racing game I've played on the Game Boy Advance, but one of the worst games I've ever played. It's a horrible game, and really would make you question the quality of anything Daenerys would make. But as Hard for Games said, if they had the budget from Nintendo, as well as help from them for Mario Kart, we could have gotten something truly special. But in the end, Mario Kart XXL is a very cool tech demo, and I get the uttermost joy knowing Stingy Steven is foaming at the mouth watching everyone play his precious game. It definitely would have been cool to see as a full game, even if it were just something like an expansion of R3D Demo V1, or even if the technology was used for Crazy Frog Racer. Could you imagine just saying, one of the most technically impressive games on the Game Boy Advance is Crazy Frog Racer? Now that would be hilarious. So there you have it. Here is a retrospective of every Mario Kart game. I had an absolute blast doing it, and until Mario Kart 9, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is the ultimate Mario Kart game. And unfortunately, Super Mario Kart has aged about as well as Donatella Versace. Though if you want to include it, I'd say Mario Kart Extra Extra Large is technically the worst Mario Kart game. But what do you guys think? What is your favorite Mario Kart? And what is your least favorite? Anyways, thanks for watching, and keep calm and da-da on.